Chapter 1 of Making Over Martha. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Making Over Martha by Julie M. Littman. Chapter 1. Martha Slauson sat at her sewing machine, stitching away for dear life. About her billowed yards upon yards of white cotton cloth, which in its uncut length shifted as she worked, almost imperceptibly piling up a snowy drift in front of her, drawn from the snowy drift behind. This gradual ebb and flow was all that marked any progress in her labour, and her husband, coming in after some hours of absence and finding her apparently precisely where he'd left her, was moved to ask what manner of garment she was making. "'Tain't a garment at all, Sam. It's a motto." "A motto?" Sam fairly gasped. Martha put on more speed, then took her feet from the treadle, her hands from the cloth plate. "I guess you forgot what's going to happen, ain't you?" she returned, sitting back in her chair, looking up at him amiably. Sam squared his great shoulders. "Going to happen? Oh, you mean Mr. and Mrs. Ronald coming home?" "Sure I do." "Well, but I don't see—" "I didn't suppose you would see. Men ain't much on seeing where sentiment's concerned. They go it blind, and that's a fact. I suppose a man would let a gentleman and lady come back from their wedding tour, which they've been gone most a year on it, and never think of giving 'em a welcome home, any more than to find their house and grounds kept up, and their bills kept down, and everything in tip-top order. But with a woman it's different. I'm going to give Miss Clare and Lord Ronald a reception that is a reception, something they won't forget in a hurry. I'm going to have lanterns in the trees and a arch of laurel over the gateposts, and then as they come on in they'll see my motto strung across the driveway, 'Hail to the Chief,' in big yellow letters, hemmed down on this white, and the children, all 4 of 'em, is to sing it besides. Don't you remember they learned it at the school down home, I should say in New York, that time the President come back and all the public school children sung 'em a welcome?" Sam bit his lip. "Yes, but that was a little different. Somehow, I think 'Hail to the Bride' might be better, don't you?" "No," said Martha with decision. "First place, she ain't exactly a bride by this time. When a lady's been married almost a year and travelled round the world in the meanwhile, I wouldn't call her a bride. And besides, it wouldn't be polite to single her out and sort of leave him in the cold. Everybody knows bridegrooms don't cut much of a figure, but you needn't rub it in. No, I thought it over careful, and 'Hail to the Chief' is what I decided on. 'Hail to the Chief' lets us out on responsibility. It's up to them to prove which it hits, see?" Whether Sam did or didn't, he made no further comment. He went and sat himself down in his own particular chair, took up from the centre table the latest number of the New England Farmer, and commenced studying it assiduously. A second later the machine was in motion again, running with great velocity, impelled by Martha's tireless foot. Mrs. Slauson did not look up when the eldest of her 4 children, just home from school, came in and made straight for her side. "Mother!" No answer. "Say, Mother!" "For goodness sake, Cora, let go that R. The way you hang on to it you'd think you was drowning and it was a lifeline. Besides, do you know what I decided to do? I decided to strike. For the rest of this week I ain't answering to the name of Mother. See? There ain't a minute in the day when some one of you children ain't shouting it, you or Francie or Sammy or Sabina, and it's got on my nerves, as Mrs. Sherman says. You can call me Martha, or Little Sunshine, or anything else you got a mind to, but Mother, not on your life. Say, Mother, look out now. What you sewing on?" "The machine." "Poh, you know I don't mean that. What are you making? Anything for me?" "No, ma'am." "Well, what are you then?" "I'm a perfect lady, and I'm making a motto that proves it." "Mother, I think you're real mean. All the girls at school have fancier clothes than I got, and I think you just might make me some new ones. So there." "Sure I might," admitted Mrs. Slosson blandly. Cora's lip went out. "Then why don't you? You got as much time as any other girl's mother. Ann Upton's mother makes all Ann's dresses and things, and she's got twice as many as I got. She had a new dress when school took in September, and she got another new one round about New Year's, and now she's got another new one for summer." Martha stroked down a seam with deliberation. "That's nice for Ann, ain't it, having so many? She can spell 'em, as they say here. When she gets tired of wearing one dress she can change to another, and look like one of them fashion plates from morning till night, and feel like—" "I've been wearing the same old thing ever since I was born," continued Cora, disregarding her mother's irrelevant remark, continuing her lamentation as if it had not been interrupted. "Which shows it was good material to begin with," retorted Martha. "Ann Upton's mother probably buys cheap goods with no wear in 'em." "She don't either. It's just she wants to have Ann stylish. You don't care a bit if I ain't stylish." "Certainly I don't. I got other things on my mind. I don't care a fig if you're stylish or not. I never was much on style myself, and I get along all right. I'm mixed with the best society in New York City, I can tell you, young lady. Nobody could have went to the houses of tonier folks than I did, and was made welcome too, and don't you forget it. And the complaints if I missed a day. You'd be surprised. These young ladies that think of nothing but style, you can take it from me, their outsides is all there is to 'em. They got nothing else to think of, and nothing to think of it with if they had it." "Well, I don't care. I wished you was like Mrs. Upton." "Now, what do you think of that? Do you hear what Cora says, father? Cora don't like the style of mother you picked out for her. She's just fairly disgusted with your taste in ladies." Sam Slosson did not hear, or if he heard, did not heed, and Cora proceeded unabashed. "Mrs. Upton does her own work, and that all. Most anybody could do their own work, seems to me. That's dead easy. It's when you do your own work and several other people's besides that you're apt to be some occupied," observed Mrs. Slosson. "Well, I don't care what you say. I just think I might have a new dress. Dutch neck, with short sleeves." "Before you want to wear a Dutch neck, you got to have a Dutch neck. You ain't got a modern bathroom that you must show you got exposed pipes. Better cover up your bones and think less about what you're wearing. I got more to do than waste time fussing about such frivolous things, so you better make up your mind you're going to skip this fashion." "Well, I wished you'd make me a new dress," wailed Cora, returning to her muttons undaunted. "You ain't too busy. Last night 'fore I went to bed I saw you sitting down, and you weren't doing anything neither, only mending Sammy's pants." Sam Slosson raised his head. "That's right, Cora. Make your mother be busy. She don't work hard enough as it is. Get a hump on, mother, get a hump on." "If I get another hump on besides the one I already got, I'll be a dromedary," observed Mrs. Slosson imperturbably, while Cora left the room in tears, her sense of injury swelling beyond her power of control, when her father's irony proved he was siding with mother against her. "The next time Cora gets fresh and calls you down, Martha, I just wish you'd turn her over to me and let me give her what she deserves," suggested Sam as soon as the door was shut. "Give her what she deserves? You couldn't. It'd take too long, besides exhausting you too much. But I thank you kindly for offering. Barring a few airs and graces, Cora's all right, and when she ain't, I'm not too delicate yet with easy living, but what I can give her a licking that'll dust some of her fancy frills offen her. When young'uns gets along to a certain age, they're apter than not to get out of sorts and feel they didn't have a fair show on parents. I've been there myself, and I see it work in other families. It may surprise you, Sam, but the young is hard as nails." only nails has the advantage. Nails has heads. You got something to tie to with them. But young folks is smooth and hard, and when you think you got them trained good, that's just the time they slip out from under your fingers and go a spinning off, goodness knows where, away from you, like them pretty appearing candy balls that look sweet, but you break your jawbones trying to put a tooth in 'em. All you can do is lick 'em once in a while, and it's just the same with the children. Well, I won't have Cora giving you impudence, mother. If she hasn't the sense to appreciate you, at least I won't stand by and hear her tongue lashing you." Martha bowed. Thank you, sir," she said. "Your kindness I never shall forget." "All the same, I'll tell you this right now, Sammy, I certainly got to set to and begin putting in some modern improvements onto me, for I begun to notice I don't really suit nobody but you, the way I am. I'm too old-fashioned or something to please nowadays. Quite a lot of people has delicately hinted to me lately I'd be a whole lot more satisfactory if I was altogether different. There's my children. As I just told you, I don't seem to be the style of mother they'd select at all if they was out shopping for mothers, and had what Mrs. Sherman calls carte blanche with them, whoever she is. And it's the same with Ma. I never really did suit Ma for a daughter-in-law from the start. She could tell you, and does, 100 ways I'd be better with alterations, only I've been that took up tending to her wants ever since you and me was married, I ain't had time to put the alterations in. And then there's— Say, Martha," interposed Sam, lowering his voice to an almost inaudible whisper, "here's Mrs. Peckett coming up the walk. If you've got anything round you don't want advertised all over the place, you'd better put it out of sight, hadn't you?" For answer, Mrs. Slauson leaned over, plucked up the material next her at its nearest available point, and gave its length a flourish that sent it billowing conspicuously half across the floor. Sam shrugged. My, ejaculated Martha, looking round and speaking with loud distinctness. "If here ain't Mrs. Peckett!" Through the open screened window, Mrs. Peckett inquired with elephantine playfulness. Physically she was built on almost as heroic a scale as Martha herself. "Got any place for a tired little girl to rest?" "Sure we have," said Mrs. Slauson. "Come right along in." Another moment and Mrs. Peckett had obeyed. "Take that chair there, the one alongside the table with the cushion in. It's the comfortablest we got. Just suits that hollow in your back that Ma says hers always needs resting, and Ma's a champeen on resting. She knows how to do it in 7 different languages. You'll excuse my going on with what I'm doing. I can talk while I work." Mrs. Peckett lowered herself gradually into the proffered chair with the air of one accustomed to distrust the good intentions of furniture. "Certainly, I'll excuse you. What you doing?" "Sewing," said Martha agreeably. "Sheeting?" Mrs. Peckett inquired. Martha considered. "Well, I suppose you might call it sheeting," she admitted. "Down home, I should say in New York City, we call it muslin, but up here it's cotton cloth. I'm trying to remember the differences. I don't believe in letting things go into one eye and out of the other ear, so you never profit by your experiences. I believe in living and learning if you die in the attempt." "This ain't very fine quality," observed Mrs. Peckett, stooping and picking up an end of the material to examine it critically through her thick-lensed spectacles. Martha sighed. "Dear me, how sorry I am, but I never was much of a corner sewer, as Mrs. Sherman says, on white goods, and that's a fact." "I'm afraid you won't have much wear out of it," pronounced the oracle. "You'll have to get new sheets in no time. These'll go through before you know it. The next time you want to buy sheeting or anything of that sort, you just come to me. I'll advise you." "Thank you," said Martha. "I always heard tell city folks wa'n't much of any in the housekeeping line, and I suspicion it's true. They're too busy gallivanting the streets to look after their houses. For myself, I don't mind telling you I don't set much store by city folks." "You don't say!" "We get a good mess of 'em up here summers, rich and poor, and if we natives, as they call us, ain't glad to see them go away every fall, I wouldn't say so. I don't like 'em." What's your objection?" "Well, the rich ones are stuck up, and the poor ones are low down. You never saw such nuisances as those fresh air children. Several of our ladies take them in every summer for a spell, but I wouldn't have one of them in my house, tracking mud and dirt in on my clean floors, not for anything I can think of. Mrs. Fred Trenholm, who lives down at Milby's Corner, she took in 3 last season. You should have seen them at church. Ungodly don't express it. Didn't know the creed even. Couldn't sit still through divine worship on the Sabbath, like Christians." "Likely that's because most of 'em's Jews," Martha observed calmly. "But that's as far as the difference goes. Their lungs needs just about as much good air to breathe as little Christians' lungs, and their stomachs call for the same sort of nourishment. My children can say off the creed and their colic fine, but I wouldn't want to have my life depend on being able to tell the dirt on their shoes from the dirt on the little sheenies. Nor I wouldn't want to die for the number of times mine wriggle less than they do. Children is children, the world over, and this idea of your being nearer heaven when you was a child, like Cora's piece says, is rot, I beg your pardon. Nonsense. That's where lots of folks slip up on children. They go on the idea that young uns are angels to begin with, and they break their hearts to see them running down as they grow up. The truth is, it's just the other way round. Children is little animals at the start. You got to housebreak 'em and train 'em till they learn the tricks of decent people, and it's only little by little they get sense to know. Every time I lick my young uns, I feel kind of mean. They're doing almost as good as they know how, like the rest of us. Only, of course, it can't be helped. You got to lick 'em some to make 'em understand. Their constitutions seem to demand it. I try to bring mine up the way it looks to me as if the Lord was trying to bring up us. Lick 'em thorough when necessary, and then bear no malice. As I make it out, that's his way, and I don't see how to improve on it much. But I interrupted you. You was talking about how you don't like city folks, and you'd got as far as the children." Mrs. Pecket's near-sighted eyes searched Martha's face shrewdly for a second. "I was just thinking that city folks' ways ain't our ways, that's all. Now, I'd think pretty poorly of myself to go out of my gate of a morning and not pass the time of day with a neighbour. But I hear tell that's what city folks do. They would let you live next door in the same street with them for a year, and never know you." "Sure," said Martha cheerfully. "I lived in the same house over 5 years before I came up here, and with the exception of a Dutch gentleman and his wife across the hall, I wasn't on visiting terms with any of the tenants. I was too busy tending to my own affairs. The way I come to know the Dutch gentleman was kind of accidental, on account of circumstances over which he had no control at the time, but did later on. Him and me grew to be real chummy. After he once got on to it, I meant business. He gave me our cat, Nix Comeraus, that's a boss mouser now, which it was only a kitten then. But as a general rule, we kept ourselves to ourselves." "Well, I don't call that Christian conduct," pronounced Mrs. Pecket. "It looks heathen to me, and it certainly ain't according to Scripture. We're all brethren and—" "Sistern," Martha suggested benevolently. "And we ought to live as such. I like to know what's going on, and keep in touch with the folks I'm living amongst. But do you think those city folks encourage a body's running in and out freely? Well, I should say not. They're a stiff-necked generation, summer folks. Nobody can say I'm a busybody or pushy, or the like of that. Time and again I say to Mr. Pecket, folks do altogether too much mixing in with other folks' affairs. You wouldn't believe the way Mr. Pecket and I are bothered all the time, with people calling on us for charity to help them out of their troubles, just because it's known to all we are forehanded and have property. But I always say to Mr. P, now, don't be too quick, just wait till the clouds roll by," supplied Mrs. Slosson again. "And sure enough, the next time we see the party 10 to 1, somebody else has helped them out, and there's no need of our mixing in at all. No, nobody can say I want to push myself. I always tell Mr. Pecket I ain't a mite curious, but I confess I am terribly interested, which is altogether different from what the Bible tells us to be." "Well, well, now what do you think of that?" said Martha. "I wouldn't have known the difference." Mrs. Peckett paused as if to weigh her words. "I tell you what I'll do," she announced with the air of fully appreciating the measure of her kindness and wanting Mrs. Lawson to appreciate it too. "I'll take you in hand. Whenever you want to know anything, all you have to do is come to me and I'll tell you. I consider it a pleasure. I can see where there's a lot for you to learn. The city is a poor place to be brought up and live in all your life, with its vice and its selfishness and the like of that. But now you've come here, you'll see something different. Why, you'll feel made over when you've learned our honest, generous country ways." Seeing Mrs. Peckett rise cumbersomely in preparation for departure, Martha also got upon her feet. "Well, I declare," she ejaculated blandly. "Just before you came in I was telling my husband the time had come when I'd got to do something or other, so's I wouldn't be so old style and shame my family. And here you are, offering to improve me free gratis for nothing, as Miss Clare, bless her, says. It's like Providence finger in the pie, and no mistake. But I'm afraid I'll be putting you out too much. They say it's hard to learn an old dog new tricks." Mrs. Peckett was a fleshy woman. All her movements had a certain air of unctuousness. She shook her head with reassuring, easy patronage. "Not at all," she said. "I'll admire to—" The door banged open, interrupting her unceremoniously, and the Slossons' son and heir, Sammy Jr., heated and perspiring, breathless but communicative, burst noisily into the room. "My, my!" ejaculated Martha. "I guess you think you're a engine, don't you? Panting like that, as if you was lugging a train of cars behind you. Hats off to ladies. Don't you see, Mrs. Peckett? Say how do you do, like a gentleman." Sammy bobbed an awkward pate. "Say, mother," he stammered. "Well?" "There's that big place, way along up the little side street, road past the cemetery. You can't but just see the house, it's so far back, and—" "He means old Lady Cruz, I reckon," explained Mrs. Peckett. "She's one of the summer folks I've just been telling you about. Rolling in money, but as hard and close as a clinched fist. Nobody knows how much she's worth." "Perhaps she's the kind that don't let her right hand know what her left hand's got." "Well, I don't know about that, but she has considerable of a place, enough to keep a whole regiment of regular hired help busy, and every summer she comes up from the city with just her young granddaughter, and they make out to get along as best they can, trusting to get hold of parties hereabouts willing to accommodate. That's no proper way to do." Martha smoothed back the hair from Sammy's damp forehead, making it out somehow that he had more to say, and calming his impatience to say it. "And, mother, I was walking along the road, and an awful pretty lady, she called out to me from the garden, and I went in, and she said her grandma was took sick or something, and there was nobody she could send to get the doctor, but 'cepting me, 'cause I was going along, and I said I'd tell the doctor, and she said—" "I don't envy you your job," Mrs. Peckett interposed. "It'll be like hunting a needle in a haystack to find Dr. Driggs this time of day. He may be most anywheres out in the open country, but one thing's pretty certain, he won't be home." "Is he the one lives down in the village on the main street with the office, which the door's round the corner as you go to the station?" Martha inquired. "We're such a husky crowd, the lot of us, we don't never need a doctor, and I wouldn't ha' knew, except I happened to notice once passing he had such a funny doormat. There was salve done into it, white pebbles stuck in the wire netting. Now, what do you think of that? It didn't say what kind either, just salve. Wouldn't you think pills would have been better? There's more pills used any day in the year than salve. But if he's stuck on salve, why, he's the doctor. Only that won't help us get him, does it? You won't mind my running off and leaving you, Miss Peckett, but I guess I'd better be moving in the direction of the Crew place. And, father, suppose you get a move on, like a good fella, and see if you can't scare up something somewheres that'll answer to the name of doctor when you call it. If you use the auto, you'll make better time, and you might overtake me walking." Mrs. Peckett laid a restraining hand on Martha's shoulder. "Now, don't you stir a step," she admonished. "It's full 2 miles to walk to the Crew place, and the travelling's heavy on account of the dry spell."
By the time you get there, most likely somebody else will have passed with the team, and you'll have your trouble for your pains. It won't hurt them a mite to go out of their way if they're driving. That's what I say to Mr. P. Don't be too quick offering. Give other folks a chance. Now, here were you not half an hour back saying you'd like I should improve you. Well, this is your first lesson. Stay where you are and let someone nearer to do the helping." "Good idea," vouchsafed Sam Slawson senior, speaking for the first time. As soon as Mrs. Peckett was well out of sight and hearing, Martha turned reprovingly upon her husband. "Sam Slawson, what do you mean by—" Sam composedly pulled on his boots. "Only way to get rid of her," he answered succinctly. "Oh," said Martha, going to the cupboard, where she kept her store of simple home remedies. "Now, if you're ready, I am. And young Sammy, you run and tell your grandmother to give you children bread and milk for your suppers. Your father and I are going out. We mayn't be back till late." End of chapter 1. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 2 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. It was dusk when Martha reached the Crew place. As she turned in at the entrance gate, she thought she saw a spark of light prick out through the darkness of one of the upper-story windows. But the next instant it disappeared, and the gloomy house stood formidably looming up against its background of dense foliage, facing her as with a challenge as black as ever. Martha Slawson was not one to be intimidated. She plodded steadily along the driveway, regardless of the strange sensation of shifty gravel crunching beneath feet used to hard city pavements, the thickening shadows to eyes accustomed to the glare of electric-lighted streets, and the soft, surreptitious stirrings of she knew not what among the underbrush, to ears familiar with the roar of the elevated, the clang and dash of passing surface cars. "I don't see the use of them sheds they build to the front doors of some of the houses in these parts, which they call 'em poor cochere,' Sam tells me. You can take it from me they're like to break your bones mounting the high step of them," she mused, panting with the effort it had taken to hoist her heavy frame from the level of the ground to that of the house door. "Them swell ladies must be considerable of acrobats to do it graceful. I know I couldn't." She smoothed down her disordered garments and dusted off her grimy palms before venturing to search in the darkness for the bell. She found it readily enough, but it was some time before she heard the chain bolt withdrawn from within, a key turned in a resisting lock, a door unlatched. Then the door swung open inward on its heavy hinges, and Martha found herself face to face with what she described next day to Cora as "the living image of that marble statue in the Metropolitan Museum down home, the girl in the flowing robes, holding a queer-looking thing, which its own mother wouldn't recognise it for a lamp, in her hand. You told me her name. Psyche, you said it was, though not spelled that way on the slab she stood on, I noticed. But I take your word for it. Well, if this young lady wasn't just like Psyche, lamp and all, you'd never know the difference excepting for complexion." "I'm Mrs. Slawson," Martha announced at once. "You told my boy, Sammy, you'd like him to run for a doctor." Psyche paused a moment, bewildered. "Oh, yes, this afternoon, I remember, now. I thought he'd forgotten." She spoke in the subdued voice one uses when there's sickness in the house. "No, he didn't forget. My husband is fetching the doctor, but I come on ahead to see if I couldn't help out some in between times. My husband and me is superintendent for Mr. Frank Ronald, 2 miles or so down the main road. You know him, probably." The girl nodded. "My grandmother was taken sick at about 4 this afternoon. She seems stiff on one side. She can't move her arm or her leg, and when she talks it sounds as if her tongue were thick. I got her to bed as well as I could, and I haven't dared leave her since for more than a minute at a time. We've no telephone. This little branch road is out of the line of general travel, and we've no one to send on errands. I've sat at the window all the afternoon hoping a team would pass, but nobody went by but your little boy. I thought I saw you come in a while ago, and I hurried down to the door to let you in, but when you were nowhere to be seen I gave up in despair. I thought my last chance was gone.
I'd have to spend the night alone with grandmother, and the door? Ain't this the right door to come in by? Queried Martha. There was a moment of hesitation before the answer came. Oh, yes, it's the right door for carriages. People afoot generally prefer the front way, on account of the veranda steps, you know. Martha gazed at her companion a moment in silence, then quietly doubled over in a fit of irrepressible merriment. "If you'd just as lief, I'd prefer you wouldn't tell Mr. Slosson," she said, when she could enunciate. "He'd never get over my thinking I'm carriage company, and he'd kill himself laughing at the sight of me climbing hands and knees up your high stoop with no steps, which the back view, looking at me from behind, certainly must have been funny. But I've no business detaining you away from your grandma. Do you think she'd think me pushing if I gave her a hot bath and a brisk alcohol rub? Sam may not get the doctor right off, and a bath and an alcohol rub is as good as anything I know of for a Catherine Crewe searched her face. "For a what?" she demanded uncompromisingly. "A poor circulation," Martha returned imperturbably. "I've no alcohol. There's no running water in the house. I let the fire in the kitchen range go out hours ago." "Never you mind about that. I got some alcohol by me, and if you show me the kitchen range, I'll show you a fire in it. All right, all right." "I don't know how it is," sighed Miss Crewe, leading the way through dark passageways, past shadowy doors, "but somehow a great load seems lifted off my heart now you're here. I've never seen you before, but I feel you're able to set everything right." "You go on feeling that way. It'll help me no end with the setting. And now, don't you wait here. You'll run on up to the old lady, and I'll be along presently. I'm used to kitchens. I can find all I need in 'em, and when I got the hot water I can find my way out." "I'm afraid you'll think the floor isn't very clean," the girl observed regretfully, pausing with her hand upon the doorknob to gaze back dubiously. "I suppose it needs a long-handled scrubbing brush, and—" By the light of the lamp Miss Crewe left behind her when she went, Martha made a quick survey of the premises. "A long-handled scrubbing brush," she quoted quizzically. "A long-handled Irishwoman, more likely. My, but it's a caution, if you turn up your nose at work, how the dirt will gather under it. It's like to take me all night to make a impression on this place. The grate chock full of clinkers, and the kettles. Say, but I didn't say I'd give the old lady a hot mud bath." For a few moments the kitchen resounded with thunderous echoes to the vigorous efforts of Mrs. Slosson toward reconstruction. Then followed other sounds, those of crackling wood, igniting coals, bubbling water, escaping steam. In the midst of it all, Psyche appeared in the doorway. "Oh, Mrs. Slosson," she deplored before she'd fairly crossed the threshold, "I'm afraid it's no use. Grandmother won't have it. I've told her about your coming and offering to help, and she won't have it." Martha nodded reassuringly. "Well, we won't worry her talking about it, and we won't worry ourselves thinking about it. Have you got bathtub handy?" "Yes, but—" "Plenty of towels, bath towels, the fuzzy-wuzzy warm kind, which they call 'em Turkish or Russian, I don't know which, but that gets up a gentle irritation when applied, just like some folks." The girl nodded. "Then the best thing you can do is get 'em ready. It'll keep your mind off'n her not be willing. We want everything laid out handy, so as we won't have to go on a still hunt the last minute. I got plenty of water steaming hot. If you'll go along up and kind of prepare for the worst, I'll follow along presently, and we'll have it." A single shaded lamp left the great bedroom in partial shadow, but as Martha approached the majestic four-poster about 5 minutes later, she made out the figure of a diminutive old woman stretched full length beneath the spare coverings. There could be nothing formidable in such a tiny figure. It was only when Mrs. Slosson looked down upon her face that she met a pair of eyes that fairly held her at bay. "I'm Mrs. Sammy Slosson," she announced, a shade less confidently than usual. "I live down the road a ways. Superintendent for Mr. Frank Ronald, me and my husband is." The little body on the bed might be half dead, but the great eyes were fiercely alive. They measured Mrs. Sammy Slosson from head to foot with a stare of icy insolence. Martha did not quail. She met the stare with a perfectly unflinching gaze, then went on talking as she worked, as calmly as if she were not being challenged in mortal combat. I suppose you don't like the idea of a trained nurse? Many don't. I ain't trained, but I'm a nurse all right, and if not one of the Red Cross kind, why that's only because, as I tell Sammy, I had so much experience with Ma and the children that, be this and be that, I learned to keep my shirt on and not fly out when tried. Folks that's ailin' has enough bother on their chests without having to be passionate into the bargain. It's up to them that's tending 'em to do the passionate act. Now, take me, for instance. You couldn't ruffle me if you took a flutin' iron to me. That's what come of being 16 years married with a mother-in-law through in for good measure. Learns you to keep your temper. You might need it for the next time. I don't blame you a mite if you feel like biting the head off a 10-penny nail. To have your circulation go back on you like is a kind of nuisance, no doubt about it. But sakes alive, it might happen to anybody, as Ma always says, when she breaks things she hadn't ought to touched in the first place. The best thing I know of for poor circulation is a hot bath, and a alcohol rub just for a starter. I got plenty of hot water handy, and now don't you stir, nor bother your head worrying about giving your granddaughter and I trouble. We got the bathtub all ready, and yes, them towels is just the right things. Couldn't be better. And here goes." Martha averted her face as she bent over the helpless form to escape the furiously battling eyes. She felt as mean as if she had been taking base advantage of a defenceless creature to do it harm instead of good. But in spite of this, and in spite of the inarticulate sounds that came from between the twisted lips at the touch of her hands, she gently lifted the old woman in her strong arms, stripped her as she would a baby, and put her in the tub. Tears of helpless rage oozed from between the closed lids, but Mrs. Slosson pretended not to see. She kept up a cheerful babble what time her poor little antagonist simmered. And again during all the time her firm strong fingers were plying away at the nerveless flesh. "Don't you try to lug that heavy tub, Miss Crewe, dear. Wait till I can lay hand to it. If you must be doing something, suppose you smooth down the sheets and see there's no crumbs in the bed. There's nothing like crumbs in the bed for keeping you from feeling lonesome. But I guess your grandma will ha' had enough company by the time she gets rid of me. Poor old lady, I've been like a grain of sand in her eye, which it don't help her none to say I'm sorry. Little drops of water, little grains of sand. Guess she'll think she's had her dose of both tonight, all right. Say, hark, is that a otter horn? Sounds like Sammy's." "Then he's brought Dr. Triggs," Kate Crewe cried joyously. "Well, you can take it from me he's brought Dr. something. It mayn't be Dr. Triggs, but Sammy wouldn't have the face to come to me less he got something that'd at least pass for what I sent him out for," observed Mrs. Slosson suavely. As it happened, it was not Dr. Triggs whom Sam had brought. Kate Crewe, going to the door to admit them, saw even in the dark that neither of the men before her was of the familiar build of the old physician she knew so well. But there was no time for regret, and after a few brief words of self-introduction, she led the way upstairs. Meanwhile, Martha had made what she called a fist at clearing away all traces of her recent ministrations, so when the doctor appeared he found an orderly room, from which she quietly slipped as he entered. Downstairs she found Sam. "You see, Dr. Triggs was off somewheres up the mountain, and no one could find him," he explained. "I couldn't make out to get him the best I could do. Then I asked wasn't there some other doctor in the place, but short of Burbank, 25 miles off, there wasn't. Dr. Triggs has all the practice round these parts. Then all at once somebody happened to think of a young fellow from Boston here for his health, same as I guess. He's a M.D. all right, laid up for repairs, as you might say. He's boarding at Fred Trenholm's. A wink's as good as a nod to a blind horse, and off I went to Milby's Corners. At first Dr. Ballard, that's his name, said he didn't know about coming, but after a bit he decided he would. He's a fine outstepping young gentleman as ever you saw. You'd never think his lung had a spot in it, more's the pity." "Neither would you think yours has," Martha rejoined simply. Sam searched her face for a moment. "Say, you're not worrying about me, are you, mother?" he put to her gently. Mrs. Slosson turned to fill her scrubbing pail with hot water from one of the kettles on the stove. "Worrying about you? Sure I'm not. What'd I be worrying about you for? You're chesty enough, ain't you? Goodness knows. And your cough is almost went. I like sleeping outdoors nights.
The wide, wide world ain't too big a bedroom for me, and this air certainly is more healthy for the children than down home. I should say New York. Only you kind of miss the old town, eh, Mother? Martha scrubbed away in silence for a moment. Well, not as you might say miss, certainly not. But I guess I'd find it hard work to live in any place else so long as I lived in New York, haven't been born there. And that being the case, a body thinks back to it once in a while, which of course thinking is by no means missing. Sam considered. How'd you like to take a day off and go down with me after Mr. Ronald gets back? There's some things he wants me to see about. I'll have to look into myself in the city, and you might as well come along. We'll leave the children with Ma and just go off on a spree, us two. Martha sat back on her heels and looked up at her husband out of a face that glowed. Say, Sam, could we? Somehow it don't seem as if we could. We two never been alone any time since we begun keeping company. First off there was Gilroy. He wouldn't believe I preferred you to him till the marriage lines was actually read over our heads. He was always hanging around. Then there was Ma, and then come the children. So take it all in all, we certainly been what Mrs. Sherman 'd call carefully chaperoned. Are you sure it'd be proper, the two of us going off alone like that? Sam grinned. Let's us go, said Martha. It'll be like the wedding tour we didn't have when we was married. Again Sam smiled. Sure we'll go. You've fairly earned a day off, Mother. All these 16 years working like Sam Hill and never a grouch out of you. Yes, we'll go. And I tell you what's more, we'll spend some. We'll just let go for once and spend some on something we don't have to. I haven't made out to do as well by you as Peter Gilroy would, Martha. He used to say if you'd marry him he'd put velvet under your feet. It's been more than I could do sometimes to put good shoe leather. Well, I never been little barefoot yet, have I? Inquired Martha blandly. Sam shook his head. Since we've been up here we made out to save a bit, and by this and by that we got more coming to us. We never could seem to fix things before so's we could lay by. Couldn't square the bills and save. But it's a kind of stunt to square your bills and lay by when every week nothing's coming in. Sure, said Sam. Martha meditated in silence for a moment. If Cora knew what's going on inside me this minute, it'd be my finish in the bossin' business, so far as she's concerned. She's almost got to the place now where she feels she could give Moses points on the 5th commandment. She's pretty near caught on to the little game that parents is a grand bluff, and you're wasting time to bother with their figgeries. But she'd do it, sure, if she knew how I feel at present, just as much of a silly kid as her. Sam's satisfaction broadened. Good work, said he. And talking of work, his wife took him up quickly in an altered tone. We better get busy on ours or we won't be done this side of morning. You get a move on, Sammy, and bring in a good stock of wood out of the shed there, and when you got that done we'll talk about coal from the cellar. What's the matter with the old lady hiring her own help? Inquired Sam practically. She's got money to burn, hasn't she? Sure, but she don't burn it. It's to keep the young lady from a wintry chill I'm lending a hand. And if it comes to that, a body as close as old Lady Crewe, you'd have to feel sorry for her on her own account. She must be cold comfort to herself with a heart like that inside her. Them kind that's so wrapped up in their money, some part of 'em's bound to go bare. A thing like money won't reach all the way round a human creature, not by a long sight, and you can't make it. Them kind needs help in their nakedness as much and more than the rest of us. Sam, making no attempt to dispute it, the two worked on in silence until they were interrupted by the abrupt opening of the door. Mrs. Slosson! Martha raised herself slowly from her kneeling posture at sound of Catherine Crewe's cry of appeal. The old lady, she ain't worse. Not worse, but unmanageable. She won't let Dr. Ballard go near her. We can't do a thing with her. Won't you please come up and try what you can do? You made her mind about the bath, you know. Martha rinsed off her soapy wrists with soapier hands in a gesture as of one preparing for the fray. Now, what do you think of that? She observed calmly. The size of her, no bigger than a minute,
and getting the best of a able-bodied pair like you and that fine-appearing young gentleman upstairs. Don't it beat all?" Catherine did not stop long enough to admit that it did, but hurried on ahead, leaving Mrs. Slosson to follow closely in the rear, pausing outside the sick chamber door, where the doctor stood like a sentinel on guard. Martha passed them both without a word, entered the room, and made directly for the bed. She slid a gentle arm beneath the narrow old shoulders, drew out the pillow, and replaced it, shaken into more comfortable shape. "There, that's a whole lot better, ain't it?" she inquired amiably. No answer. The old woman glared up at her hostilely, but it was noticeable that the worst fire had been drawn from the angry eyes. Martha picked a thread from the carpet, and winding it neatly about her forefinger, put the tiny coil into her apron pocket. Presently she plunged an exploring hand beneath the bed covering. "Say, them hot water bags ain't been a mite o' good to you. Your feet's like two lumps o' ice. They extend clear up to your knees. Did the doctor know before he went you had cold feet like that?" No answer. "Ye can't be much of a doctor, and no mistake to go off and leave a patient with such a chill on her, so even artificial heat couldn't get in its fine work. I'm surprised. My husband was the one brought him here, I must confess. He couldn't do no better, I guess. Dr. Driggs wasn't home, and poor Sam took what he could get. When nothing's left, the king can't choose. But wouldn't you think any fella that called himself a doctor would know enough not to leave a lady so the ones about her wouldn't know how to handle her case, and she'd get worse by the minute, so to speak, for want of a stitch in time that'd save her 9, meaning doctors from the city, perhaps, and trained nurses night and day, so the expense alone 'd kill her, not to mention other complications. I call it a shame." It was not impossible for a shrewd observer to follow the mental processes of the active old brain, for they were clearly enough revealed in the passionate, too expressive eyes. Mrs. Slosson, appearing to notice nothing, bided her time, while little by little her old lady betrayed herself in all her mean guises of misanthropic distrust, growing self-doubt, and last, overwhelming all, susceptibility to the suggestion of fear, response to the stimulus of money. "Call that man." The words were rapped out with the brevity and precision of a military command. "Eh?" said Martha, appearing to rouse from a spell of complete inattention. "Call that doctor." Mrs. Slosson moved her massive frame slowly in the direction of the door. "Miss Catherine! Miss Catherine!" she shouted past the two silent figures just outside the threshold. "Say, Miss Catherine, are you downstairs? Yes, the doctor gone yet? Say, hurry. Get Sam to go after him and see can he call him back. Your grandma wants him." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Catherine Crewe awoke next morning to find Mrs. Slosson standing by her bedside, bearing a breakfast tray. "It's earlier than I'd a chose to disturb you," Martha explained apologetically, "but I gotta go home and feed my family and see the raft of them gets a good start for the day." "But you haven't had any rest. You made me go to bed, but you must have sat up all night." The girl spoke with compunction, looking regretfully at Mrs. Slosson's heavy eyes. "Me? Now, don't you worry your head about me," Martha returned as she placed the tray in a convenient position and arranged the pillows back of Miss Crewe so they gave her comfortable support. "I got along all right, and your grandma slept fine. I went paroling around every once in a while to see if she'd need anything, and each time she was breathing as peaceful as a baby. You'd think I'm awful, but whenever I remember last night and me carrying things with a high hand against her will, I almost kill myself laughing. Poor old lady, the way she looked at me, 'twas like a song they learned the children to sing down home, I should say New York, in the high school Cora went to. Drink to me only with thine eyes, whatever that means. With your grandma it was, cuss at me only with thine eyes. She didn't open her head to say a word, but what she meant was plain as preaching, only not quite so pious. Miss Crewe bit her lip to keep from smiling. "You've been very kind to us, Mrs. Slawson. I don't know how to thank you," she said. When Martha had gone, the girl rose, hurriedly bathed and dressed, then made her way to her grandmother. She did not know much about nursing, but she knew she must not carry a long face into a sick room, and the question was how to help it. Her heart was very heavy. Ever since the attack yesterday afternoon, her mind had been going over and over what this sickness was bound to entail. Things had been hard enough before, but she saw how this might add intolerable burdens, and in the face of it, she must look cheerful, give no sign of the discouragement she felt. That was the way it was with everything in her life, she brooded. She was continually under some sort of crushing necessity to hold in and hold back. She'd never been free, as most girls of her age are, and there seemed no prospect that she ever would be. On the contrary, there was every likelihood she would be more and more confined and restricted as the years went on, if, as the doctor had said, this was but the beginning of the end. The future looked desperately black. As for the past, she could remember a time way back when she was a little girl, when things had been very different. A child's mind does not measure and weigh according to scale, and Catherine could not fix the precise degree of her mother's grace, her father's dashing beauty, the luxury of the home in which they all three lived. But she had more than her memory to rely on. There were likenesses, there were relics. There were the continual gibes of her grandmother through recent years to the effect that she had been brought up like a fool. It was time she learned better. At her mother's death, her father had carried her to his parents' home. Looking back, she had no sense of having suffered surprise or disappointment by the change. The new home must have compared favourably with the old. She could remember her grandfather's table, a most formidable function, to which she was conducted at dessert by a nervous nurse. Afraid of her life, there'll be a to-do if you don't look right and hold up your head and speak out when you're spoken to, Miss Catherine. Her father's sudden death had made no change in outward conditions. It was when her grandfather passed away that there was a difference. Then, suddenly, she seemed to wake one morning to a realization of lack. She could not be at all certain her impression was correct. The alteration might have been so gradual she had failed to notice it, and it was her consciousness of the fact, and not the fact itself, that came upon her abruptly. The way did not matter, the fact did. It all summed itself up to this, that the grudging hand was certainly not her grandfather's, much less her father's. They had been open-handed to a fault. The one who stinted, of whom the country people round about said, "She'll pinch a penny till the eagle screams," was "Catherine?" The girl started guiltily at the sound of the thick, laboured syllables. "Yes, grandmother." She was at the bedside in a moment. "That doctor, he's not to come again, understand. Call Driggs." "Yes, grandmother, but perhaps Dr. Driggs will refuse to come. You found fault with his bill last time, you know, and he didn't like it very well." "Tush, he's forgotten that by this time." "But, well, if he should refuse, and I have to have the other, understand, you're not to have anything to do with him. I forbid it." "Yes, grandmother." "Ballard, I know the tribe. Leave him alone, and see he leaves you alone." "Please don't excite yourself, grandmother. I'm sure the doctor wouldn't want you to." "Where's that woman?" "You mean Mrs. Slawson? Gone home. She has a family to see to. She told you, didn't she? She's the wife of Mr. Ronald's new superintendent." "How much'll she charge?" "Us, you mean? For what she did last night and this morning?" "Uh-huh." "Nothing, grandmother." "Nonsense! Compel her to set price. If she won't, it's because she hopes you'll pay more than's the custom. I know the trick. Don't be caught. Pay her regular price and say she mustn't come unless we send. Won't pay when we don't send." Catherine felt herself flushing furiously from neck to forehead. "I wouldn't dare offer Mrs. Slawson money, grandmother. I can't imagine what she'd do if I did. She came to help us out of pure friendliness. She did more than we could ever pay her for. She's put me under deep obligation." "Pooh! Obligation! One in that class! When you've paid her, you've paid her." Catherine turned her face away. "Let's not discuss it, grandmother. You oughtn't to talk much just yet. Let's see. First, I'll get a basin and warm water and give you a lovely bath, and afterwards you can have your breakfast. I'll go down myself and prepare it as soon as—" Madame Crewe gave vent to a sound Catherine was painfully familiar with, something between a sneer, a snort, and a groan of exasperation. "How many lovely baths do you calculate I can stand in 12 hours? One last night, another 5 a.m., and now you want to give me a third." "Mrs. Slosson bathed you before she went?" Catherine demanded incredulously. "Yes, and what's more, gave me breakfast. Good breakfast, better than you can prepare." "She couldn't have slept a wink all night," the girl mused self-reproachfully. Madame Crewe made no rejoinder. Apparently she did not consider it necessary for one in Mrs. Slosson's class to sleep a wink all night. Catherine turned away, pretending to busy herself with setting the room in order. In reality she was very differently employed. Her stern young mind had constituted itself court, council, and jury to sit in judgment upon her grandmother, and according to the findings convict her without privilege of appeal. She could see nothing that was not contemptible in the old woman's mode of living, her view of life. If she were poor, to be different. There might be some excuse then for this paltry measuring of everything by the standard of a copper cent. But her grandmother had plenty, and more than plenty. If she stinted, it was merely to add more to an already ample fortune. And meanwhile, youth, hope, dreams, all were vanishing. The best of life was being wilfully sacrificed to a mean whim. She knew the people round about, the natives, turned up their noses at old Lady Crewe, and pitied her, Catherine, for being the granddaughter of a tight wad. It made her shrink from meeting the commonest acquaintance when she considered how odious her position was, and how well everyone knew it. The doctor came early while she was still smarting with a sense of her wrongs. "I've brought a battery," he explained, indicating the instrument Sam Slosson was assisting him to unearth from the bowels of the roundabout. "It's not my own. Dr. Driggs kindly lent it. I had a chat with him over the phone last night after I got home, and he agrees with me that electricity will be—" "If Dr. Driggs is back, why didn't he come himself?" Catherine interrupted, so sensitively on edge that the most innocent suggestion jarred. The young man before her looked blank for a moment, then a tolerant smile stole into his fine, wholesome face. "Precisely the question I put to him, but he said he'd thank me kindly if I'd go on with the case." Catherine winced. She knew why Dr. Driggs was not keen on coming to Crewsmere. Dr. Ballard noticed the painful twitching of her brows, and instantly regretted his reply. To mend matters, he began at once to explain why he was obliged to borrow of a fellow practitioner and to call upon Sam Slosson to be his charioteer. "You see, I'm not here in the village in my official capacity. I only came on a sort of venture. But I like it, and I've sent for a machine to get about in by myself. I was feeling a bit seedy. I'm here for repairs. I belong in Boston. My office is there, and my heavy artillery's in it. But if electric treatment seems to agree with Madame Crewe, I'll send and have my portable battery shipped on with the motor. It's quite at her service, as I am. It's rather more modern than this, and more effective." As Sam Slosson remarked to his wife later, he was surprised at the manner in which Miss Crewe received the doctor's friendly advice. "She gave him a look, like he'd trod on her toes and hurt her bad, besides taking the shine off her patent leather." Martha smiled. "Anybody'd know ye'd been a strap-hanger, Sam Slosson. Ye give yourself dead away." "Well, she gave him the look, and said she, 'Thanks, but please don't send. My grandmother's much improved. She may not require the services of any doctor very long.'" Mrs. Slosson nodded. "She's sore on the subject of her grandma. She knows her particular rarities, and she knows she's got to stand by the old lady, but it kind of gives her a turn every time she thinks anybody's noticing her doing it. If Dr. Ballard wasn't such a great innercent of a fella, He wouldn't ha' give it away that Dr. Driggs is on to the little madam, and just as lief dodge her if convenient. A party with more tact to 'em than Dr. Ballard would ha' kept that dark. But there's where you can't have everything at once in human beings. If a fellow's got a lot o' tack, and the kind o' light, fantastic toe that every time he opens his mouth he don't put his foot into it, he's more than like to be the kind that thinks twiced before he speaks, which it may be wise, but ain't as hearty and uncalculating as I'd like in a husband. On the other hand, a fellow that speaks without stopping to count the costs, why it's 10 to 1 a woman'll have to pay him in the end. But anyhow, she'll have the comfort of knowing his heart's in the right place, which it ain't for ever taking the elevator up to the top floor to consult with his brains. I'm sorry them two young things got in wrong as regards each other, but it won't stop the course of human events, so far as they're concerned. Even if it does delay it some, I'm not a bit worried." Sam paused in the act of pulling off a boot. "Say, Martha, you don't mean you're at it again?" "At it? Me? No, what I mean is, Nature's bound to get in her fine work, no matter what kind of material's handed out to her. You remember Miss Clare and Lord Ronald? They started in complicating the pattern as hard as they could, but 'twas no use. They couldn't get the best of nature, and the consequence is we're looking for 'em home from their wedding tour any time now, and if we don't get busy, the decorations won't be ready for my celebration proceeding." The morning of the great day on which the Ronalds were expected to arrive, Martha was astir at sunrise, summoning her brood with the call, "Miss Clare's coming home! Miss Clare's coming home!" "I'd call her Mrs., considering," suggested Sam, yawning as he tucked his pillow more comfortably beneath his rough cheek. "All right, call her it, if it's a comfort to you. Only get a move on," his wife replied, plucking the pillow unceremoniously out from under, giving it a mighty shake, and setting it across the sleeping porch rail to air. "You can take it from me, my hands is full this day. I've no time to parley, fussing over my articles of speech. Besides, Miss Clare knows me and my ways. If I was any different from what she's used to, she'd be disappointed. I thought Mrs. Peckett was making you over, to say nothing of Cora and Ma. Perhaps Mrs. Ronald will take a hand at it too. You never can tell." "True for you, you never can," Martha admitted. "Who'd have thought now, old Lady Crewe would ever be troubling her head about me, and yet one of the first things she said when she got her power back and could pronunciate clearly was, 'You'd ought to keep a cow.' Knowing the risks run by those that does, from the effects of hoofs and horns and similar attachments, I might have thought she wanted to see my finish, because of the way I lit in and give her a rub down against her will the night she was took sick. But she didn't. She don't bear no ill will. 'Twas just she thought keeping a cow would be cheaper for our family than keeping a milkman. She wants to turn me into a farmer, and who knows? You never can tell, as you say. That's what I may turn into before I'm done, but what I'm occupied with at the present moment is, did you get that lunch fixed up good last night, like I told you to? As soon as the breakfast dishes is washed, I want to take the children and go across the lake to get laurel for my decorations." Sam paused in the act of shaving to turn his lathered cheek toward her. "The launch is okay, but I'm uneasy every time you take her out on the water alone, Mother. I'm not sure you understand the motor, and if a squall blew up sudden—" "Now, don't you worry your head over me, that's a good fella. I understand that launch and the auto as good as if all three of us had been born and brought up by the same mother. The things I can't seem to get a line on is animals, hens and cows and so forth. They take my time. Of course, to look at 'em, you'd know hens ain't very brainy. Look at the way they behave in front of autos or anything driving up. They're as undecided as a woman at a bargain counter thinking she'll buy a remlet of baby blue ribbon or go to Huyler's and get a chocolate ice cream soda. They're hipping and hawing till it'd be a pleasure to run 'em down. Cows ain't got that trick, but they're queer in their own way, and the both of them is too what Mrs. Sherman calls temperamental to suit me. Now, who'd have thought all them chicks would have died on me just because they got damped down some that cold, wet spell we had along in March. If they'd have told me they wanted to come in out of the wet, I'd have fetched 'em indoors. I'd have went out and held their hands. Anything to oblige, but not on your life. They was mamma's oysters. They just up and died on me without so much as a beg to be excused, the whole bloomin' lot of them. The Lord tempers the cold to the shorn lamb. But I notice it ain't regulated much of any in the case of chickens. And talk of chickens, I wonder if that same Sammy done what I told him and whitewashed the hen house thorough inside. Mrs. Peckett says you got to do it every once in a while to keep the vermin down. The quicklime kills 'em. Breakfast well under way, Mrs. Lawson went out on a tour of inspection. Evidently what she found did not satisfy her, for when the family had had its meal and was about to rise and disperse, she held Sammy back with a detaining hand. "Say, young fella, how about the hen house you was to fresco with whitewash yesterday?" "I did it, mother." "Well, you let the brush kind of lick down the walls, but what I call a thorough coat you did not give it. Now I like my jobs done thorough. There's a good pail of whitewash waiting for you outside, to say nothing of the brush to lay it on with. And while the girls and me goes over to the other side of the lake to get Laurel, you get busy on the interior of that hen residence, my son. And, oh, mother!" Sammy's wail came from a stricken heart. It failed to make the slightest impression, apparently. "You knew you was botching all the time." Martha pulled him up short. "After a while you get on to it that you can't palm off careless work on me. I know too much about it." "I did what you told me, mother," the boy managed to bring out between heavy sobs. "What did I tell you?" "You told me do the inside of the hen house, and I done it." "Yes, but how about the roosts? You never touched brush to the roosts. It's a pity if a child of mine's got to be told to do every last thing when he knows better. You can take it from me, I ain't bringing you children up to be the kind of household pets servants is nowadays. I want to learn you how to think for yourselves sometimes, and do a thing the right way because it's right to do it that way. Never mind if anybody sees it or not. Now, you listen to me, since you're so particular. You go into that hen house with your pail and your brush, and you whitewash down every last thing in it, roosts and all. Don't you leave a thing go free, do you understand me?" Sammy's pitiful face moved his father to raise a voice in his behalf. "Say, mother, Sammy knows he's been a bad boy, and he's got to take his punishment. He's got to do the hen house over, there's no doubt about that. But suppose he passes his word of honour to you as man to man that he'll do it thorough next time. Will you be easy on him for this once and let him go across the lake with you and his sisters and do the whitewashing later?" Martha shook her head. "Sorry, I can't accommodate you, but when anything's to do there's no time like the present. If Sammy learns his lesson this trip he won't have to learn it again on another occasion, when perhaps he'd miss more than going across the lake. Besides, he's got some other little trifles hanging over him I let him off easy on at the time. We'll just settle up this account right now for them and the hen house all together and call it square." There was a terrible finality in his mother's words and aspect that dried Sammy's tears, quenched his sobs. Where was the good of struggling? Sammy was a small boy, but he had sagacity enough to realize he was face to face with fate. He turned away mournfully and disappeared in the direction of the hen house. Mrs. Lawson's severity fell from her as if it had been a mantle. "The poor fella," she said commiseratingly. "I'd give a lot to leave him go along. But with children you got to strike while the iron's hot, or you'll be forever warming their poor little hides, which constant nagging is death to their dispositions. But if I'd had my choice, I'd have selected a different way to punish him. For first off, I won't enjoy the fun, knowing he's left behind, and second, I really need his help with the Laurel and with the launch. But perhaps I need a punishment on my own account for leaving him grow to this age without knowing he can't string his mother. If I do, you can take it from me, I got it." End of chapter 3. Read by Sandra. Chapter 4 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Miss Clare's entry into her new domain was triumphal. As the motor approached the lodge gate, she plucked impulsively at her husband's sleeve. "Look, Frank, look! See? An arch of pink laurel, flags, and what's this?" A quartet of children's voices singing brought the motor to a halt on the hither side of a wonderful lettered strip stretched like an unrolled scroll to span the driveway from the tips of two lofty uprights. Mr. Ronald bent forward attentively. Immediately his firm jaw began to twitch, and as he spoke his lowered voice betrayed a treacherous tremolo. "They're singing 'Hail to the Chief,' but its own mother wouldn't know it." Clare threw him a reproachful glance as, to the consternation of the new footman, she flung open the door of the car herself, alighted unaided, and impetuously clung about Martha Slosson's neck. "Oh, Martha, Martha!" she cried. There were tears of joy in Martha's eyes. "God bless you, Miss Clare, mum! God bless you, dear!" "I say, Martha, which of us are you hailing? Which of us is chief?" broke in Mr. Ronald lightly, nodding a salutation towards Sam, Ma, and the children drawn up by the driveway in martial array. Martha laughed. "Between yez be it, sir. Time'll tell. Sam didn't want me to put it up, but I says to him you both started in with a fair field and no favour, and let the best man win. Guessing which of you'll come out ahead, maybe you'll reprieve the monotony of married life for you some." If Sam Slosson had been a boy, he could not have felt more eager to show the boss what he'd made of the place during his absence. While the two of them were exploring, the children and Ma, busy with the treasures their fairy princess had brought home to them from the other side of the world, Martha devoted herself to mothering Miss Clare. "My, to be brushing your hair like this takes me back to 116th Street and no mistake." Mrs. Ronald's eyes, peering through her bright veil, met Mrs. Slosson's in the mirror. "Tell me, Martha, you miss the city sometimes, don't you? Would you like to go back?" Martha's reply was prompt. "I am going back for a day or two with Sam, when Mr. Ronald sends him down on business next month. That is, I'm going if I can raise the price of my ticket. We're going on a spree, just us two, all alone by ourselves." Mrs. Ronald clapped her hands. "Good!" she cried enthusiastically. "But you haven't answered my question. I'll put it another way. Do you feel quite contented up here? Does the country suit you?" This time Mrs. Slosson paused to consider. "I like the country first rate," she brought out at last. "I like it first rate, notwithstanding it ain't just exactly the kind of pure white Easter card effect it's generally cracked up to be. When you think of the country, you naturally think of daisies and new mown hay and meadows and grass, which it don't have signs all around to keep off of it, and blue skies you ain't got to break your neck peeking out of the air shaft ground floor window to see. Well, true for you, the whole outfits here are all right, but so's more or less the human beings, and whenever you get human beings picnicking around, complications is sure to set in. Human beings, if they aren't careful, clutters up the landscape dreadful, and they do it in the country, same as down home. You're going to slip up on it fierce if you think the city's got a corner on all the rottenness there is. There's a whole lot of news ain't fit to print is happening right here in this innocent-looking little village. You wouldn't believe it unless you knew. There's parties being bad, and other parties being good. Folks doing mean tricks, and folks doing the other kind. It's all just about the same as in the city when you get right down to it, only there ain't so much of it. But it makes me tired to hear Mrs. Peckett behaving as if the country was the whole thing, and New York wasn't in it. New York is bad in spots, but it's good in spots too, and don't you forget it." Mrs. Ronald smiled.
You're a loyal soul, Martha, but you'll love the country better when you know more about the birds and the insects and the flowers. I'm going to set about directly teaching you. I'm going to make a naturalist of you, do you know it?" Mrs. Slosson's smile was large, benign. "Certainly, I'd like to be a naturalist. Mrs. Peckett's going to make a New England housekeeper out of me, and old Lady Crewe is trying to turn me into a farmer. If I get all that's coming to me, it looks as if I'd be going some before I get through." "Old Lady Crewe? Why, don't you remember? That little old party looks like a china figure you'd get at Macy's, down in the basement. They have 'em leaning against tree stumps for matchboxes and such like. White hair, and dressed to beat the band in looped-up silk, with flowers painted onto the pattern. Old Lady Crewe reminds you of one of those. She was born a striker, they tell me, whatever that is, and her folks owned about all the land in these parts. Lord Ronald's folks didn't, in the old days. She's got no end of money, but—" Martha hesitated. "Oh, I recollect now. She's the one they say is a miser." "Now, I wouldn't call her that," said Mrs. Slosson slowly. "I kind o' hate to clap a label onto a body. It's bound to stick to 'em, no matter what. It's like a bottle. Once it has poison marked on it, it's under suspicion, and you wouldn't make free with it, no matter how careful it's been washed. Old Lady Crewe certainly is saving, that no one can deny, and I'm sorry for Miss Catherine, but—" Again Mrs. Ronald let her curiosity escape in the repetition of the name Martha had just mentioned. "Miss Catherine? Miss Catherine's the old lady's granddaughter, and you can take it from me you wouldn't see a handsomer in a day's travel." "Oh, Martha, Martha!" cried Miss Clare, pretending jealousy. "I've got a rival. I see it, I know it. You don't like me best any more." Mrs. Slosson laughed. "Like you best? Well, I guess you won't have to lose no sleep on that account, Miss Clare. But Miss Catherine's certainly good looking, I'll say that for her. When I come home the next morning after seeing her first off, Cora says to me, 'What did she look like? Was she anything like Miss Clare?' And I told her, 'Miss Catherine's the handsomest appearing, but Miss Clare is the delicatest. Miss Clare's the most refinder looking, and that's God's truth. Miss Catherine's tall, the sort of grand, proud looking, I wouldn't call the Queen my cousin kind. And you, well, you know how a body feels about you when the blessed Lamb comes home in August, which, believe me, the news of it is the joyfulest ever I heard in my life. You'll know how a body feels about you by the way you feel about it, like protecting it and caressing it, and keep an arm away from the innocent heart of it. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Ronald." "Ask Lord Ronald what?" Mrs. Slosson turned composedly to face the master of the house, as if his appearance in the doorway just at that precise moment had been according to specifications. "I was telling Miss Clare, begging your pardon, Mrs. Ronald, about old Lady Crewe up the road a ways." Mr. Ronald disposed of his long person in a cretonne-covered lounging chair. "Do you know her, Frank?" As Clare spoke, she slipped into her adjoining dressing-room to arrange her hair and put on a fresh frock. "Why, yes, and no," he replied. "Of course, all the neighbourhood knows about Madame Crewe. I used to hear my father talk about her, but she is rather a formidable little person. She's not to be approached lightly. I doubt if anyone knows her. She was Idea Stryker, an only child. Very beautiful, the governor said, a great match. Her father was exceedingly high and mighty, an English younger son with feudalistic notions. Nobody over here was good enough for him, except my father, with whom he was uncommonly friendly. Stryker was difficult, a choleric, fiery-tongued individual, much disliked in the state, though my father always said he meant well." "Somehow I ain't no use for folks that mean well," observed Mrs. Slosson. "That is, of course, I don't mean I ain't no use for 'em, but I think they're kind of nuisances. When you have to explain that a fellow means well, you can take it from me he ain't making himself very clear on his own account." Mr. Ronald laughed. "Well, perhaps that's true."
In any event, Squire Stryker made himself so cordially disliked that when one day he and his bailiff, as he called him, had a big scene, and Ballard the bailiff was turned out, neck and crop, public sympathy was all on his side, though no one knew anything about the facts in the case. My father said Squire Stryker spoke of the man as scamp and rapscallion, but he never really openly accused him of misdemeanour. There was the scene, and the next day Stryker closed his place and took himself and his girl off to parts unknown. The dismissed bailiff, a handsome, prepossessing chap, my father said, disappeared, and nothing more was heard of him. Idea married, and came back Mrs. Crewe, young Mrs. Crewe in those days, old Lady Crewe up the road a ways now. "Well, what do you think of that?" ejaculated Martha. "So that's the reason why, when she hears it, the name Ballard's like a rag to a Red Bull. Now, what do you think of that?" "What do you mean?" Mr. Ronald asked. "Why, the old lady was took sick suddenly a few weeks ago, and Sam, he couldn't get Dr. Driggs, who was out at the time, and besides wasn't aching to go to the poor old body anyhow to have his head snapped off and the naggle over the bill into the bargain. So he took the best he could get, meaning Sam did, which was Dr. Ballard, a fine young fella from Boston. The minute the old lady clapped eye to him and heard his name, she kind of up and had a Dutch fit. Wouldn't see him. 'Twas all I could do, what with talking and contriving to make her, and then she'd set about laying down the law to Miss Catherine, forbidding her parley with him or see him at all, which is as good as saying, 'Bless you, my children,' over their married heads, if she but knew it." Frank Ronald laughed. "The wisdom of Socrates. I tell you what it is, Martha, we'll make a philosopher of you yet." "Anything you like, sir. Several has lately mentioned wanting to make things out of me. The more the merrier. And if in the end I ain't good for nothing else, maybe they'll hire me in a circus for a sideshow freak. The made over lady, which she was once just plain Martha Slawson, but is now so many different things, it'd make you dizzy to look at her. But I must be going. Them children of mine will have turned the house upside down with their raptures over the presents you brought 'em." Mrs. Ronald laid a hand upon her husband's shoulder. "I'd like to take a walk, Frank. Won't you come?" "And on the way I'll show you my new hen house," promised Martha. "One of the things I'm learning to be is a chicken raiser. I'm learning hard, and you might say the chicks is learning harder, but it'll all come out right in the end if both parties hang on and keep a stiff upper lip. The first time a brood died on me, I most fretted myself sick, but now I learned not to hitch my heart to no hen. I do the best I can by 'em, and leave the rest to Providence and the incubator. Only, you can take it from me, them incubators may be a improvement on the old way, but they certainly is death to the mother instinct in hens. Hens is like women. The less they have to do, the less they do, especially if they keep well. The minute you begin turning your offsprings over to other parties to be brought up, that's the time your sect is going to run down. And the chicks don't grow up with no more feeling of reverence for their elders and them that bore 'em than the children we're raising nowadays. It's all wrong, these modern contrivances is. We think we're smart, shoving our ways in ahead of nature, but just you wait and see what comes of this generation of kids. Give 'em time to grow up, to be men and women and so forth. You can take it from me, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln wasn't brought up in cotton wool, so that every time somebody crossed 'em and they got red in the face with temper, there'd be a trained nurse to pop a thermometer under their tongues to see if they had a temperature. What kept their childish fevers down was a good fanning with mother's slipper, and they grew up to tell the truth and fear the devil, along with the other grown-up members of the family. But these days, everything's for the kids, and they know it. Believe me, my heart bleeds for my grandchildren. And talking of grandchildren, here's the model hen house, a New England, internal decorating done by Mr. Sammy Slawson's son, Junior." Martha held her little party back long enough to relate the tale of Sammy and the whitewashing. "And I told him," she concluded, "he could walk his little self back and his little pail of whitewash and his little brush, and get busy and keep busy till every last thing in the place got a good coat. I told him, 'Don't you leave a thing go free, young man,' so I guess we'll see a thorough job this time, or I'm mistaken." A spotless interior, gleaming white, proved her surmise correct. Sammy had evidently made a thorough job of it this time. Claire would have been satisfied with a brief glance, but her husband detained her. "I say, Martha," he addressed Mrs. Lawson, "what is it you told young Sam? Not to let a thing go free?" "Yes, sir." "Well, he's a model boy. He's obeyed you to the letter. Look here." Martha, looking in the direction indicated, saw a bunch of animate white huddled disconsolately against a far corner of the white wall. "What is it?" she asked. Mr. Ronald made a clucking sound, and the bunch separated sluggishly, proving itself to be two very thoroughly whitewashed hens. Martha stared a moment, aghast. Then gradually, as the truth dawned upon her, her broad shoulders began to shake. "The joke's on you, Martha," Mr. Ronald said, smiling quizzically. Martha turned grave in a moment. "Begging your pardon, sir," she returned, "I'm afraid it's on the hens. But what'll I do to Sammy? He's a young villain, o' course, only I ain't a leg to stand on for to punish him. He's just been minding his mother. And the moral of that is, as Alice would say, that even obedience can sometimes be too complete," observed Mr. Ronald with relish. Whatever misgivings young Sam might have entertained, nothing in his mother's demeanour when she, Miss Clare, and Lord Ronald arrived at the lodge a little while later seemed to justify them. Perhaps she hadn't seen the hens. Perhaps the hens had licked or lapped the whitewash off, an inspiration derived from his experience with Flicker the dog and Nix Comerhouse the cat. In any case, Mrs. Lawson was apparently undisturbed, standing by. Young Sam noticed his mother never sat in the presence of ladies and gentlemen like Mr. and Mrs. Ronald, Dr. Ballard, or Miss Catherine, as Miss Clare inquired after Ma's health. "Fairly, thank you kindly," the old woman was responding. "I'm trying a new remedy now, and I think it's going to help me. Old Miss Harris says no matter who you are or what ails you, if you get a nutmeg and bore a hole through it and string it on a white silk thread and a black silk thread and hang it round your neck, you'll be surprised, old Miss Harris says." "I'd be surprised anyhow," observed Martha. "I'm always surprised." "And you like living up here?" Mrs. Ronald gently put to the old woman. "Well, tolerable. I don't mind a living in it, as you might say, but Ma means as long as she lives she'll never die in the country," Martha supplied. "Well, if it comes to dying itself, I'd rather die where there was more to be following me. I say to my son Sammy's wife often and often, when I die don't you go to any great expense for my funeral. I should want you lay me out decent but plain, and—" Martha shrugged good-naturedly. "And I always answer back, don't you trouble yourself. In such cases I ain't accustomed to consult the corpse." "But you're not thinking of dying yet," Claire said. "I'm sure you're not." The old woman shook her head. "No, I don't want to die, not while the sun shines so bright and the evening star so pretty." "Of course you don't, and you're not going to die for ever and ever so long. You only feel a little low-spirited sometimes, perhaps. Isn't that it? The country seems strange to you, I have no doubt. Why don't you make some visits to your other sons and daughters?" Mrs. Ronald suggested craftily. "That would be a fine plan, I think. How glad they would be to see you after your long separation. And oh, Martha, talking of visits, you know the visitor I told you we're expecting in August? I'm thinking of fitting up a little room especially for her. I have sent to Grand Rapids for all my dear old things, because I've a fancy they'll help to make her feel as happy as they used to make me, and perhaps then she won't get homesick and want to slip away from us as visitors do sometimes. My curtains were lovely, but I think they need a stitch here and there. If you'll put them in order for me, mend them thoroughly, and launder them in your finest style, I'll give you, let me see, the cleaners in town asked me $15. I'll pay you $15. $15? Martha's eyes gleamed. Here was her opportunity to earn the price of her ticket to New York and back. "You'll do it?" "You betcha. I'll do it with pleasure, and thank you for the chance, Miss Clare. And but if here ain't Dr. Ballard coming up the walk." Martha performed the act of introduction with dignity, then quietly effaced herself, silently signalling to her family to fade away and make room for your betters. Claire took to the newcomer at once, predisposed in his favour by a certain shadow of resemblance she saw, or thought she saw, to a friend of her youth, a certain Bob Van Brandt, who once upon a time had laid his heart at her feet. There was the same manly frankness, the same touch of boyish impetuosity. She wondered if there were the same fatal lack of determination. What time she pondered, her husband was harking back to other whiles when a Ballard had lived in the neighbourhood. "My grandfather," the young man said quite simply. "He was bailiff, as they called it in those days, to Squire Stryker." Frank Ronald liked that. It rang true. Martha was not listening to the conversation. Her mind was full of the thought that now she could conscientiously go honeymooning with Sam. "It wouldn't have been right to take the money out of the little we got saved," she ruminated. "That's got to stay where it is, no matter what. But if I do the curtain job, I'll have my own cash. I can go with my own man, and I wouldn't call the Queen my cousin." When at length the Ronalds took leave, Dr. Ballard, lingering, said, "I'm in a hole, Mrs. Slosson." He paused, hesitated, then coloured. "I say I'm in a hole, really. It's Miss Crewe. My difficulty is, I want to help her out, and up to date haven't been able. Madame Crewe is fretting herself into a fever because the fruit on the place is going to waste. Confound it, she's making Miss Crewe's life miserable, teasing her to do it up. Miss Crewe doesn't know how to do it up, she tells me, and there you are." "What about Eunice Youngs, the girl I got to accommodate for him at $4 per?" inquired Mrs. Slosson. The doctor laughed. "Nothing doing, I gather, else Miss Crewe wouldn't be in so deep. This morning I managed to kidnap her, Miss Crewe, not Eunice. Took her for a drive. She needs fresh air and change. I took her to Mrs. Peckett's because I knew Mrs. Peckett boasts she's the best housekeeper in New England." Martha folded her arms across her bosom and half closed her eyes. "If I do say it as shouldn't," she repeated in Miss Peckett's fat, self-satisfied voice, "if I do say it as shouldn't, no one can beat me on gels and preserves. My gels and preserves that took first prize at the country fair as far back as I can remember. I ran in once to ask would she give me a helping hand, or rather a helping tongue, on the preserve question. 'Why, certainly,' says she. 'I'm always delighted to oblige, I'm sure. My rule is simple as ABC. There's no art in it at all. It's just my way of doing, I suppose, for every time I give my rule to anybody else it never comes out right.' And then she gave me her rule, and I knew the reason why. You take what you're going to jar, and you wash it, if it's berries, or pear, and cut it up if it's pit fruit. Add water, and set on the stove in a kettle till you come to a boil. Add sugar, and—" "How much sugar?" says I. "According to conscience," she says. "How about if you haven't got a conscience?" I says. Mrs. Peckett looked like she'd drop in her tracks with shock. "Why, Mrs. Slosson," says she, "everybody's got a conscience." "Oh," says I, "you see, coming from the city, I didn't know. I suppose some keeps theirs just to measure by, when they're putting up fruit," for I was tired of seeing her dodge from the table to the stove, always trying to shut me off from seeing how she done things, as if she couldn't have refused first off if she didn't want to help. I wouldn't have minded if she'd done the same to Miss Catherine. I don't wonder she's just about where she was before, in the same old hole." "That's just where she is," Dr. Ballard admitted. "Have you any suggestions for getting her out?" Martha pondered a moment. "Well, I never took a prize at no country fair, or city one either, for my gels or preserves, or anything else. I ain't a boss housekeeper, and I don't pretend to be. But my suggestion is, bright and early tomorrow morning, me and my preserving kettle will wander out to Cruisemere, as they call it. I'll bring Sammy with me to pick and sort the fruit, and Cora to wash and eat the jars. They're used to it, and you just tell Miss Catherine, if you'll be so good, that she can heave the preserve trouble off in her chest. Tell her don't worry, Miss Peckett ain't the only one's got a rule." End of chapter 4. Read by Sandra. Chapter 5 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The day had been sultry, and sunset brought no relief. Evening fell, wind still, breathless. For once Catherine was glad to obey her little martinet grandmother's arbitrary regulation, lights out at 9. She sat by her bedroom window looking out over a white moonlit world, thinking black thoughts. Suddenly she rose, for no better reason apparently than that a quick inner impulse of impatience against herself must find vent in some outward act. It's dreadful. I'm growing bitter, hard, deceitful. I'm living a lie, acting as if I were obedient and respectful to her, and feeling like a rebel every minute in the day. I've got to end it somehow. I can't go on like this any longer. Just outside her window, a little balcony, the railed-in roof of the porte cochere, shone like a silver patch against the darker foliage. The shadows of leaves cast an intricate pattern upon the moonlit space, and Catherine gazed at it abstractedly until a moving speck in the motionless night caught her attention and fixed it. As she watched, the speck became a shape, the shape an automobile moving rapidly, almost noiselessly toward the house, along the white ribbon of a driveway. Just before her window it stopped. "Hello," called Dr. Ballard softly. Catherine hid a radiant smile in the folds of her shadowy curtain. "Shh," she cautioned. "You'll wake grandmother." "Then come down. I've something to tell you." "No, too late." "Nonsense." "I can't." "Oh, very well." His instant acceptance of her negative was not altogether agreeable. One moment, and he was bending over his steering wheel, busying himself with the gear, probably preparatory to driving on and away. The next, he was out of the car, had scaled the porch pillar, vaulted the low railing, and was calmly sitting not 2 feet away from her, Turk fashion, upon the balcony floor. Catherine laughed. "I didn't know you could climb like that." "I can't. That wasn't a climb. It was a scramble. Bad work, but I'm out of practice." "You mustn't stay. Grandmother wouldn't like it. Remember, she forbade my having anything to do with you." "Sorry, but I don't feel obliged to conform on that account. If you don't like it, that's another story." Catherine was silent. Dr. Ballard did not press the point. "You said you had something to tell me." "On second thought, I'll postpone it." "Why?" "The moonlight suggests mystery. Let's leave it a mystery." "I hate mysteries." "As I diagnose your case, you're by way of hating most things nowadays. Come, confess, aren't you?" Catherine nodded mutely. "Don't do it," advised Dr. Ballard. "I can't help it," she burst out with quite uncharacteristic impetuosity. "So much in life is hateful. Sometimes I feel one isn't bound to endure things when they make one so detestable. I was thinking about it just before you came, thinking about the sort of thing life can make of one, everything one oughtn't to be. I hate myself along with all the rest." Dr. Ballard sat with his hands clasped round his knees and gazed straight up above him into the great stretch of dusky sky, spangled over with constellations. "I wonder what Mrs. Slosson would say to that," he ruminated. Catherine started. "Mrs. Slosson?" "Yes, I've made it out that she's rather a specialist when it comes to life and that sort of thing. Really, I think it might pay you to consult her. By the way, she asked me to say that you can heave the preserve trouble off in your chest. She is going to see you get a rule or something." "Oh, good. That is a load off one's mind. And speaking of chests, it can't be very good for yours to be doing heavy gymnastics, such as climbing porch posts. Can it?" "Why not? My chest's okay. Nothing in the least's the matter with my chest." "Oh, I thought," blundered Catherine awkwardly. "What?" "Somebody told me, I don't recollect who, that you had a spot or something on your lung. I'm so sorry." Dr. Ballard flung back his head with a low, boyish chuckle. "Somebody's got hold of the wrong case. My nerves mixed with another chap's bellows. No, I'm not up here on account of any one spot. It's the whole run-down machine that needs repairing. I'm used up, tired out." "Tired out, waiting for patients?" asked Catherine mischievously. Dr. Ballard gave her a quick look. "That's it. "Waiting for patients," he quoted with perfect good humor. "I suppose it's hard work building up a practice in a city as big as Boston. Quite hard work. Don't you get discouraged?" "Why should I?" "Oh, there must be so many obstacles, hindrances. Even if you are clever, there must be so many older men with established reputations, great physicians, great surgeons." "Precisely. That's the fun of it. The game wouldn't be worth playing if it was easy to win out. It's hard. That's why I like it." Catherine rose slowly and stood in the window embrasure, looking down upon him thoughtfully. "You've given me something to sleep on," she said. "I'll remember what you've said. The game wouldn't be worth playing if 'twas easy, and I've been whining because it's hard." "Catherine!" shrilled a petulant voice, breaking rudely through the soft evening hush. "Coming, grandmother." "Good night," exclaimed Dr. Ballard with slangy intention. The next moment Catherine saw his agile figure disappear over the rim of the balustrade. She turned quickly to answer the imperative call, all the old miserable feelings returning in a rush. "I want a drink of water." If Martha Slosson had been in Catherine's place, the mother heart in her would have understood that childish call at once. But the girl had no experience that would help her to interpret the meaning of it. She supplied the drink with as much promptness and as little sentiment as a nickel in the slot machine. Madame Crewe drained the glass thirstily. "It's a warm night," she observed socially. "Very warm." "Queer the way my head acts," continued the lonely old woman, obviously making conversation to detain Catherine. "Sometimes it seems full of sounds, so I think I hear real voices speaking. A little while ago I heard a man's laugh as clear as could be. You weren't downstairs with the caller, were you?" "I haven't been out of my room since supper time, grandmother." The words seemed to Catherine to burn her lips as she uttered them. She turned abruptly to the door. Her grandmother called her back. "You know what I've been thinking." Catherine stood at attention, but silent, unequal to the task of counterfeiting interest. "I've been thinking I'm going to give the cow to Slosson. It bothers me when I can't pay my debts, and the woman won't take a cent for what she's done. Besides, it's expensive keeping livestock these days, with fodder so high, and labour even worse. We don't need a cow, just you and I. Cheaper to buy milk than feed the creature through the winter, and hire Peter to come and milk. It counts up. Slosson can keep her, and turn an honest penny, letting us have milk at lowest price. See?" "Yes, grandmother." "You don't like the plan?" "Giving the cow to Mrs. Slosson is very nice, I think, but I always hate presents with strings to them. Having to supply us with milk takes the cream off the cow." "Pooh, that's nonsense. You've altogether too big notions. They'll get you into trouble if you don't take care. I can see you making ducks and drakes of a fortune in no time if you didn't have someone to hold a tight rein over you. By the way, how about those preserves?" "I'll put them up tomorrow, grandmother." "See you do, else first thing you know the fruit'll be gone, rotted on the trees." "I promise you I'll put it up tomorrow without fail," Catherine repeated very distinctly. Back in her own room she laughed bitterly, while 2 hot tears slipped down her cheeks. "Promise, poor thing, and she believes me. She thinks my word is as good as my bond. So it is, and neither of them is worth a rush." She assailed herself. No, she had forgotten. She was telling the truth about the preserves at least. Mrs. Slosson was going to let her have a rule. But the false impression she had deliberately conveyed about the collar still stuck in her crop, as Martha would have said. And yet, what right had her grandmother or anyone else to tie her hand and foot so she must resort to subterfuge if she wanted to move a muscle? It wasn't fair that one life should be crippled to serve the whim of another. If her grandmother insisted on cutting her off from all natural pleasures, let her take the consequences. She fell asleep at last, nursing her sense of injury, brooding over her wrongs. The next morning, while the casual Eunice was clearing the breakfast table, Catherine heard a sound outside which caused her to hurry to the window. The sound was familiar, but the time for it unusual. The doctor's car was not due at Crewsmere so early in the day. Yet there it was, and as Catherine gazed, From it issued, as if in instalments, Mrs. Slosson, a small boy, a big girl, and a huge granite-ware preserving kettle. In less than a minute the tempo of the house was changed. Things moved vivace. "Sammy, you go out with this basket and strip them trees as fast as you can put. Cora, you show 'em where to go, after Miss Crewe she tells you. That's a good girl. Eunice, get me every one of them preserve jars off in the top pantry shelf, and when you wash 'em see the water's good and hot, but not so's it'll crack the glass. We'll need them scales, Miss Catherine. I knew you had 'em, or I'd have brought my own. If you watch me measuring and writing down what the proportions are, and how I handle 'em, you'll have a rule for future use, which if it never took a prize like Mrs. Pickett's, certainly never poisoned anybody yet that ever ate it, so far as I know." It was wonderful how the load lifted from Catherine's heart. "I don't know how it is, Mrs. Slosson," she said at length, "but whenever you're here I feel about twice as strong and brave as at any other time. It isn't alone that you do so much, but you make me think I can do things too, things I know I'm not equal to otherwise." Martha smiled. "Believe me, you don't know what you're equal to, and don't you forget it. No more do I. We ain't done up in bags like 7 pounds of sugar, we human beings, so's we know what we're equal to. The heft of us comes out according to the things in life we got to measure up to. When I was married, first off, I thought I wasn't equal to living with my mother-in-law and putting up with her particularities, but laws a man, I found I was. And what's more, I found I've been equal to 1 or 2 other little things since worse than her, by a good sight. What helped me some was realizing I got peculiarities of my own other folks is to be equal to." Catherine caught her under lip between her teeth as if to hold back words trying to come out. A minute, and they came. "But I don't see why some people might have a right to make others unhappy." "They haven't, no more than a body has a right to make herself unhappy, but they do it all the same. One wouldn't mind making one big sacrifice or 2 or 3 in a lifetime if that were all, but it seems nothing's ever enough. You think you've vanquished one thing, and before you know it you've got to do it all over again. Has your life been that way, Mrs. Slosson? Does one never get through having to give up one's own wishes and will to the wishes and will of others?" Mrs. Slosson stirred in silence for a moment, the delicious brew simmering on the stove. "Did you ever scrub a floor?" she asked at length. "No, of course you didn't. Mostly ladies think scrubbing floors is dreadful low work. Well, it ain't. Scrubbing floors'll learn you a lot of other things if you let it. In the first place, there's a right and wrong way to do it, same as there is to tone your jobs. If you're going to begrudge your elbow grease, and ain't willing to get down on your marrow bones and attend strictly to business, you ain't going to succeed. Well, we'll say you scrubbed a spot good and clean. That ain't all. You got to keep going back on yourself, scrubbing back over the places where you left off, else there'll be streaks, and when your floor dries on you the streaks'll show up, for all they're worth, and give you dead away. As I make it out, it's just the same with living. If you begrudge taking pains and keeping your eye out all the time, for fear you'll do a little more'n your share, why, you can take it from me you're going to show streaks. You better never done it at all than done it so's it'll be a dead giveaway on you. You can't scrub clean with dirty water, and you can't live clean less you keep turning out all the messy feelings you got in you and refilling your heart with fresh, same's you would your water pail. But even when you've done your job right, onc't ain't going to be enough. You couldn't keep clean with one scrub down, no matter how thorough. It's got to be done over tomorrow, and the next day, and so on. If a body don't like it, why, that don't change the facts any. But all of us don't have to scrub floors, and I don't see why, if one had what you call a job one didn't like, you couldn't change it. Just say, I won't live like this any longer, I'll have something better. If there aren't ways of breaking loose from things one hates and making happiness for oneself, there ought to be. We should invent them." "Well, perhaps you're right. They certainly do a lot of inventing these days. They invented a way of flying above the earth. but there's no way I know of you can sail over your own particular place in the world. After all's said and done, you got to come back home and just stand flat with your 2 little feet planted square in the middle of that state of life onto which it's pleased the Lord to call you." "Then you don't believe people have the right to make their own happiness?" "Certainly I do. I don't only think they have the right to, I think they gotta. People have the right to make their happiness out of every last thing that comes in their way, every last scrap and drop they find anywheres about. Same's you'd make a perfectly good patch quilt out of the rag bag, and A1 soap out of drippings. Any general houseworker at $5 per can make a roast out of a prime cut of beef. Any fool can be happy if they're handed out happiness in chunks. But it takes a chef cook to gather up all the sort of queer little odds and ends in the pantry and season 'em here and whip 'em up there and put 'em on a dish garnished with parsley or smothered in cream and give 'em a fancy French name on a menu card, so's when they come on the table you smack your lips and say delicious and feel you got your money's worth. But if one has tried and it was no use, things only got more tangled." Martha pondered for a moment. "Sometimes, with a new spool of thread, you get a holt of the wrong end, and then you can pull and tug till you're black in the face, and the more you do, the more your cotton gets tangled on you. But if you'll go easy and wait till you find the right end, it'll run off as smooth as grease. Do you mind taking a sip of this liquor to see if you think it's sweet enough to suit? Taste differs, and some likes more sugar than others." "Well," said Dr. Ballard, as toward the close of the day he was taking leave of Catherine, having fulfilled his professional duty to his patient upstairs. "Well, mademoiselle, was Mrs. Slosson of any use? Was she a help?" Catherine threw him a grateful glance. "A help, rather. More of a help than you'll ever know. The preserves are made? You should view the shelves. They're wonder. I believe we've a stock that'll last us for the rest of our natural lives." "And you say the preserver has gone home?" "I expected to take her with me." "That's what she expected, but about an hour ago Mrs. Frank Ronald drove up. She came to call, though of course it was my place to go see her first, as she's a bride and a stranger. She brought grandmother an armful of roses, the loveliest things, long-stemmed ones, almost as tall as she is herself. Have you ever seen her, Mrs. Ronald? She's the daintiest creature. She makes me feel a giantess, and so unaffected and cordial, so different from Mrs. Sherman, who was Catherine Ronald. Somehow I feel as if her being here were going to make things pleasanter. I'm happier, more contented and hopeful than I've been for ever so long." "And Mrs. Ronald sent her car for Mrs. Slosson?" Catherine Crewe laughed. "Not on your life, as Mrs. Slosson says. Mrs. Ronald just took her along in the car with her, preserving kettle and all. You should have seen the footman's expression. I had told Mrs. Ronald about the preserving, and as soon as she heard, she proposed taking Martha, as she calls her, back with her when she went. She's evidently a democratic little person. I wonder how such goings-on will please Mrs. Ronald Senior and Catherine Sherman. They're so frightfully what, when we were children, we used to call stuck up. I know grandmother would be horrified. She also is stuck up, as perhaps you may have gathered." "Yes, she has made no attempt to hide it. But I'd really like to know why I come in for such a large share of her disapproval. To forbid you to have anything to say to me now is really, if she weren't such a poor, helpless little old body, I'd have it out with her. Have you any idea what the trouble is?" Catherine flushed. "It's all too absurd. A man by the name of Ballard was bailiff to her father when she was a girl." "I know that. My grandfather. What then? A bailiff is a perfectly good job. Look at Slosson. He's all right, isn't he? But anyway, things haven't stood still since those days. I'm not a bailiff. I'm a physician. What's the matter with that?" "Nothing. Only—" "Only what?" "She says—" Catherine hesitated. "Out with it," urged Dr. Ballard. "She says you've no practice, no income." He laughed aloud. "How the deuce does she know?" "You're so young." "Oh, I am I? Well, I'll tell you a secret. I'm not quite so young as apparently I look. I don't wear my hair a little thin on top because I like that style particularly. But even if she's right and I have no practice, no income, how could that? Catherine turned her face away, unable to meet his searching eyes. He spoke again at once. The fact is, you're not giving it to me straight. You're trying to soften the dull thud or something. Now be honest. Speak the truth like a little man. What's the reason I'm persona non grata with Madame Crewe? Speak out. It'll be over in a minute, and then you'll feel much better, and so shall I. It's too humiliating to have to repeat it, Catherine fairly wailed. She's old. She doesn't realize how things sound. She said, I'm quoting word for word, repeating every foolish syllable, but you will have it. She said, quote, I know the Ballard tribe. I knew it when I was young. It injured me and mine, and it will you if you don't leave it alone. Leave this fellow alone, and see he leaves you. Understand? End quote. So, well, that sounds kinda Moorish, as Mrs. Slauson says. I wish you'd go on. She didn't tell you what the Ballard tribe was guilty of? No? Then I'll have to look into it and find out for myself. I never was much on genealogy, but if we've a real sure-enough villain in the family, a villain whose yellow streak is like to crop out into the third and fourth generations, why, I'm on to his trail. I'm going to hunt him down. It'll be something to amuse me while, as you say, I'm waiting for patience. End of Chapter 5, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 6 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. You take up every little point in the edge and pin it down to the frame like this. See? Don't you stretch the lace so tight. It'll tear on you. Gentle now, watch me, and then you follow suit. Martha had pressed Cora into service to do apprentice duty, and was instructing her in the gentle art of curtain cleansing. From a far corner of the garret room, where for convenience and safety the frames had been set, Flicker the dog sat watching with intent expression. Occasionally, when one or the other of his friends seemed on the point of noticing him, he wagged an impartial, responsive tail. I want to do this job so good it couldn't be done better, Mrs. Slauson observed, her skilful fingers plying away busily as she spoke. Cora sniffed. Seems to me you always want to do every job so good it couldn't be done better, she grumbled. I never saw anybody so particular as you. Ann Upton's mother ain't. Ann Upton's mother says it's wasting time. That's the reason she can make Ann such stylish clothes, 'cause she don't waste time. She says she does things good enough, and if folks don't like it, they can lump it. Well, Mrs. Upton certainly's got a right to her own opinion. Far be it from me to deprive her of it, but her opinion and mine don't gee, that's all. One thing I know, if you only try to do good enough, you're going to get left in the end, and don't you forget it. You can take it from me, you won't find any admiring crowds lingering round your doorstep, young lady. Did you never hear the saying, leave good enough alone? Well, that's how they leave it, 'cause everybody's hurrying to get the fella can be depended on to do the best work for the money. If you're satisfied to do things good enough, you're going to be left alone, and if you like that kind of solitary grandeur, you're welcome to it. That's all I got to say on this subject. For a time there was silence, while Martha worked industriously and Cora fumbled along with just enough appearance of energy to escape being hauled over the coals for laziness. Presently, however, Mrs. Slauson paused. Do you know, she announced cheerfully, I believe you'd feel a whole lot more like attending strictly to business if I kind of relieved you of what you got under your apron. Cora looked scared. What? She stammered. Her mother's expression continued bland. Yes, it won't trouble me a mite, and it's just a burdening you. Nobody can give her mind to a job when she's hankering after something else. Is it a book now, or what is it? Cora began to cry. I think you're real mean. I ain't doing any harm. I'm working all right.
You can't have a single thing but you want to see it." "Sure you can't," admitted Martha imperturbably. "You mayn't believe it, but a mother's got a real sort of friendly interest in her children. If a mother keeps in touch, as Mrs. Sherman says, with her children's minds, it saves her a lot of keeping in touch with their bodies by the aid of a switch or the flat of her hand, as the case may be. Now, your mind's on what you got under your apron, so let me get right in touch with it like a little lady." With a dismal wail that caused Flicker's ears to prick up apprehensively, Cora thrust her hand under her apron and brought forth an illustrated periodical. "Hand it over," commanded her mother serenely. Cora handed it over. Martha examined the title page. "The Ingle Nook. Now what under the sun is a Ingle Nook, I should like to know? The Ingle Nook, containing Dora Dean Beebe's greatest story, Sweet Sybil of the Sweatshop, or the Millionaire's Mate. Dear me, where'd you get a hold of this treasure? Sunday school library?" "No," blubbered Cora, realizing the fact that her mother's question was meant to be answered. "Where?" "Ann Upton. Ann found it up to her house. It belongs to her mother." "Ho!" exclaimed Mrs. Lawson. "No wonder Mrs. Upton makes Ann stylish clothes. If this is the sort of literature she improves her mind on, I can see why she feels about a good many things the way she does. The name of it alone is enough to make you neglect your work. I don't wonder you're longing to shake Miss Clare's curtains, for to be finding out about Sweet Sybil and how she got a hold to one of them grand millionaire gentlemen that's always hanging round sweatshops hunting for mates. It's bound to be a moving story. It couldn't help it. Let me see, what's this? The ruffian-eyed Sweet Sybil Martha hesitated before the elaborate and familiar word confronting her. "Menacingly. Have a care," he hissed through his clinched teeth. "Don't you worry, I got one and then some, I'd have said, if I'd have been Sweet Sybil." Sybil turned, tears gushing to her violet eyes and coursing down her blush rose cheeks. "I will not do it," she cried, her lovely musical voice trembling with emotion. "I will not do it. Even a worm will turn." "Well, what's the matter with that, so long as the worm's got plenty of room to turn in, and turning don't make it dizzy? Do you know what I think? I think this little story is most too exciting for young girls like us, Cora. I think your father wants to read it instead of the New England Farmer, and if he finds it won't keep us awake at nights, or won't harm our morals none, maybe he'll give it back to us." Cora wept. "In the meantime, now this curtain's stretched good and firm, let's kind of go over it careful to see does it need a stitch anywheres, just to take our minds off'n Sweet Sybil and that millionaire mate of hers with the gentlemanly taste for sweatshops. Say, Cora, come to think, perhaps he ran a sweatshop. Perhaps that's how he came to be a millionaire. You never can tell. My, but ain't this a lovely job? I never stretched a curtain smoother or straighter in my life. It's as even as—" In her enthusiasm, Martha's arm swung out in a vigorous gesture which, somehow or other, Flicker's alert intelligence interpreted as a command. With a bound he leaped from his sequestered corner, landed with geometrical precision in the center of the curtain, and went through, as if it had been a paper-covered hoop. For a second Cora was so dumbfounded that her sobs caught in her throat. Martha gazed at the destruction of her lovely job in silence. Then Cora, scared by the suddenness of the performance, seeing in the accident only another avenue of bondage for herself, began to cry afresh, aloud. Her mother lifted an undaunted chin. "Well, what do you think of that?" she ejaculated. "Don't cry, Cora, you ain't hurt. You're just flabbergasted. Flicker didn't mean no harm, did you, Flicker? He was just dreaming he was one of them equestrian bareback ladies that rides horses four abreast in the circus and jumps through hoops. Flicker's probably got ambitious, same's the rest of us. And it's all right to have ambitions, only you want to be sure you're suited to the part if you got it. Sometimes the ideas we got on that subject and the ideas God's got don't gee. That's why, when we get to hankering after what we wasn't intended for, we so frequent land in the middle and fall through.
Reading such little stories as sweet Sybil gives a body wrong notions of that very kind. Now it wouldn't be healthy for me, or for you either, to dream we was sweet Sybils. We ain't that typical type at all, so even if we got a gait on and caught up with the millionaire before he got away from the sweatshop, which it'd be a stunt to do outside of the ingle nook, he wouldn't recognise us for his mate on account of our eyes not being violet, or our cheeks blush rose, or our voices musical with emotion. Look a-here, Cora, do you know what we're in? We're in luck. The lace part ain't harmed a mite. It's just the bobbinet Flicker went through. A crow bobbinet can't be hard to match. I'll get a length of it when I go to the city and sew the lace on again as easy as can be. We're in luck. But even as she spoke, Martha was calculating how much the length would cost, and to just what extent her precious $15 would be depleted thereby. "You going to tell Miss Clare?" asked Cora inquisitively. "No, ma'am. What'd be the use? What she don't know won't fret her, and it wasn't nobody's fault. When I've made it right, it'll be right. The less said, the sooner it'll be mended. Is that Sammy calling?" "Mother! Mother!" The boy's strident voice was heard shouting through the house. Martha composedly made her way to the stairhead. "Say, Sammy," she addressed him, "I ain't dead, but if I was, you'd a waked me, sure. Now what is it?" "Mother, what d'ye think? You got a cow. Old Lady Crewe, she made you a present of a cow. A man named Peter, he's brought the cow, with the compliments of Madame Crewe, and she's light yellow, and she switches her tail like anything." Martha sat down upon the top step of the flight. "Well, what do you think of that?" she murmured. "This is my busy day, and no mistake. But who'd have thought I'd have had two such blows coming on top of another before noon? Perhaps it ain't true." But when she got downstairs she found it was true. She regarded the cow dubiously. "If it was a question of giving her a good scrub down," she observed, "I wouldn't hesitate a minute, or even laying a hand to her horns to polish 'em up a bit, which they certainly do look sort of like they needed it. But milk her! I'm afraid her and me won't understand each other on the milk question. There might be difficulties, meaning no offence on either side." "She's a good cow," declared the Swedish Peter. "She is what they call Alderney, and her milk is boss milk, thick mit cream. You will relish her milk." Martha's face was grave. "I don't doubt your word, young fella," she assured him meditatively. "What I'm wondering is, when her and me has wrestled through our first round, will my injuries be such as I'll never relish anything any more?" Sam Senior smiled. "I'm afraid you're taking her hard, Mother. You'll soon get the hang of her." "No sooner than she's like to get the hang of me," returned Martha. "She ain't like hens. You can tell by their sloping back foreheads hens ain't much of any on intellect. But this cow's different. I wouldn't like to bet now I got a mite more sense than her if it come to an argument between us. And she certainly has the best of me so far as fighting qualifications goes. Well, anyhow, you've got to thank Madame Crewe," Sam Slosson mildly dictated. "She's given you a big present, and you must show her you're grateful." "Certainly, I'll go out there this very afternoon and show her," replied his wife obediently. So it was that the tiny old lady, sitting up that afternoon for the first time since her seizure, saw through the open window, beside which her chair had been placed, Mrs. Slosson advancing along the driveway. A quick gleam of satisfaction lit up the unanimated little mask for an instant, while the madam gave a low grunt of approbation. "Decent creature! Comes to thank at once. That's mannerly beyond her station," she observed to Catherine. "Have her up." Not for the world would Madame Crewe have admitted to herself, much less to her granddaughter, that she had grown to like this creature made of such different clay from herself. She was willing, not glad to see her, but her willingness caused a gentle glow to permeate her cold little frame. "So you like the cow? That's good. I hope you'll treat her well." Mrs. Slosson smiled. "Certainly I'll treat her well, providing she gives me a show," she promised cordially. "I'll treat her well, and I hope she'll treat me the same." "You're not afraid of her?" No, certainly not, but by the same token she ain't afraid of me. Till the one gets the upper hand of the other, neither of us won't know where we're at. And meanwhile we're both lying low. I guess animals is some like children. They like to try it on onc't in a while, and if be this or be that, you don't master 'em at the first go off, they'll be no earthly good to you. Even when you got 'em trained, they're like as not to get skittish. Take my girl Cora, or our small dog, for instance. Now Flicker's as steady a little fella as ever drew breath, but this morning if he didn't suddenly get gay and leap right through one of the curtains I was mending for Miss Clare—I should say Mrs. Ronald. Now it's up to me to buy a new half a bob in it, and all for the sake of Flicker dreaming he'd like to go on a tear." Madame Crewe drew down her lips primly. "I have no doubt repairing the damage will cause you considerable trouble," she said. "I don't mind the trouble. It's the bobbinet I mind. I wonder now how much you'd have to give a yard for fine acro bobbinet." "Catherine!" exclaimed Madame Crewe, summoning the girl to her so abruptly that Martha was alarmed. Miss Crewe was at her grandmother's side in an instant, bending her head to catch the whispered words the old woman strained forward to breathe in her ear. "I guess I must be moving," said Martha, after Catherine had left the room. "The children need me, and I've already tired you out with my long tongue." "No, stay, sit down." Mrs. Slosson sat, though after her little fusillade of commands Madame Crewe did not deign to address another syllable to her, and made plain that she could dispense with conversation on Martha's part. The silence had become oppressive when at last Miss Crewe reappeared. With her was Eunice Youngs, and between them they laboriously lugged a sizable chest. Madame Crewe waited until the box had been set down before her, then imperiously waved Eunice away as if she'd been a bothersome fly. As soon as she'd disappeared, fresh commands rapped out thick and fast. "My keys, in the basket hanging behind the hamper in my closet, on the first hook. Yes, that bunch. Now, that key. No, not that one, that one." Before Catherine could fit the key in the lock, Madame Crewe stopped her with a gesture. "Wait, I've something to say. When I was young, a girl got proper plenishing," she observed dryly. "In those days a bride's outfit didn't consist of bows of ribbon on rags of lace, layers and layers of nothing as if she were a ballet dancer or worse. My outfit, 'twas a good English outfit, no flimsy French trousseau. My outfit will outlast me, and you, young lady, will reap the benefit of it if you marry to please me. But not a yard or an inch, mind you. Slosson is here to bear witness to what I say. Not a yard, not an inch, nor a penny of my money if you marry otherwise. And that reminds me." The old woman's eyes grew shrewd. "Some wills are contested. Attempts are made to break them on the ground of the testator being old, sick, of unsound mind. If any such thing were to happen in my case, I'd like you to be able to speak up for me, Slosson. Do you see that chest? It has not been opened for 68 years. Yet I can tell you to the last yard what's in it. I was 17 when I locked it fast, and the key's never been turned in it since. Now listen, so you can prove if my mind's intact, my memory good." She reeled off a long table of contents with hardly a pause. "Now open," she dictated. The raised lid revealed a mine of treasure, corresponding in character, if not precisely in order, to the given list. India mull, fine as a web, creamy as ivory, matchless napery in rare old weaves, bed linen in uncut lengths. "Enough to make you shiver, to think of lying between 'em," Martha ruminated. Catherine's hands were almost reverent, as obeying her grandmother's silent bidding she lifted bolt after bolt and laid it aside. "There, that's what I'm after," exclaimed the old woman at last. "Now unwrap that blue paper. Careful, don't tear it. Is this the sort of bobbinet you mean, Slosson?" Martha leaned forward. Her eyes glowed. "I guess Miss Clare's ain't the quality this is, but—" "Probably not. This quality isn't made nowadays." Madame Crewe spoke proudly. "But if you think you can use it, it's what you call a crow with age instead of dye. You may have enough for one window, and save your money. Catherine, get my yardstick and the shears, and measure it off where I can see. Give good measure, as I tell you, but no waste. If one window is complete, the difference from the others won't be noticed." For once Martha was fairly silenced. The madam appeared too occupied to notice. "Girls are fools," she ruminated. "When I shut that chest I was a girl. I vowed to myself I'd never open it again. I thought it was the coffin in which my happiness was buried. Well, I haven't opened it. My granddaughter has opened it. Rather a joke when one thinks of it. Dear, dear, how it all comes back. The anger, the disappointment, the—" Her voice grew vague. She pulled herself up sharply. "Before you replace that mull, child, if you'd like enough for a frock you can have it. In for a penny, in for a pound. 'Twas a fool girl vow, anyway, made in passion a lifetime ago. They're decking themselves out in lank draperies now, so you'll be in the style, Catherine. This mull is better and costlier than most of the shoddy silks the shoddy people are wearing these days. It'll prove you are no nouveau riche. You know what nouveau riche means, do you, Slosson?" Martha paused. "No, but I've always thought I wouldn't mind being the nouveau, whatever it is, if I just had a try at the riche." Madame Crewe drew down her lips in what Mrs. Slosson had grown to call her foxy grandma expression. She turned again to Catherine. "I'll give you a fichu to wear with the mull, a French thing, hand-worked, trimmed with Mechlin, rather good Mechlin, as it happens. I never wore it. 'Twas too large, swallowed me up, but the long ends won't trail on you. There, there, don't thank me. I hate sentimentality, and I've almost been sentimental myself after 68 years. I know you're pleased. I understand my sex. We're sirens, all of us, at heart, when we have any heart. I've not the slightest doubt now, but if Slosson put on a pair of silk stockings and a lace petticoat she'd feel as coquettish as any of us. No matter how plain we are, we all have the instincts of beautiful women. We're made that way. Now close down the lid. See you turn the key all the way round. I recollect the lock is tricky. Slosson, help Miss Catherine carry the chest back where it came from. Put it away where you found it, and be sure to fasten the trunk-room door and bolt it securely. And, Slosson, you needn't come back here when you've done. Just take your acrobobbinette and march home to your husband and children where you belong. I'm tired." Something Slosson could not have analysed kept her silent after she and Miss Crewe left the room. Catherine was singularly mute. Martha had waved the girl aside, and grappling with the chest single-handed triumphantly had carried it off, the little madam watching the performance covertly, with eyes glistening appreciation. Her feat successfully accomplished, Martha went her way, clasping her precious bundle. She was home before she was aware. Sam met her at the door, his face revealing to her, who knew it, a secret delight. "I'm going to go to the city next week, Mother, so pack your bag and get ready for your wedding tour," he greeted her with sober fun. "Have you told Ma and the children?" "No, I thought you'd better." "Good. No hurry. Time enough later. I hope Ma won't kick. It'll mean some work for her while I'm gone, if she does it, but nothing she can't reel off easy enough if her spirit is willing. I got a present, Sam, from the old lady." "Yes, I know. The cow." "No, I mean something else. The old lady gave me a surprise. She gave me a front seat to see her do a new turn, and she passed out souvenirs to the audience besides. I got mine here." "What is it?" "What'll take me with you down home. I mean New York." "Money?" "As good as. It'll be money when I'm done with it. Only from now on, for some days to come, I'm going to be little Martha the lace mender, or the postponed bride, and a buzzsaw will be safe for anybody to monkey with by comparison." It was a proud day for Martha when, her stint completed, she was able to carry the curtains exquisitely cleansed and mended to Miss Clare. Now I've the money actually in my pocket, I'll tell Ma and the children, she said to Sam, who was washing his hands at the sink, preparatory to sitting down to his midday meal. I wonder if Ma'll kick, he pondered solemnly. Nothing like trying and finding out, Martha returned, dishing up with energy as one after the other of her hungry brood appeared, responding to her resounding call of dinner. Say, Cora, don't you attempt to come to the table with that shaggy-looking head on you. Go smooth your hair back proper like you always wear it. I don't mind most things, but to set down to eat alongside something looks like a sky terror dog, I will not. Sammy, take your hands out of your pockets like a little gentleman and help Sabina tie her napkin on and get into her high chair. Sabina, you leave your brother tie your napkin on when he offers to do it. I'm busy. Say, Francie, when I told you to trim the lamp this morning, I didn't mean cut the wick in scallops. Lucky I happened to see it, or we'd have been smoked out of house and home. Now, Ma, if you're ready, we'll sit. Ma being ready, they sat, and the meal progressed, notwithstanding the fact that Cora, reappearing, shorn of her modish coiffure, was in no mood for merry-making. I hate my hair this way, she announced for the benefit of whom it might concern. Ringlets is one thing, stringlets is another, said Martha unreproachfully. At least now you don't look like somebody'd been wooling the head of you. Have some stew? No, I hate the very name of stew. Call it ragout, then, same's Miss Clare's grand chef cook does. Have some anyhow for luck. Here, cheer up, Cora. When I was a kid I was one of 9 children, and you can take it from me we wasn't thinking half so much in them days what we'd eat as where we'd get it. When I was 12, 2 years younger than you, I went to live out scullery maid with Mrs. Underwood, God bless her, where my mother'd been cook before me. From that day I never went hungry no more, nor the ones at home either, but I don't like to see my children turn up their noses at good food. It ain't becoming. Now eat your ragout like a lady, and we'll call it square. Say, Ma, do you know what Sam and me's going to do? Ma shook her head after the fashion of a mild bovine chewing the meditative cud. We're going to play hooky. We're going to fly the coop for a couple of days and go back home to New York. Sam's gotta on business, and I'm gonna on pleasure. The moment following Martha's announcement was one of intense silence. The children and Ma were too amazed to speak. The idea of Mother deserting, even for a few days, was hardly conceivable. Then, as the monstrousness of it began to percolate, there rose a chorus of protest. Oh, Mother, what'll we do? I want to go too. No, take me, Mother. Cora's voice at last dominated the rest. Hush! Mother, can't you make them hush? I want to say something. Martha checked the tumult with a warning hand. Cora has the floor, children. Let her have her say, and then you can have yours. Silence in the courthouse, the cat's a-going to preach, Sammy disrespectfully whispered in Francie's ear. I think it's nice Mother and Father are going down to New York, Cora announced. It seemed kind of funny first off, but I think it's nice, and they'll have a good time. I'm glad they're going. Sam Sr. and Martha exchanged a look. Good for you, Cora. You're a good girl, said Sam. With the eldest sister approving and praised for doing so, the ground was cut from under the younger children's feet. They had nothing to say. Well, Ma, suggested Martha. I'm glad you're going too, observed the old woman, for I've been thinking a long time I do be needing a change myself, and I wouldn't dare for to be venturing on the railroad alone, so when the 2 of yous goes down, well, I'll just fare along with you. But, Ma, objected Sam gently, we can't make out to take you. We've barely enough to take ourselves. Mr. Ronald pays my expenses, but Martha's going to buy her own ticket with the money Miss Clare paid her for the curtains. You got something laid by, suggested Ma shrewdly. But we can't touch it. It's the first we've ever been able to save, and I wouldn't lay finger on it for anything. Martha answered with unusual feeling. Ma was not disturbed. "Well, between yous be it," she declared. "I dunno how you'll settle it, but this I know, I've bided here the longest I'm able. I can tole it no longer. I'm going to the city. The heart in me is wasting away to see me dear sons and daughters down there. So let there be no colloquing. I'm going to the city." End of chapter 6, read by Sandra. Chapter 7 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. It was late that night, and Martha and her husband were still engaged in whispered conference. "Ma's mind's like a train," Mrs. Slosson observed at length. "When it's once made up, you can take it or leave it, but it's going its way, whether or no. There's no use striving with her, Sam. We're bound to give in the end, and we may as well do it first off and save our faces. What's the good kicking against the bricks?" "But for her to use your hard-earned money just to gratify a whim," Sam fairly groaned. "Well, wasn't that what I was going to use it for? And after all, she's old. Let her have her bit of fun. God knows I don't begrudge it to her. She don't get much joy out of her life. She has as much as you have." A wonderful look irradiated Martha's face. "I have you, Sam," she said in a voice that matched the look. An instant, and both were gone. Martha was her old self again. "And I have the children, and the hens, and that cow. Ma acts like a child sometimes, and a bad child at that." "Certainly she does. I sometimes think it's a kind of pity a body can't lick her good, and put her to bed to wait the results of her injuries, as the paper says. But what's the use of growing old if your white hairs don't bring you the respect your black ones didn't? No, we got to bear with Ma, Sam, and it's better grin than groan while we're doing it." So when the appointed day arrived, it was Ma, not Martha, who accompanied Sam to New York on his wedding tour. "My, I bet it's hot on the train," exclaimed Cora, appearing after a prolonged absence, seating herself on the doorstep, from which the late afternoon sun had just departed, fanning her flushed face with her hat. For the first time during the busy day, Martha paused long enough to listen. "I guess it's 100 in the shade," she observed. "But then, of course, you don't have to stay in the shade unless you want to." Literal Cora, taking her seriously, came in out of the shade. "Mother, do you know something?" Martha considered. "Well, when I was your age I thought I did, but now the only thing I know is I don't." Cora pursed her lips. "Do you know, I think Dr. Ballard likes Miss Crewe a lot." "What makes you think so?" "Well, the other day I saw 'em walking together down Cherry Lane, and today I saw 'em again, and I think it looks awful loverish to be walking in Cherry Lane where the trees branch over so, and it's all quiet and green and lonesome, and nobody hardly ever comes excepting snoopy little girls who've no business there," supplied her mother genially. Cora sniffed. "Well, I guess you'll be glad I was there when you see what I got. And I guess they'll be glad too. One of 'em dropped it and never noticed, and went off and left it lying in the middle of the lane. After they'd gone I saw something kind of like a yellow spot sitting up in the grass, and I went and picked it up, and it was a bunch of letters tied with a pink ribbon. The ribbon's so old it almost frays away before you touch it." Martha extended a quiet but coercive palm. "Hand it over." Cora obeyed, craning her neck to see the last of the fascinating sheaf. "Ain't it funny writing?" she inquired. "Mifter Daniel Ballard. What does Mifter mean, Mother? She don't call him Mifter inside. She calls him Beloved Daniel. How do you know?" Cora hung her head. "I peeked," she confessed. "How many of the letters did you peek at?" "All of 'em. And oh, Mother, it wasn't any harm, because they're fearful old. 1844 they have written on 'em. And the one who wrote 'em, her name was Idea Stryker.
She must be dead and buried long ago, mustn't she, Mother? I guess perhaps she died because her beau, he didn't answer her letters or come to meet her down Cherry Lane like she begged him to. She felt simply terrible about it. She liked him a whole lot, but he got mad at her or something and wouldn't answer her letters or meet her or anything. When I get to be a grown-up young lady, I'd like to write such elegant love letters to somebody. He'd probably go back on you if you did. You see what happened to this poor lady, and history repeats itself, like Mrs. Peckett. But what I want to tell you, Cora, is this. You done a wrong thing. You had no business snooping into what wasn't your concern. Never you do so no more. Cora's voice sank. I didn't know 'twas wrong, Mother. Did you know 'twas right? Martha demanded. A good way to do when you don't know a thing's wrong is stop a minute and make sure it's right. See you follow that rule after this. Meanwhile, don't you let a hint out of you to Ann Upton or anybody else about these letters, do you hear? Why? Asked Cora inquisitively. Martha cast about for a reason potent enough to silence the childish, chattering tongue. You don't want to be disgraced, do you? Having folks know you pried into things wasn't meant for you. Such scandals is sure to leak out if you whisper 'em broadcast. If Mrs. Peckett once got a wind of it, you'd never hear the last. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Slosson's mind was concerned much less with Cora's reputation just at that moment than with the letters she had obliged that reluctant young lady to hand over. Now they were in her possession. What should she do with them? To whom, by rights, did they belong? The letters signed Idea Striker, which I remember Mr. Ronald said was that old Lady Crewe's queer name before she was married, but she wrote 'em to somebody by the name of Ballard, which I bet he was the doctor's grandpa or something. Now, who the lawful owner of them letters is, it certainly takes my time to decide. Perhaps I better wander over to Miss Catherine after supper and give 'em to her, and then I may be wrong. The children, properly fed, cautioned not to light the lamp, but set outdoors like little ladies and gentlemen, and get the air and cool off, and listen to the katydids doing till I come back. Martha proceeded to wander over to Crewsmere. Catherine had not yet gone upstairs when she spied the familiar form approaching through the waning light. "Oh, Mrs. Slosson," she said, going down the garden path to meet her. "I'm so glad you've come. I've been thinking about you ever since you were here last, because I'm in trouble, and I feel somehow you can help me out. You've helped me out before, you know." Her wistful attempt at a smile went to Martha's heart. "Well, my dear, helping out is my specialty. Regular service I have not done since I was married, but helped out by the day as there was need. So here I am, and if I can be of use, I never counted my day by the clock, and if the children fall asleep on the grass itself, it won't hurt 'em none. It's too hot to rest indoors anyhow." "We'll go to the back porch, where our voices won't disturb grandmother," explained Miss Crewe, leading the way. "Perhaps I'd better tell you right off what brought me," Martha began, taking the lower porch step to sit upon in preference to the more comfortable chair on the level with her own, which Catherine indicated. "No, please don't," Miss Crewe protested. "Let me speak first. I'm so afraid something may happen to interrupt, and I know mine is more important. I must tell someone." The girl did not pause, except to take breath between her difficult sentences. "You remember the day grandmother had me bring her linen chest? It all dates from that day. I mean, my trouble. I thought I knew before what trouble was, but real trouble is only what one has to account for to one's own conscience." Martha pretended not to notice the sobbing breath on which the last syllables caught and were choked out. "Grandmother never took her eyes off the chest while I unpacked it," Catherine laboured on gallantly. "Never except once. She said she knew everything that was in it, but she didn't. There was something she didn't mention. I came on it, lying almost at the bottom of the chest, an odd old-fashioned pocket hung on a strap as if it had been suspended from a belt or a sash, and the strap was snapped, torn. A tiny bit of a shred was caught in the lock of the chest. I saw it as soon as I opened the lid. As my fingers touched the pocket, something inside it crackled. My heart fairly leapt, for I thought 'twas money. And oh, Mrs. Slosson, I need money. You mayn't believe it, but I do. I never have a cent I can call my own, and I'm not allowed to try to earn anything. You know, my father had plenty, and I ought to have plenty if I had my rights. I've sat here evening after evening thinking what I could do in case of need, in case a time came when I couldn't endure it any longer. And when I felt what was inside that pocket, when I felt it crackle, I thought it was money, and it was like a gleam of hope. I watched for my chance. It came at last, the one time when grandmother glanced away. I grabbed the pocket and hid it in my dress. I didn't stop to think what I was doing, but if I had, I don't believe it would have made any difference. I didn't care if I was stealing. I just wanted that money. It's shameful to sit here and face you and tell you about it, but I guess I'm past shame. And then she gave me the mull, and was kind. I'd have put the money back then, but it was too late. She never took her eyes off me again, nor the chest. And then later, after you'd gone, I stole away to my room, and what was in the pocket wasn't money at all, but letters, old, useless, miserable letters. "Did you read 'em?" asked Martha, to cover the painful effort the girl was making at self-control. "No, I didn't read them. After I'd taken the pocket, believing it held money, and found only letters, I was too honourable to read the letters." She spoke with bitterest self-contempt. "I carried them in my dress because I didn't dare leave them anywhere else. And today I lost them. I know they were letters written by my grandmother when she was a girl. Her handwriting hasn't changed much, and I know if she dreamed they were lying about loose, lost perhaps, had been found by some busybody who would publish them all over town, she'd—" "That's just what I came to tell you," Mrs. Slosson announced with a breath of relief. "Thanks be, 'twas my girl Cora found the letters, and she brought 'em home to me. Not a soul besides us two has laid eyes on 'em. Cora don't know any more than the angels above that the one wrote 'em ain't dead and gone, with a autopsy held over her remains this many a year. So, for all I see, your troubles are over, you poor child, and you can lay your head on your pillow and sleep sound this night, if the heat, which it certainly is prostrating, don't prevent. Here's the letters." Catherine smiled faintly as she took the little packet. "If I may make so bold, did you mean to be giving the letters to Dr. Ballard?" Martha inquired after a thoughtful pause. "I own up to you, I ain't been so fussy as not to read the name on the envelopes." Miss Crewe winced. "Of course, that was right." "No, I hadn't planned to give him the letters. At first I thought I would, but then I was afraid I might be obliged to tell him how I came to have them, and I'm a coward. I couldn't bear to risk it. Do you think it's my duty to tell Dr. Ballard, Mrs. Slosson? Tell me what you think I ought to do." "When a body sets out to tell another body what she'd ought to do, he better be careful," replied Martha gravely. "You never know what you're up against. For instance, if you're telling a fella love his neighbour like himself, that's all right, only you wouldn't be counting on his being one of the kind thinks he's a little tin god on wheels. Being as he was that sort, you'd be telling him make a graven image of his neighbour, which he'd be constantly falling down before him and worshipping him like a heathen idol. You can take it from me, telling people what they ought to do is a delicate job, too fine for the likes of Martha Slosson. But I'd just as lief tell you what you hadn't ought to do, one of which is lie awake grieving over spilt milk that's past and gone. You mustn't lug your mistakes along with you every place you go, like they was a basket of dirty clothes. Now, lots besides laundresses has dirty clothes to wash, believe me, but if you pack 'em up respectable in nice clean wrapping paper with a stout string or a decent telescope bag, nobody'll be the wiser, and your neighbours won't object sitting beside you in the cars. It's when you force your dirty clothes under the noses of the other passengers and make 'em uncomfortable they've a kick coming. No, if I was you, begging your pardon for the liberty, I would not tell Dr. Ballard a thing 'twouldn't be a pleasure to him to hear. I worked for a lady, Mrs. Sherman, and she used to wait to do things for what she called, now do you believe me, I can't remember the name of it. It was some kind of moment. She talked about it frequent. They say, Martha racked her brains laboriously. Could it possibly have been the psychological moment? Suggested Miss Crewe. The very one! Mrs. Slosson took her up triumphantly. The psychological moment. Mrs. Sherman was dead stuck on it. She used to talk to her brother, Mr. Frank Ronald, about the psychological moment till you'd think it'd stop the clock. Now, if you know what a psychological moment is and recognise it when it comes along, why, you can take it from me that'll be a good chance for you to give the doctor the letters in, but not before. Catherine laughed. I'm sure you're right, Mrs. Slosson, she said. I'll wait for the psychological moment, and I'll wash my soiled linen alone too. You've given me a lot of good advice. I'm much, much happier than I was before you came. Well, good night then, and God bless you, said Martha, rising. Now I'll go back to my other children. Halfway between Crewsmere and the main road, she came to a standstill. Hello! Exclaimed Dr. Ballard. What are you doing so far from home at the witching hour of 8 o'clock? It looks suspicious. Don't you think you'd better stand and deliver? Martha beamed, as she always did at sight of those she liked. I'll stand, all right, sir, but you can search me for anything to deliver. My husband, he went to New York this morning, and before he went with all my worldly goods he endowed, according to Scripture, as Mrs. Beckett says. Oh, Slosson's gone to New York, has he? Dr. Ballard exclaimed. Well, I'm off for Boston myself tomorrow. I'm on my way now to tell Madame Crewe. Martha nodded. Certainly you are. You'll find Miss Catherine on the back porch if you hurry, but the old lady makes her close the house at 9 sharp, so you've not much time to waste on me. Good luck to you, sir. A safe journey and quick return. The doctor chuckled as she left him. That woman's a case, he said to himself, but under the stimulus of her suggestion he hurried his steps. Going to Boston? Catherine repeated, her brows contracting in a troubled, triangular way which always gave a touching, childlike look to her fine eyes. Isn't that rather sudden? You didn't tell me anything about it this afternoon, down Cherry Lane. No, I'd not made up my mind then. The resolve came later. You'll return? Oh, yes, very soon if I get what I'm going after. Less soon if I don't. Catherine turned her face away. That sounds mysterious, but I remember you like mysteries. Sure I do, as Mrs. Slosson would say. I like mysteries for the fun of clearing them up. It's to clear up a mystery I'm going to Boston. Catherine withheld the question on her lips. You don't ask what mystery. If you wanted me to know, you'd tell me. Well then, I'm going to discover the secret of me life. In other words, I'm going to see if I can get a line on my grandfather, the unfortunate gentleman. No, of course he couldn't have been a gentleman because he was a bailiff, the unfortunate beggar who got himself disliked by his employer and Madame Crewe. Personally, I've no social use for defunct forebears. It's a bit curious because I'm a Bostonian, but professionally I'm all right on them. They have their uses scientifically. If my grandfather had a bug, germ, disease, or vice germ, I needn't necessarily inherit that particular insect. But there's no denying that if it happens along, I'm more open to infection than a fellow whose granddad hadn't specialized as an entomologist. I've a notion I'd like to read my title clear, so I'm going to Boston to dig up dead deeds, in both senses, and see what I have back of me. I'd much rather see what I have ahead, Catherine laughed mirthlessly. Dr. Ballard's chin went up with a jerk. Oh, I'm not afraid of what's before me. I'm willing to stand and face the future. If a fellow's straight goods on his own account, he has nothing to fear. He'll win out somehow. but I wouldn't care to look forward if I'd lied or was a coward or taken what belonged to some other fellow or had any other sort of dirty rag of memory trailing after me. You never can tell when such a thing will trip you up. I say, you're not cold this broiling night, are you?" "No. Why?" "You shivered." "Did I? It makes me nervous to hear you talk about dirty rags of memory. I didn't suppose anyone lived who hadn't regrets. I know I have. No doubt I can imagine what for. I'm talking of real offences, the sort of thing Madame Crewe hints at in connection with my grandfather. By Jove, I wonder what the poor old duffer was guilty of. Perhaps, to put it euphemistically, he appropriated funds, not his own, swiped from your great-grandfather's till. Seriously, that's no joke. I can imagine that even if a chap didn't care much about his family tree, it might be a rather scorching reflection to know you'd descended, fallen from a rotten apple of a thief or something. You'd be forever looking for some taint of it to crop out in you. I confess it wouldn't rejoice even my democratic soul. But that's what I'm going out for to discover. So when next you see me, perhaps you won't." Catherine's hand went toward him in an impulse too strong to resist. "You know better than that," she said in a voice not wholly steady. Dr. Ballard's large, firm grasp closed about her slender, trembling fingers. "I know better than that," he repeated gravely. "But there's something else, not your friendship, I can't be so confident of. When I come back, if everything's all right, as I believe it will be, I hope you'll be kind to me and set my heart at rest about that too." Catherine could not answer. After a moment of silent waiting, the doctor gently released her hand. "I met Mrs. Slawson as I came along," he said in his usual manner. "She's a trump, that woman. The most normal human creature I've ever met." "Her English isn't normal," Catherine said, trying to control the helpless trembling that was shaking her from head to foot. "She's an impressionist. That's what's the matter with Hannah. I should say Martha. She gets and produces her effects in the large. She doesn't trouble with details. After all, I wonder if we'd like her better given the possibility of making a grammarian of her." Catherine smiled. "She told me the other day that she was being made over. She mentioned the people concerned in it and the different things they were making her over into. I don't recollect that grammarian was in the list. If the rest succeeded as well in their efforts as I would in mine, if I attempted to make a Lindley Murray of her, I don't think we need worry. She'll progress along her own lines. But she's not various. You can't make a complex organism out of an elemental creature like Mrs. Slawson, any more than you could make a contemporaneous new woman out of Brunhilde. Fancy Martha mounted on a celestial steed, bearing the souls of dead heroes to Valhalla." Dr. Ballard laughed. "Well, I can tell you this. If she saw 'twas for the good of the souls, not the celestial steed, nor the dead heroes, nor Valhalla itself would faze her. If you ever should need someone to stand by in an emergency, I couldn't think of a better than Martha Slawson. I hope you remember that when I'm gone." A moment, and he was gone, had turned abruptly and left her without even so much as good-bye. Catherine bent her head to look down at the hand he'd held, on which presently 2 tears plashed. "She'll shut me off from that too," she murmured bitterly. "She'll shut me off from that too, if she can." End of chapter 7. Read by Sandra. Near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 8 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8.
"Say, Mother," Francie called in through the kitchen screen door. "Miss Clare, she wants you to come on out. She says she wants to show you a very old—"
"A very old what?" inquired Martha, turning from her stack of washed breakfast dishes to wipe her hands on the roller towel.
"I dunno, only it's up a tree, and she wants to show you it."
Martha went out at once. Mrs. Ronald was standing not far away, gazing intently up into the branches of a splendid spruce. "Shh!" she cautioned, as Mrs. Slawson drew near. "What is it?" asked Martha. "Look."
Martha's eyes, taking the direction indicated by Miss Clare's pointing finger, saw nothing. "Do you see?" "No." "Quick, look! Oh, there he goes. He's flown away." "You mean that bird?" "Yes, a vireo." Mrs. Slosson's interest relaxed. "Oh," she said with obvious disappointment. "What did you think I wanted to show you? Didn't Francie tell you 'twas a vireo?" "Certainly she did, but she didn't say 'twas a very old bird. Naturally, I kind of pictured to myself something like Grandpa Trenholm or old Lady Crewe a-sitting up there, needing immediate assistance. I thought to myself that I'd never have clomb a tree, but if the need was great, there's no knowing what I could do." Mrs. Ronald laughed. "Oh, Martha," she said, "I don't believe you'll ever make an ornithologist." "Without knowing what that may be," Mrs. Slosson returned affably, "I don't believe I ever will, though I'm ready to try. Yesterday, early, I got up and went out before anyone else in the house was awake. I went down to the ravine, and oh, I wish you could have been there with me. It was so beautiful. It's not quite so early now, but still I think maybe we might hear the veery. Do you want to come?" "Certainly," said Martha. For a time they walked on in silence through the fragrant freshness of the new day. The full chorus of ecstatic bird voices had somewhat diminished, but even so the air seemed set to music. Mrs. Ronald gave a great sigh. "Oh, Martha, isn't it lovely? When I think what happiness life holds and how beautiful the world is, I wonder anybody can be discontented or restless or sorrowful." Martha seemed to ponder it. "Well, I guess a good deal depends on the body," she brought out at length. "As I make it out, the world it goes a-grindin' round steady and sure like a great big coffee grinder. We all got to feel the twist first or last before we're turned out fine enough to suit. Some folks feels the twist more than others. I suppose it's nice to live easy, but there's this about not being too soft. You ain't likely to get hurt so much. Do you remember onc't or twice, when I wasn't by, you tried to pull up the dumb waiter down to 116th Street, and the coarse rope it got splinters into your soft little hands? Now mine's so hard I could pull till the cows come home and nary a splinter. Yes, it's good not to be too sensitive. If you are, you're bound to get all that's coming to you and then some." "Do you know anybody in particular who's feeling the twist, especially just now?" asked Mrs. Ronald with interest. Martha nodded. "I was thinking of Miss Catherine," she replied. "She's right up here in the middle of all this, same as you, and yet you're happy and she ain't." "Could I help?" "I don't know yet. I'm keeping my eye out. If I find you can, I'll let you know." "Good," Claire approved. She walked on a step, then suddenly stood at attention. "Hark!" she whispered. "The veery, the Wilson thrush." Mrs. Slosson, halting too, strained her ear to listen. At first her face expressed only the gentle interest of one willing to be pleased, but presently her eyes became luminous, her great chest rose and fell to deep, full breaths of keenest appreciation. When the wonderful performance was at an end and the veery had taken wing, Claire turned to her, silent but questioning. Martha considered a moment. "When a cow lifts up his head and gets ready to bella, what with its size and strength, you're prepared for the worst, and you get it. But when a tiny little fella as innocent looking as that very bird you say is the Wilson's thrush, when he gets up and lets a flute solo out of him, as elegant as the man in the band down to the movies, well, it certainly is surprising. It somehow hits you right in the pit of the stomach. My, but I bet the Wilsons is sorry he flew away on 'em." Mrs. Ronald turned quickly to examine a bit of lichen decorating a tree trunk near at hand. When she faced Martha again, her cheeks were quite crimson. "Say, you hadn't ought to bend down like that a hot day like this," cautioned Mrs. Slosson. "You got a rush of brains to the head, I should say blood. You want to go easy such hot weather. I guess the walking took it out of you." "Oh no," Claire assured her heartily. "I'm not a bit tired, and I tell you what I want to do some day soon. I want to go across the lake to the South Cove.
They say there's a blue heron there. I'm crazy to see him." Martha nodded. "Well, if Lord Ronald is willing, he says he'll take me over in the launch, and you can go too, and the children. We'll have a beautiful picnic some day very soon, and if you thought she would go, I might ask Miss Crewe, and she couldn't leave her grandma for so long. Perhaps if you'd put it off till the fall." Miss Clare shook her head. "No, I'm going now," she said determinedly. "Well, I'll go any day you say then, so Lord Ronald's willing. I can help him with the launch. I know all about the moth's machinery, if I don't about the cows. And when it comes to that, I could milk all right, if I only knew what to turn on to make the milk come. It's on account of the cows not having her gear arranged so's a body can push a button or pull a crank like a Christian. I have so much difficulty. You can take it from me, autos and launches is simple by comparison. But what's really on my mind to say is, any morning you wish to see your red heron, just say the word, and I'll take you, though I tell you frank and honest, if I was you, begging your pardon for the liberty, I'd stay on dry land myself these days, and not be bothering my head over delicatessens, which you can get 'em up canned by Park and Tilford any day with your next order." "Mother, mother!" Francie's shrill, childish voice announced her but a second before she herself appeared around the tangle of bushes hedging the mouth of the ravine. "Mother, mother!" she repeated, even after she saw the familiar form she sought. "Well?" Martha spoke calmly, undisturbed either by the child's heated face or manner. "Mother, say, Mr. Ronald, he was over to our house, hunting for Miss Clare. I guess he's fearful worried." "Did he say he was worried?" "No, he didn't, but he asked if I seen her, and he said it was past breakfast time." "Now, what do you think of that?" exclaimed Martha. "Francie's a little woman, ain't you, Francie? She knows when a gentleman thinks it's past meal time, it's up to ladies to get a move on." Clare laughed. "I'll go at once," she returned obediently. As Martha and Francie made their slow way back to the lodge, Francie caught hold of her mother's hand in a sudden access of childish affection. "Say, mother, I'm glad I'm your little girl instead of anybody else's," she brought out impulsively. Thank you, sir," she said. "Your kindness I shall never forget." "I return the compliment," Martha announced with much manner. "Mother, why does God want his name to be Hallow?" "I didn't know he did." "Yes, he does. At the beginning of the Lord's Prayer it says, 'Hallowed be thy name.' Don't you remember?" "Certainly I do, now you mention it. But if you ask me why, Robin, I've got to give in. I can't tell you." "I thought mothers knew everything," Francie said pensively. Martha's response was prompt. "Well, be this and be that, they do. Taking mothers all together, they certainly do. But each one has her own speciality, and if you ask me questions about God, I tell you truly I ain't got the answer, like I would if I'd been to college and belonged to the Lemon same's Miss Clare. On the other hand, I may know things she don't. About other matters nearer home, you never can tell. Cora says you don't know what's stylish. She says our clothes are awful plain." "Now, what do you think of that? So Cora says I don't know what's stylish. Well, if I don't know what's stylish, I don't know who does, seeing I was in and out of the toniest houses in New York City, and was personally acquainted with their dresses and their hats. That same Cora is called after one of the stylish ladies ever you saw, Mrs. Underwood, which she is dead now, but when she was alive looked like a duchess. And you yourself are called after her daughter, Miss Frances, who married a lawyer, Judge Granville, but could ha' had the pick of the land. Never fear, I know what stylish is, only I know the difference between ladies' stylish and ladies' maids' stylish. I seen both. Style's one thing, loud is another. I want my children to be seen, but not heard." "Mother, are you sorry Ma's gone away for good? She told Cora afore she went that you didn't know she ain't coming back. But she ain't. She said her heart was broke with the quiet up here. She said she's going to live with Uncle Dennis after this, or Uncle Andy, where it's lively and there's more coming and going." Mrs. Slosson suffered the full significance of Francie's revelation to sink into her consciousness before she attempted to reply. "Well, well," she said at last with an air of brave resignation. "So, Ma's gone away for good, has she? And she didn't want for me to be breaking my heart with the news of it. It certainly is a shock, and no mistake. But a body must do the best she can when she can't do no different. I'll try to bear up under it, Francie, much as I mourn my loss. In this life we got to go about with a smiling countenance, no matter what our private sorrows are. It won't do to let the world see you're suffering. The world has troubles of its own. By the way, I wonder if Sammy's got back from taking the morning's milk to Madame Crew's yet." Not only had Sammy got back, but he was the bearer of news. "Say, mother, they got company to old Lady Crew's. A gentleman he come up with a bag in a rig from over to Burbank. The fellow drove the rig. He was coming back our road, and he saw me, and he says, 'Say, buddy, jump in and I'll carry you a ways,' and I did, and he did." My, but ain't you lucky to get a free ride so early in the morning. That was a kind act to do, wasn't it? Now it's up to you to return the compliment. One good turn deserves another. Keep your eye out for that young fella, Sammy, so's if he goes past again on his way back to fetch old Lady Crew's company and carry him to the station, you can call me, and I'll give him a glass of cold lemonade to cool him off. He ain't coming back. The company ain't from Burbank, he's from New York. He came up last night on the express, and he's going back when he's ready, but he don't know when he'll be ready, so couldn't tell the fellow with the rig. And the fellow with the rig, he couldn't wait anyhow. He has to go back to Burbank, and then way out another way, miles and miles, to get a party. Wants to catch a northbound train, goes out the middle of the night. 1 o'clock it goes out, the fella said, and if they don't catch it, there ain't another till tomorrow morning, so they got to catch it. The fella with the rig told me he guessed old Lady Crew's company was a lawyer. He said he could tell by the cut of his jib. What's the cut of his jib, mother?" Mrs. Slosson shook her head. "That's a lazy, shiftless way of learning knowledge, Sammy, to be asking it off in parties that had to work hard themselves to get it. Since we got that grand dictionary book Lord Ronald gave your father, there ain't no excuse for any of us not knowing things any more. Lord Ronald said the dictionary habit is a good thing. When you don't know a word, look it up. How do you spell jib?" The glance Mrs. Slosson cast on Sammy sent him off flushed with shame at having exposed an ignorance so dense. At Crewsmere, meanwhile, the newcomer was calmly eating his breakfast, Catherine doing the honours with what grace she could. Mr. Norris was no stranger to her. She knew him, had always known him in fact as her grandmother's man of affairs, a lawyer of repute. While she had no cause to distrust him, the fact that he was in a position to advise in questions closely affecting herself, affairs she was kept in total ignorance of, gave her a feeling of resentment toward him as toward one who, voluntarily or not, held an unfair advantage. "See he has a good breakfast," her grandmother had directed. "Let him eat and smoke his fill, but don't send him up to me with any unsatisfied cravings. A man's mind is a little less apt to be vacant if his stomach is full." During the succeeding long hours of the forenoon, the two were closeted in Madame Crew's sitting-room. Catherine could hear the incessant low drone of their voices as she sat on the shaded veranda, trying to employ her mind so it would not dwell on the enervating heat and the fact that now, at this moment, her grandmother might be creating conditions that would irrevocably cripple her future, and she was powerless to prevent it. At luncheon time, Madame Crew summoned Eunice Youngs. "While Miss Crew and the gentleman are at table, I want you to go to Mrs. Slosson's and tell her I must see her at once. Understand? Madame Crew says she must see Mrs. Slosson at once. Say she's to come in that motor car Mr. Ronald gives her and her husband the use of. Say Madame Crew wishes her to take a gentleman to the railroad station in time for the 5:45 train. Have you brains enough to repeat that straight, or shall Miss Catherine write it down for you?" "Oh, grandmother," expostulated Catherine, when Eunice had gone to tidy up for her errand, "I don't think we can order Mrs. Slosson about like that. She's done a lot for us already, but we have no claim on her, and to send for her to come in all this heat and bring her motor and take Mr. Norris to the station, it's exactly as if— My dear, don't bother your head over what doesn't concern you. Slosson and I understand each other, which is more than you and I do, I'm afraid," the old woman pronounced with biting distinctness. The meal was barely over when Martha arrived. "Now, Slosson," Madame Crewe greeted her, "I've sent for you on business, so I want you to stop looking benevolent if you can, and attend to what this gentleman has to say." "Yes'm," said Martha. Mr. Norris adjusted his eyeglasses with professional precision. "Have you ever had any experience with the law or lawyers?" he asked, regarding her steadfastly through his polished lenses. "Certainly I have. Once I worked out for a lady who got a divorce off'n her husband on what they call statuary grounds, and the first she knew he up and off and married the statue. He was a railroad magnate, the kind draws more and more to him all the time, so of course the law never so much as laid a finger on him. And about 2 years ago my little girl, she got run over by a auto, but though Mr. Frank Ronald he tried to get him to pay us a little somethin' for our trouble, we ain't seen a cent of money yet. Oh yes, I know about the law." "I mean, do you understand that when you are brought as a witness before the law, you are held responsible for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" Martha cogitated. "No, sir, I can't say I do, that is, did. I never knew the law had so much to do with truth before, but if you say so, I'm willing to take your word for it." Mr. Norris pulled a long upper lip. "My client, Madame Crewe, has called you here for 2 purposes. First, she wishes you to be present whilst I ask her granddaughter a few important questions. Second, you and the maid, a Eunice Youngs, are to write your names as witnesses upon a certain paper I've drawn up for my client. Are you willing to act for Madame Crewe in these matters?" Martha shot a quick, inquiring glance at Catherine. The girl nodded in response. "Yes, sir," Mrs. Slosson answered promptly. "Then see that you charge your mind seriously with what you've undertaken. Your memory must be exact. Now, Miss Crewe?" Catherine inclined her head, smiling faintly, but Martha noticed she was very pale. "Your grandmother would like to know, from your own lips, the extent of your acquaintance with Dr. Ballard, the physician who has been in attendance on Madame Crewe since her late illness." Catherine hung fire a moment while the blood slowly mounted to her cheeks, her temples. "My grandmother forbade me to have anything whatever to do with Dr. Ballard," she parried the question. "Did you obey her injunction? Attend, Mrs. Slosson?" "No." "Why not?" "I didn't think she had any right to control me so." "Not when she intimated there were reasons?" "She told me things about Dr. Ballard, his people rather, but I didn't, and I don't, consider them reasons. She has no proof, or if she has, she certainly hasn't presented it. I don't consider it worthy of notice when a person says things about another which are not backed up by proof." "As a matter of fact, then, you do know Dr. Ballard, in spite of your grandmother's prohibition?" "Yes." "You know him very well?" "Quite well." "My next question, Miss Crewe, you will answer notwithstanding its peculiarly personal and intimate character, because I am authorized to tell you, upon your answer important issues hang. If Dr. Ballard asks you to marry him, is it your intention to accept him?" For a long moment there was no sound in the room, except such as came muted from out of doors, and the leisurely ticking of the tall clock in the corner. Then Catherine, rising, impetuously faced the lawyer and Madame Crewe. "I will not answer that question, no matter what issues hang on it," she retorted hotly. "Miss Crewe, I have your interest at heart, believe me. I strongly advise you to answer." "No." "You mean you will not accept him?" "I mean no such thing. I mean I refuse to answer." "Why?" "You ought to know. The question is indelicate. If Dr. Ballard says he wishes to marry me, it will be time enough for me to answer him." "He has already said so." Miss Crewe started. "What do you mean?" she demanded imperiously. "Dr. Ballard has already told your grandmother he wishes to marry you."
Madame Crewe would like to know your intentions." "I wish my grandmother had chosen a different way of obtaining my confidence," the girl broke out, almost broke down. "It seems very strange to me that she should choose such a method as this. It seems almost disgraceful." The old woman, sitting erect in her high-backed chair, did not attempt to defend herself. The lawyer, ignoring Catherine's outburst, continued his dry-voiced interrogation. "You would accept him?" "If Dr. Ballard wishes to marry me," the girl answered, with marked quiet of voice and manner, in strong contrast to her outbreak of a moment ago. "If Dr. Ballard wishes to marry me, I will marry him." "In opposition to your grandmother?" "I don't want to oppose my grandmother, but if she tries to spoil my life for the sake of a groundless prejudice, I will. Yes, I will marry him in opposition to her." "Think well, Miss Crewe. Take your time. Answer cautiously. If you were told Dr. Ballard is a struggling young doctor with no present means of support to speak of, and a perfectly problematic future, if you were told that he would never be able to provide you with more than a bare living income—" "I would marry him. If you were told that, in case you do so, your grandmother would divert her property from you, as she has a perfect legal right to do, and dispose of it elsewhere, still I would marry him." "Nothing would dissuade you?" "Nothing. The Inquisition is over." It was the old woman who spoke. Her face was impassive as ever, but Martha Slosson noticed that her tiny, emaciated fingers clutched at the arms of her chair with a vice-like grip. "For all the world like a bird I seen last spring," Martha mused, "which something had broke its wing, and its claws was holding on fierce for dear life to the branch of the bush it was clinging to, as if that'd save it." "May I go now?" As Catherine made the appeal she turned toward her grandmother, but her eyes were kept resolutely averted. Mr. Norris raised a detaining hand. "One moment, please. I assume you entertain no doubt of Madame Crewe's mental competency, that she is of sound mind, capable of acting rationally on her own behalf, that any will and testament she might choose to execute at this time would be above suspicion of mistake, fraud, or undue influence?" For a moment Catherine seemed to consider, then her lip curled. "If you mean, am I likely in the future to contest any will my grandmother may now make to my disadvantage, I say no. I will never dispute her course, whatever direction it may take. All I ask is that she will not dispute mine. I am only sorry that they seem to diverge so completely. I am sick of the name of money. I would say I am sick of the sight of it, but I have never seen any." With which parting thrust the girl turned on her heel and left the room. She went none too soon, for the moment the door closed upon her, her self-control gave way, and she groped stumblingly to her own chamber, blinded by tears, choking back the sobs that were in themselves a humiliation. The three she had left were silent when she had gone, until Mr. Norris drew an important-looking sheet from under a mass of papers at his elbow, and addressed Mrs. Slosson. "As a general rule, I strongly advise you or anyone against placing your signature to any instrument which you have not previously read and do not fully understand. In this case, however, there is absolutely no harm. Please call the other witness." Martha took a step toward the door. "If I put my writing on that paper, it won't mean I'm injuring anybody," she demanded firmly. "You have my word as to that. I'd never sign it if it was to hurt Miss Catherine. Your placing your signature there cannot affect Miss Crewe's interests one way or the other." Martha summoned Eunice Youngs, and the two, in their best manner, literally with great pains, proceeded to affix their names as witnesses to the last will and testament of Idea Striker Crewe. End of chapter 8. Read by Sandra. Chapter 9 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Libman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. It was late one evening at the end of the week when Sam came back, to Martha's surprise, alone. "Ma just wouldn't leave the city," he explained. "She's staying at Dennis's now, but Sarah told me she couldn't keep her above a week or so at the longest. She said Andy or Hughie or one of the girls would be better able to look after her than Dennis and herself, who have all they can manage paying off on their house in Yonkers, and the children to educate besides. Sarah was quite short with me on account of Ma. She said she was real put out. We'd no business leaving an old woman Ma's age away from the country such hot weather, especially when we were just getting on our feet now, and were well able to give her a home without feeling it. Martha smiled tolerantly. There'd be no time of year 'd suit Sarah for taking any more trouble than she's got to, she observed, pouring her husband's tea. It's a nice little place they've bought, Sam informed her between bites of cold ham and potato. Dennis travels down and up every day, which is what you might call a stunt, but he has the satisfaction of knowing the roof over his head is his own. Martha set an ice-cold cup custard at Sam's plate. From Yonkers to the Battery is a kind of a long stretch, but where there's a will there's a subway, I suppose. Would he be with the same steamship company he was with since I first knew him, I wonder? Yes, and they gave him a raise last month. He's doing all right, Dennis is. You ought to see the way Sarah's got the house fixed. They pay off for the new furniture every month, so they don't feel it, Sarah says. Well, Sarah mayn't feel it, but you can take it from me, I certainly would in her place, Martha observed. Getting things on the excitement plan would rack my health. I hate the thought of owing. Paying for a dead horse never did appeal to me, as Mrs. Sherman says. How's Andy doing? Andy was succeeding great, but something went wrong somehow all of a sudden and his scheme fell through. He explained it to me, but I forgot the particulars, to tell the truth. He'll be on his feet again in no time. Andy always was the smart one of the family. Martha ruminated. Wouldn't you wonder how anything gets done in this world when nothing anybody ever tries seems to succeed? Is Nora as gallus looking as ever? Or is she holding in her horses some, now that her husband's kind of down and out for the time being? Nora's just the same as far as I can see. Our Nora says Nora Andy is destroying Andy with her extravagance. She says the way she dresses alone, it's no wonder he's always in and out of some get-rich-quick scheme that'll land him in the poorhouse or worse if he don't look out. But then our Nora never did have the appearance of Nora Andy. I must say that, if I am her own brother. Our Nora is kind of sharp, and she looks it. Well, I guess marriage'll bevel some of the edges off on her, all right, said Martha. Were you surprised when you heard she was keeping company with McKenna? Yes, I was. I never thought Nora'd marry now at her age. Nora always wanted to marry, and when she saw her chance she grabbed it by both horns. Sam's serious expression relaxed a little. That sounds as if McKenna was a devil and all of a fellow. He's not that at all, and he certainly ain't much to look at. Oh, well, Martha responded. Nobody but her'll have a call to look at him much once he's married. I told her I thought she was taking a risk, throwing up a good place she'd been in for so many years, parlour maid, to live out general housework with a stranger, said Sam. I thought that was a joke, but it made her mad. She said, God knows it's no joke. She said she had as much of a right to live her life as I have, which of course it's true. She said every dog has its day. True for you, so he has, just like society ladies. But that ain't to say there'll be anybody come. And I sometimes think there's more dogs than days anyhow. Sam looked up. Say, mother, you ain't downhearted, are you? No, why? What'd make me downhearted, I should like to know? I just thought you might be, her husband answered. I never heard you speak that doubting kind of way before, and we've no call to think ill of the world with all the luck that's come to us. Certainly, and if luck don't stay with us itself, it won't be because we ain't set her a chair and done every mortal thing we know of to make her comfortable. I've no kick coming, nor ever had. I like life all right, the hard part along with the soft part. If you didn't have the one, you wouldn't know how to relish the other. But speaking of Nora, I never looked to see her sporting a finity of her own, I can tell you that. Finity? questioned Sam. Genteel for fella, Martha answered. I often heard Mrs. Sherman speaking of him.
You can take it from me I never looked to see that same Nora get a holt of one. Nor I, and I said as much to Ma. Ma told it back to Nora, and Nora was as mad as could be. She said if it came to that, she didn't see as she was the worst looking one in the family, when a body counted in what some of us had married. Meaning me, observed Martha appreciatively. She said she didn't see why folks should be so monstrous surprised that she got a husband. Every Joan has her Jack, the very words she said. Sure they have, but only it ain't told what kind of Jack. So did Balaam have a Jack if she wants that kind. But perhaps McKenna has a prize package. We don't know. I wonder will he take kindly to Ma? Sam shook his head. One of the first things he told me was we couldn't look to him to give my mother a home. He had troubles of his own. It stirred me up so I almost lost my temper. I said I didn't look to him to give my mother a home. If he gave my sister one now he'd contracted to marry her, I'd be glad. Why, Sam, said Martha, looking at him with mock reproach, I wonder at you, I do so, to speak up that fierce. You hadn't ought to be so violent, and use such strong language to a party just getting ready to come into the family. It might scare him off. He must think you're a dreadful bully. Nora told Ma before I left that Ma was foolish to stay back in New York. She said she and McKenna, starting out, young married folks. God save the mark, murmured Martha. She said they couldn't offer her a home, much as they'd like to, but Ma said her heart was broke with the country. She wanted to live in the city where something was going on. It's one thing what you want, and another what you must, poor Ma. I'm sorry for her. When she comes back she'll know a thing or two more'n she does now. We'll have to be kind of gentle with her to make up. But come on now, Sam, if you've et all you can, I'll do my dishes while you lock up, and then we can go to bed. You look plain wore out. I'm glad to get home, Sam answered her, and though he said no more, Martha understood him. Long after he was asleep she lay awake in the white moonlight, thinking, down home. She knew it was stifling. Sam had told her that the hot wave was breaking all records for intensity and duration, and yet somehow her soul yearned for the stretches of sun-softened asphalt, with its smell of mingled dust and tar, for all the common city sounds and sights amid which she had been born and bred, all the noise and commotion that spelt home for her. She could understand Ma's feeling, and her heart softened to the poor old woman. It's all right up here, she admitted to herself. I like the folks first rate, such as they are, and what there is of 'em, only they ain't what a body's used to. I never see nicer parties than the Trenholms and the Coleses and the Moores. That time Hiram Black's house burnt down, if every mother's son of 'em didn't turn out and lend a hand. Got the Blacks fixed up fine and dandy in no time in a new place, with what they called donations. Down home you wouldn't find your neighbours giving you furniture and bricky-braw things like that, not on your life. And when you'd paid the insurance money itself, the company'd kick before it'd give you the price of your losings. And yet I know how Ma feels. If young Luther Coles had had the fever down home he had up here last fall, they'd a yanked him away from his own flesh and blood to the pest house, and here his mother was let take care of him, and the meals was got by the neighbours, which she hauled him up in a basket 3 times a day, and ate him hot and fresh from the oven without having to raise her hand, only take him out from under a clean napkin. You'd go hungry a long time in New York City before the folks to cross the air shaft from you would know your boy was dying on you, much less sneak in a bite and a sup from time to time through the dumb waiter. But all the same, I know how Ma feels. Martha had reached this stage in her musings when a faint knock sounded on the door below. She waited, listening. The knock was repeated. As quietly as she could, which was not very quietly, she slipped from her bed, threw on her light cotton kimono, which always lay ready at hand in case of emergency, and hastened downstairs, leaving Sam asleep and snoring, worn out by the city heat, his sense of responsibility in connection with Mr. Ronald's commissions, and the long day's journey home, with its fatiguing delays and tiresome changes. She shot the bolt back, turned the key with resolute hand.
She could not imagine what had happened that would account for this unusual disturbance, but whatever it might be, she braced herself to meet it. On the doorstep stood the shivering figure of a girl, clad only in her nightdress. She was shivering with excitement, not chill. "Mrs. Slosson," she managed to bring out before words became impossible, drowned in the torrent of her tears and sobbing. Martha placed a motherly hand upon the frail shoulders. Come now, don't cry like that. You'll shake yourself to pieces. I don't know what's the matter, but it'll be all right anyhow, never fear. You're Ellen Hinkley, ain't you? I think I seen you a couple of times at church." As Martha talked, she drew her visitor into the house, automatically locked and bolted the door, and settled the girl in Sam's chair in the sitting room. The moonlight streaming in through the windows made the place almost as light as day, but for some purpose of her own Martha was about to strike a match when Ellen Hinkley stopped her with a quick cry. "No, no, don't do it. I've run away. I've left my mother's. My stepfather will follow me when he finds I'm gone." She drew a long, painful breath and panted out her story in short, laboured gasps. "I've never had a home. You mayn't believe it, but mother don't care a scrap about me, except for the work I can do. I've tried and tried for years to bear it, but it's got to be too hard. I can't live that way any longer, you know, Mr. Whittle." Martha nodded. "The pastor?" "Yes, he's my minister. He knows all about me. He told me to do my best, but if the time came when I just couldn't bear it another minute, I might go. He said he couldn't help me run away because... "Certainly he couldn't," said Martha. "But he said if I ever had to do it, the Lord would raise up someone who could. Mother's never liked me. I've not been happy a minute since my father died. He wasn't happy. He had no peace of his life. He used to tell mother she'd get her comeuppance some day, and she's got it now. For Buller, Dad's her second husband, he beats her. He's got her money and mine too, what father left us, and he's afraid I'll law him now I'm of age and can. I tried to run off yesterday, but he caught me and took away my clothes and locked me in my room. I had some money I'd got hold of. 'Twas my own, and when he caught me and he and mother stripped me and locked me up, I held on to it all through, though he beat me black and blue with his belt strap." She spread her poor little trembling palm, disclosing a fistful of crumpled bills. "See, and here's where he beat me, and she stood by and let him." As she spoke, the girl drew back the coarse nightdress from her breast, displaying shoulders and back seamed across with cruel wails. Martha drew in her breath shudderingly, shielding her eyes with her elbow in a quick, instinctive, defensive gesture. "I'd know you speak the truth without that," she said. "After they left me and locked me in, when I could think, I remembered what Mr. Whitall said about the Lord raising up help for me, and it made me mad, for there was no one to lift a hand for me. And then all at once, somehow, you came into my mind. I saw you help a dog once nobody else would touch. Do you remember? All the rest were afraid. They said he might be mad. But you said, 'Of course he ain't mad.' And you took him up and took him home, and you weren't afraid." "No, I'm not afraid," said Martha. "After you came into my mind, I never rested till I found a way to get out. I waited till everything was quiet. They'd gone to bed. Then I managed it through the window, down the grapevine trellis. Martha made her way to the corner cupboard. "I'll fix you up with arnica and water, inside and out," she explained. "And while I'm doing it, you tell me what you've planned." "Nothing. I've planned nothing. Buller says I'm loony. Perhaps I am. I can't seem to think." "Have you got any folks anywheres? I mean, on your father's side?" "I've an uncle, father's brother, but he lives in Montreal." "Montreal? Where would that be, I wonder?" "In Canada, up north." Mrs. Slosson bound on her soothing compress in silence. Suddenly she paused, alert, listening. Then, quick as a flash, she caught her visitor by the sleeve, drew her back into the entry, and pushed her into a small closet under the stairs. "Hush! I hear a horse. Don't you breathe till I come and tell you." A moment later she was lying in bed, as still as though she, like Sam, were fast asleep and dreaming. Presently Sam stirred, sat up drowsily, and listened. "Say, mother, you asleep?" No answer. A voice from below in the garden called up hoarsely, "Hullo there!" "What's wanted?" demanded Sam. "I'm Buller from Milby's Corners. My wife's daughter has wandered off in the night. I'm out hunting for her to take her home. She ain't all there in the upper story. I thought maybe she'd come in here. Last I saw her she was making this way. She's in her night shift. I could see her plain as day far ahead of me." Sam was so obviously but just awakened that Buller from Milby's Corners turned his horse's head as if to make a quick departure, when Mrs. Slawson, yawning, leaned over the rail of the sleeping porch and spoke. "Say, wait a minute. The poor thing, wandering about in the night and her light-headed, away from your protecting love and care. Ain't it awful? My husband and me'll get up and be dressed in no time, for we'd like to help her if we can, poor creature. In the meantime, seeing you ain't found her here, I suppose you'll be going further, out in her night clothes. I wonder. Say, Sam, do you see something white flittering along towards the south, down the Valley Road direction? Seems to me I do." Sam thought maybe he did. Buller kicked a heel into his horse. "Plung, I'm off down the Valley Road. I bet 'tis her. I'll ever yet the poor dear." The instant he was gone, Martha dragged Sam into the house. "Quick, dress you, and go down, get the auto. I have the girl hid in the entry closet. I'm going to take her out of harm's way, which is that brute beast's." "But, Martha," remonstrated Sam. "Sam Slawson, do as I tell you, or you'll have to shove us into Burbank in your present gob, which, believe me, it ain't bewitching. You can take it from me, lad, I'm going to catch that northbound express that leaves Burbank at 1 o'clock this night, which, if we don't make it, there ain't another till tomorrow morning. So we got to make it, or I'll know the reason why." Impelled by a motive power so irresistible, Sam dressed and went about his business without venturing another word. Martha clothed herself in the brief intervals when she was not attending Ellen Hinckley, giving her bread to eat, milk to sip, enveloping her in garments gathered from everywhere, anywhere, a conglomerate assortment that would have been grotesque if it had not been touching. "No one'll mind your looks," Martha assured her. "Just you sit tight and keep your own counsel, and not a dog'll bark after you. Ma's veil tied down over Cora's hat is quite stylish, and be this and be that, you got as good a motoring costume as any. They all look like Sam Hill, so now I guess we might be moving." "It's a crazy scheme," Sam whispered in his wife's ear as she bent to him to deliver last instructions, while he was cranking up. "Suppose a tire bursts?" "It ain't going to," she assured him with perfect confidence. Out of the gate they sped, then along the hard, white highroad. Even Martha's garrulous tongue was stilled. The world, bathed in this silver ethereal light, seemed unfamiliar, remote, the sky to have withdrawn in infinite cool reaches beyond the burning little tragedy they were enacting. After a considerable period of silence, Martha turned to ask Ellen Hinckley if she were comfortable. The poor creature had fallen asleep, lulled by the motion of the car, the soft night air, but more than all by the sense of blessed security under Mrs. Slawson's protecting wing. Martha was about to nudge Sam to look when he turned a three-quarters profile toward her. "I hear something back of us. Can you see?" "No. If I stir, she'll wake. You don't think it's him?" "It may be. Joe Harding's place is down the Valley Road. He has a car. Buller mayn't suspect we're helping the girl, but when he didn't find her in that direction, Harding may have offered to take a hand in the game. Would any man of conscience help a feller like Buller, who all the neighbourhood knows the life he's led this poor creature, him and the mother, which she's a disgrace to the name?" "No, but Harding ain't a man of conscience. Not so you'd notice it, as you say. If Buller's out on the still hunt, Harding'd join in for the pleasure of the chase." "Put on power," directed Martha. Again that swift, silent progress through the night. Once Sam whispered, "I guess we were stung. I can't hear anything back of us any more, can you?" "No," said Martha, "but stung or no stung, keep it going. We ain't taking no risks." Ellen Hinckley slept fitfully, but even in her waking moments she was not aware of the dangers the others had feared. "Let her rest," Martha meditated. After she's made a clean getaway, she'll have all that's coming to her in the line of excitement and strain. I don't believe him when he says she ain't all there in the upper story, but that's not meaning I think she's furnished as handsome as some. She may have all her buttons and yet not be the brainiest party I ever come in contact with. Why didn't she up and open her mind and give Buller a piece of it long ago? There's many things a married woman's got to shoulder, God knows, but chastisement hot offen his griddle, as you might say, not on your life. Even a married woman needn't stand, much less an unmarried maiden girl. 'Tain't decent. If a man once took the strap to me, I'd fix him so's the doctor'd have to hunt for the buckle of his belt behind his internal workings, in back amongst his spine, and I'd be proud of the job." When they were within about 5 miles of Burbank, Sam gave a low whistle. "I was wondering if you heard it too," Martha responded promptly. "First off, I thought 'twas my imagination, but it ain't. Something certainly's following along in our tracks." "The first was a false alarm. So may this be," said Sam. "Sure, but could you speed up some, just for luck?" Presently Martha heard another sound. "Now, Ellen," she announced firmly, "you got to brace up. Crying won't do you a mite of good." "He's following. I know it. He's got a car. He'll get me and take me back and kill me." "He will if you don't do as I say. But not on your life he won't if you mind your Aunt Martha. First off, have you got your money safe and handy?"
"Yes, here."
"That's right. See you don't lose it when I assist you onto the train. There mayn't be much time to spare, but if the brakeman's any good on the catch, I'm up to hand in a neat throw, and between us you'll get there." "But my ticket?" "This is no time for thinking of tickets. Let the conductor be glad if, after the train's on its way, you got the price of one of them long floating streamer effects he carries in his vest pocket to amuse himself punching holes in it." They sped into Burbank under all the power Sam dared to put on. "Thank God!" sobbed Ellen Hinckley. But when they reached the station no train was in sight. The place was virtually deserted. Sam drew up beside the platform and for a moment sat quite still, evidently cogitating. "No such thing. The train ain't gone," said Martha, as if he had maintained it had. "It's only 5 minutes to 1. It might have been ahead of time." "Did you ever know one was?" inquired his wife. He got out and made his way to the waiting room. A moment and he was back. "There's been delays back along the road. Train's 2 hours late. It won't be here till 3 or after." "Well, what do you think of that?" said Martha. The next instant she was dragging Ellen Hinckley into the waiting room, through it and on into the telegraph operator's booth. "Say, young fella," she addressed him bluntly, "this party here's in danger of her life. Me and me husband is getting her out of harm's way, which she's hot on our track. He'll be along any minute. Think of your mother if you ever had one, and if not, think of some other female of the same sect, only younger. Lend a hand anyhow to help us out, will you?" The youth eyed Mrs. Slosson dubiously. "How do I know?" he began, objecting. "You don't, but by the time I get through with you, you will. Only this ain't the time, see? Come now, step lively, like they say in New York. Put this party away out of sight, no matter how cramping the place, and be quick about it." The young man gazed about his booth helplessly, shook his head, then got upon his feet. He drew a key from his pocket as if acting under hypnotic suggestion. "I'm taking your word for it," he grumbled. "If it gets me into trouble—" "I'll get you out," answered Martha confidently. Without further ado he led them through the waiting room, unlocked the baggage room door, and in the semi-darkness he and Martha walled their captive in behind a barricade of freight and baggage. "Try to be contented till train time," Mrs. Slosson admonished Ellen. "Don't you be scared. We won't forget you, nor we won't let your stepfather get you, 'less it's over this young man here's dead body, and—" "Oh, I say," objected the telegraph operator plaintively. Martha shook her head at him. "I only wanted to cheer her up," she whispered, as they passed out into the waiting room, he locking the door behind them. Sam came forward to meet her. "I guess we had our scare for nothing," he observed. If that had been Buller behind us, he'd have got here before now. Not if he'd had tire troubles, but probably you're right, said Martha. Sam considered. Then what's the use of keeping the poor girl hid? It won't hurt her, and an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Later the telegraph operator took the trouble to shove up his window and address Martha through it. His tone was loftily supercilious, ironically facetious. Nothing doing. You've been stringing me, I guess, he sagely opined. Mrs. Slosson regarded him blandly. Certainly. My husband and me, we come 25 miles streaking through the night on purpose to do it. Such a precious jewel of a fella as you, anybody'd want to string him for safe keeping, so's he wouldn't fall down and roll away and be lost in a crack of the floor. The telegraph operator grimaced. Say now, no joke. You said you'd tell me the whole story, so I'd know what I was in for. I ain't hankering to be called down by the company for outdoing my duty. Mrs. Slosson smoothed her dress over her knees. Come and sit on my lap, sonny boy, and I'll tell you all about it. Only being so young and having such a tender conscience with you, it might keep you awake in your crib nights. Did you ever see wheals as thick as my thumb on the white skin of a young girl's shoulders? Well, I could turn back the waist of that one in there and show you such, raised by the leather belt of her mother's second husband, which they're perfect ladies and gentlemen, of course, bless their hearts. They will be after her like mad when they know she's given them the slip. Good land, if young fellas was really young fellas nowadays, you'd be glad of the chance to pour some of the Widow Cruise's oil on a poor ill-used child's troubled waters, and not be thinking of yourself all the time, if it'd harm you to help her, or if the company would object. The youth regarded her with level eyes. You can count on me, he said. I'm with you in this, no matter what. Goodbye, said Martha. The hours dragged wearily along. One by one, disappointed travellers who'd strayed off to kill time at the hotel returned to meet their delayed train. Martha had advance information concerning its coming, the lad at the wire furnishing it gratuitously. It'll be along now in 5 minutes, he said, and I've put the baggage man wise so he's ready to help you to get her off, as fine as silk, even if— Just then Martha saw Sam approaching. Though his step and manner were, to all outward appearances, as usual, she instantly knew something was amiss. What is it? She asked calmly. He's gone. Him and Harding are here. They haven't seen me nor the car yet. I put that beyond under his shed, where it wouldn't be conspicuous, but we can't dodge them long, and— This way, ma'am, summoned the baggage man, touching Martha's elbow. I got the young lady ready for you, and the train's coming. Take care of yourself, Sam, Martha cautioned him, following her leader. The train thundered up. Before it had come fairly to a halt, Buller sighted Sam. He made a rush toward him, brandishing a menacing arm. Keep cool, advised Sam, and keep off. You've got the girl, Buller roared. We know you have, from them as saw you coming over here, 3 in the car. Where is she? Find her, said Sam. Buller turned to Harding. You handle 'em, Joe. I'll tackle the woman. Martha stood at the baggage room door as Buller came pounding down the platform. Hand over that girl, he spoke with sinister calmness. Certainly, said Martha. That's just what I'm waiting to do. The engine whistled. Buller started toward Martha, getting in the way of the baggage man, who was pushing a loaded hand truck before him. His elbow sent Buller reeling. In that instant, through a maze, Buller saw Martha lift what looked like a piece of burlap-covered baggage from the truck and toss it with sure aim to the brakeman on the platform of the slow-moving car. The brakeman caught it deftly and set it on its feet. The train slid past. Ellen! Buller cried, then turning on Martha. You devil! Mrs. Slosson bowed civilly. Same to you, sir. I'll do you up yet. You're not done with me, not by a long shot. I haven't a doubt of it. I'm ready for you any time. Likewise Mr. Slosson. Only I advise you take it out on me. My husband might hurt you too much if he got going. As they were driving home through the waning light, Sam told Martha he faintly remembered hearing Ellen's knock on the door, only he was too tired to get up. "You are smart to hear it through your own snores," she returned pleasantly. "But when we get home you must turn in and take a real sleep. I'll wake you when Buller comes." End of chapter 9. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 10 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Dr. Ballard had been absent a fortnight or more, and July was drawing to its close, when one afternoon Catherine heard the sound she'd been longing for all these days, the familiar musical notes of his motor horn. Looking ahead expectantly, he spied her at once and gave salute as the car swept up to the porch, a silent military salute. Alighting, he passed directly upstairs to Madame Crewe's sitting room. Catherine followed after, drawn as if by the sense of something pending, something too interesting to miss. Madame Crewe glanced around as the doctor entered. "Oh ho! So you're back, are you?" Dr. Ballard took a chair without waiting to be invited, and said lightly, as he seated himself facing his patient, "You speak the truth." The old woman raised her chin. "Thank you, young man. You flatter me." "Not in the least," came the prompt retort. "I haven't come with any such intention. I've come, and I may as well out with it at once. I've come to tell you that I've found the reason for your dislike of the Ballard tribe. I've discovered the case you have against us. I've been ferreting about among my grandfather's effects, and I've unearthed his journal. Curious, isn't it, that a bailiff should have kept a journal?" Madame Crewe deigned no response. After a pause lasting several seconds, Dr. Ballard continued, "I presume you would feel seriously affronted if I were to take the liberty of supposing you might be interested." "Fudge! Have you the journal there?" "Yes. Have you read it?" "Quite so." "Then you know?" "Yes." "Well, and what then? What are you going to do about it?" "I am going to read my grandfather's journal aloud, now, here. I mean that portion of it that relates to you." Madame Crewe straightened to a military stiffness. "You are going to do nothing of the sort," she averred stoutly. "Indeed I am." "I'll not permit it. I'll send Catherine from the room." "Oh, no, you won't. You are too just to do that. You've made certain charges against my grandfather. Now the only fair thing is to give him a show, to let him state his case from his side." "No, he wouldn't tell the truth. He falsified once, he'd falsify again." "You haven't proved it." "You have my word." "Your word is all very well as far as it goes, but even you would hardly claim that it goes all the way round the truth, and then tucks under like Dick's hatband. My grandfather has a word too, and I'm going to see that he has a chance to get it in edgewise, and what's more, that you listen." Madame Crewe turned her body stiffly toward Catherine. "Come here. Sit down," she commanded autocratically. Dr. Ballard took up his book, opening it at an obviously marked point. "The first entry bearing any reference to you or yours was written in 1844, in the spring of the year he mentions going to see one Squire Stryker, in connection with the stewardship of his estate. I'll skip all the non-essentials, and—" "Skip nothing. Since you will read, read." "Very well. Boston, February 6, 1844. This morning I saw Squire Stryker. He wishes to engage a bailiff, a hard man I judge him to be, not easy to please because he's exacting, arbitrary, without judgment or justice. He's ruled by passion, not principle. February 10th. I have made my decision, for good or ill. I will go to Squire Stryker's in New Hampshire tomorrow. Following are several pages given over to notes and data connected with the estate, its acreage, possibilities, its limitations. Nothing else. They carry one to April, and this: "A strange thing has happened." No, not a strange thing. The thing is simple. The strangeness is in its effect on me. There is a lane hard by called Cherry Lane. 'Tis part of the estate. At this season the trees are in full blossom. I went there to estimate the probable yield of fruit and the condition of the trees, and underneath the white and pink boughs stood a white and pink maid. She looked at me and smiled. She told me she was Squire Stryker's daughter. She knew I was the new bailiff, she said. April 14th. I have seen the child again. Yes, again and again, many times, in fact. I call her child because so indeed she seems to me, who am at least 15 years older. She tells me she's 17. 'Tis hard to believe, for that in stature she's no higher than my heart, and her eyes are as open and unconscious as a child's, except when— But that is my fancy. I'm sure 'tis my fancy. June 1st. 'Tis many weeks since that was written. Not that I've naught to say. Rather too much. I find I cannot set down what is in my heart. Idea Stryker and I are betrothed. June 14th. Every afternoon towards sundown my little sweetheart and I walk in Cherry Lane. I wish she had a mother. I do not like these clandestine meetings. Sometimes I doubt myself. Not my love for Idea, God knows, but my power to make it tell for her best good. To-day I told her my conscience troubled me. I'm no friend to untruth or furtive acts. Idea put on a look of high contempt, aping her father. She scowled at me, folded her arms across her bosom, and measuring me up and down in his own manner to the life, said, "Deuce take your conscience, sir, I'll have none of it." Then, suddenly changing, she clung to me, crying, "I'll have nothing but your love, Daniel, but your love I'll die to have and to hold." I let my heart direct me rather than my head, and gave way to her, but I still feel the better course would be to tell her father and make an end of this deceit. 'Tis many a long day since I've taken up this book to write in it. Now that I do, 'tis a different year and place. Yet I've often thought 'twas cowardly to shun the setting down in black and white of what will always be the deepest record of my heart. I've said Idea and I were at variance upon the point of telling her father what was between us. Again and again I tried to tell her 'twas unworthy of us both, but she always overruled me. I gave way. Then one day when I spoke of it she suddenly burst forth in such a passion as I've never seen. Poor child! 'Twas her father's fury, but not this time done in mimicry. She told me she was weary of being preached to about the truth, deceit, and duty. She would have me know she'd as good a sense of propriety as I. Nay, better, for after all who was I but her father's servant, she would like to know. "How dare you criticize me?" she blazed. "You forget I am your master's daughter." I can see her now, standing there stamping her foot at me, her eyes flashing, her cheeks like flame. The rage in her flared up, then died down as quickly. That was her way. The heat in me has a different habit. It smoulders and grows until it seems to freeze me with its white intensity. It is my bosom enemy which I'm trying to conquer. I had not done it then. "You're right," I said. I had forgotten everything except that you are the girl I loved, who I thought loved me. You've done well to remind me of my place. I will never forget it again, or that you are my master's daughter." With that I turned and left her standing, stunned, bewildered, in Cherry Lane. I could see she did not realize what had happened. She thought I would come back. She waited for me. And so I did come back, but not to let her see me, only to watch over her that no harm should befall, for the spot was lonely and far from the house, and dusk was about to fall. When the first star showed, she went home. I could hear her crying softly all the way. She would cry, then stop to dry her tears and call me names through her sobbing. There were no more meetings after that, though she got in my way more than once as I went about my duties. I knew very well what she wanted, but I could not relent. What my dear mother used to call my dumb demon had taken possession of me. It would not let me speak, would not let me write to answer any of the letters Idea sent me begging me to meet her when the sun went down. Then one day I was summoned before the squire. She had told him. He was waiting for me in his library, clad in his riding clothes just as he had come from horseback. He carried a riding crop. His face was full of a dull reddish colour, his eyes green. He began, the moment I entered the door, to assail me, standing with his back to it, his legs planted wide. "You miserable beggar!" He brandished his crop in my face. "First you have the insolence to make love to my daughter,
Then you insult her by refusing when she stoops to offer you her hand in reconciliation."
"That is precisely the point," I heard myself say. "'Tis because she stoops." The words were no sooner out than Idea was clinging to me.
"I'm not proud any more, Daniel," she cried. "I'll never stoop again, if only you'll forgive me this once. I'll promise never to vex you any more. Please, Daniel, please."
The squire snatched her wrist. "Silence!" he thundered, and would have swung her violently aside, but I prevented it. I saw the old look in her eyes. "Then come with me," I said, "now, this hour. Marry me, and—" Her father flung himself between us when she would have come to me. He swore he would disown her. No shilling of his should she ever get. She would be a beggar, married to a beggar. I saw her shrink. She could not face it. When I saw that, I turned to go, but the squire stopped me. "Not so fast, my fine fellow. You've not returned the letters yet. Do you think I'd let you keep them, you low dog, to use against her fair name for a price?" I'd forgotten the letters. I turned to Idea, and it was as if I had not seen her before, so clear her image stood out now. She was clad in some flowery stuff, dimity she had once told me it was, with a sash about her waist, and on the sash a pocket hung suspended by a strap. 'Twas to hold her handkerchief, but her handkerchief had to hold her tears now, and the pocket hung empty. I went to her and held out the letters. She would not take them. "Here are your letters," I said. Still she would not touch them. Her father cursed us both. I felt my self-control slipping from me. If I let it go to lay my hand upon the man, God help him and me. But I could not escape until Idea had the letters. Again she would not take them. With a quick movement I thrust them into her pocket. She did not seem to understand what I was doing. She thought I was trying to grasp her hand, I think, for she flung it out to me imploringly, but I only dimly saw that as I wheeled about, and so off and away. That day I left the place. Later I learned the squire and Idea went too, but before they did so he caused his man of law to follow me, again demanding the letters. "The letters have already been returned," was all I could say. "She has them. I gave them back. When she would not take them, I thrust them into her pocket." With that the lawyer had perforce to be content. At least he has not troubled me since. So I close this book. A closed book, too, the story of my love. A book I know I must never open if ever I am to be at peace with life, for I will say it once and so be done. Idea is my mate, the one woman in the world whom only I love or ever shall. I have lost her, but the memory of her I must keep until I die, my passionate, headstrong, struggling, loving child. May God be with her, true and loyal little heart, wherever she may go. Dr. Ballard looked up as he closed down the cover. "You see, he did give back the letters," he said. Madame Crewe clutched the arms of her chair, sitting forward, gazing fixedly into space. When she spoke, it was as if she spoke in a dream, filling out the bailiff's tale. "I had no letters, and as for the pocket, 'twas never seen from that day on. My father insisted 'twas a ruse on the bailiff's part, his offering to return them. He said he had kept them to use as a means of blackmail. I was too desperate to care. My father swore that the man would presently show his hand, but he did not, nor his face either. I never saw him again. At first I would hear no ill of him, but my father and the attorney told me I was too young, too ignorant of the world to know how base the creature was, what a narrow escape I'd had. There were nights, many, many of them, when here and abroad I cried myself to sleep, regretting my escape hadn't been narrower. Now, sir, you know the story of your grandfather and me. It is all very long ago. The wonder is the memory's stayed by me all these years." For the first time within her recollection, Catherine felt herself drawn to her grandmother. It was as if a means of communication had been opened up between them. She would have liked to go to her and lay her arms about her shoulders lovingly. Dr. Ballard broke the silence. "The truth lies between your word and my grandfather's. I believe he was honest. You believe the contrary." Madame Crewe was silent. The doctor continued. "Now, as you say, all that took place very long ago. Even granting my grandfather's motives to have been the worst, I count myself out of the tangle. I stand on my own feet, don't I? If I have built up my life on honest principle, I can't see how you can reasonably hold me to account for the sins or fancied sins of my forebears. Our democracy isn't worth the name if it doesn't admit a man's a man for all that. I love your granddaughter. I wish to marry her. I ask your consent." Catherine could not see her grandmother's face for the sudden mist that had gathered to trouble her vision, but she heard the familiar voice distinctly enough. "Wait a moment. Hear me out, then repeat your declaration if you choose. They say I'm avaricious, rich, grasping, penurious. Suppose I told you I'm poor, that the bulk of my fortune was squandered long ago, that I've had a hard time to keep my nose and this girl's here above water. Would you wish to marry her still?" "Certainly. Why not?" "You say that because you don't believe it's true." "I say it because, saving your presence, I don't care a continental whether it's true or not. Your money or the lack of it is nothing to me. I care for Catherine. Suppose I told you Catherine's grandfather, the man I married, was a coward and a liar, as they said your grandfather was. Suppose I told you her father, my son, followed in his father's footsteps." Dr. Ballard shrugged impatiently. "It's Catherine I want for my wife. It's not her dead and buried ancestors. I have to deal with Catherine's faults and virtues, not those of her family." "You hear that, Catherine? It's your faults and virtues he—" Madame Crewe put the question with a sort of bravado, but her utterance was slightly unsteady. She did not conclude her sentence. Catherine had grown very white. When she did not respond, the old woman demanded peevishly, "Well, well? What have you to say for yourself? Can't you speak?" "I say I can't marry Dr. Ballard." The girl rose and stood holding on to the back of her chair with two cold, trembling hands. Her grandmother fairly raised herself up in her seat. "What do you mean? You can't marry Dr. Ballard?" Her voice rose to a sharp falsetto. Catherine shook her head. "Nonsense! Whim!" The old woman spoke with an unaccountable passion. Dr. Ballard laid a firm, warm hand on Catherine's cold ones. His face was rather pale, but his tone when he spoke was quite composed. "Forgive me," he said. "I see I've got in all wrong on this. I didn't mean to distress you. Let us drop it now, and later sometime, when we two are alone together, we'll thresh it out, eh?" Again Catherine shook her head. "No, I want never to talk about it again," she said tremulously. "Why?" The old woman asked the question almost fiercely, bending forward to peer searchingly into her granddaughter's face. For a moment it looked as if Catherine were in danger of being swept off her feet by the intensity of her hidden feeling. She opened her lips, then resolutely closed them again. Her grandmother did not seem to see, or at all events did not regard her effort at self-control. "Have you no tongue in your head? Say it isn't true what you've just hinted about my father and his. Say it isn't true, and I'll tell." "Oh, do you think I'm to be called to account by you, young miss?" Madame Crewe interrupted testily. "If Dr. Ballard is ready to marry you in the face of the conditions I asked him to suppose, why, get down on your knees and thank God for such a disinterested lover. But don't flatter yourself you can oblige me to do as you choose. I'm 68 years old, and I will not be forced." Dr. Ballard laughed out. "Don't you see it's all nonsense, Catherine? The whole thing isn't worth a serious thought. If your grandmother likes to have her little joke, why, let us try to see the humour of it. Perhaps she doesn't want you to marry me, but now she sees it's inevitable, she'll—" "No," said Catherine, "it's not inevitable. I can't marry you." Dr. Ballard was silent, but Madame Crewe's words snapped out like sparks from a live wire. "The day Norris was here you said you would. You insisted you would. Does your refusal now mean you've reconsidered the conditions he suggested? You've thought better of your first decision?" Catherine gave her a long look. It seemed to her her humiliation was complete, and still she managed to hold herself in check. "You make it very hard for me. You force me to say things. Very well, then, listen. I do love Dr. Ballard, and,
I'd have married him if I could." He was on his feet in a second, the chair he'd sat in crashing backward with the violence of the sudden spring he made from it. But Catherine was quicker than he. She turned and had run from the room before he could prevent her. Madame Crewe let her breath escape in a long sigh of fatigue. "Dear me, what tiresome things the young are! As Slosson says, they're hard as nails. You'd better reconsider and ask me to marry you instead of Catherine. I'm seasoned, if not mellowed. Yes, you'd much better marry me." Dr. Ballard smiled grimly. "Where my handsomer grandfather failed, how could I hope to win?" he retorted, throwing her a glance of mock gallantry. But even as he looked, he saw her face blench, her figure sag together like a wilted plant. In a second he had her in his arms, carrying her to the couch, forgetting the personal in the professional, working over her with a will. A familiar figure appeared in the open doorway. Martha paused a moment, then came forward swiftly. "Another?" she inquired, her hands busying themselves at once, in obedience to the doctor's silent orders. He shook his head. No. Presently Martha felt a quiver of muscles beneath her fingers. Madame Crewe's eyelids lifted. She made an effort to raise herself. "What's all this to do?" she taxed her strength to demand. Dr. Ballard laid a restraining hand upon her shoulder. "Nothing. That is, nothing serious. You've been overexerting. Nature stepped in and shut down the shop for a moment." "Meaning? I lost consciousness? For how long? How came Slosson here? Did you send?" Martha answered in the doctor's stead. "No, I just happened along. My Sabina, she took it into her head this afternoon there was no place like home, and she was glad of it. Her and me disagreed on some trifling matters, and she threatened she'd leave if I didn't come to terms. I told her, 'I'm sorry you feel that way, but if you concluded you must go, why, I suppose you must. We all enjoyed your society for the last 5 years, but the best of friends must part, and far be it from me to stand in your way if you prefer to look for another situation and think you can better yourself. I'll do up your things for you for luck.' So I did, and out she stepped, as bold as brass, with her clothes done up in a bundle slung on the end of a old golf stick Mr. Ronald he gave her brother Sammy to carry over her shoulder. She ain't been gone above 3 hours, but I thought while I was bringing up the evening's milk I'd ask if maybe she'd blue in here." Madame Crewe compressed her lips. "No, even your baby would know better than to come here for a happy home," she said with a caustic smile. "On your way back you'd better look for my child, who also has probably run away. It seems to be the fashion nowadays for youngsters to defy their elders." Dr. Ballard gave Martha a look. "Well, I must be moving. I took the liberty to bring you a form of Spanish cream I made this afternoon. It's kind of cool and refreshing when you ain't an appetite for substantialer things." Passing Catherine's door, she paused and lightly tapped on the panel. There was no answer. She dared not take it on herself to turn the knob, so went slowly downstairs and finally out of the house and grounds. Once in the road, she saw a short distance ahead of her an easily recognizable figure. "Oh, Miss Catherine!" she called softly. For a moment the girl seemed undecided what to do. She walked on as if she'd not heard the call, then suddenly wheeled about and stopped. "I was afraid I'd missed you," Mrs. Slosson said casually. "All I wanted was to tell you that if your grandma shouldn't be so well after her fainting spell, why, I'm ready to come and help any time, be it night or day." Catherine looked up, her face changing quickly. "Fainting spell?" She echoed the words vaguely. "Yes, she come out of this one all right, but if she had another you couldn't tell at her age, poor old lady. Thanks be it wasn't a stroke. Anyhow, I'd advise you to keep Eunice Young's overnight, to run and carry if need be." The struggle was short and sharp. Martha pretended not to see. She pretended not to be aware that Miss Catherine had on her travelling hat, carried her coat over her arm, a bag in her hand. "I'll go back," the girl said at last, as if ending a debate. "Be sure to send if you need me," Martha repeated. They parted without another word, and Mrs. Slosson, resuming her homeward way, summed up the case to herself. "Yes, she's gone back this time, but come another tug-of-war between her and the old lady, and I wouldn't be so certain. I wonder now how my young vagabond is doing, with her brothers and sisters are all out on the still hunt searching for her this minute. She'd barely reached the house and was busying herself with preliminary supper preparations before starting out again to look for her stray lamb, when the screen door was gently opened from without, and a small person, very grimy as to outward visible signs, very chastened as to inward spiritual grace, entered the kitchen quietly. Martha appeared totally unconscious of any other presence than her own until Sabina's mind became vaguely troubled with doubts of her own substantiality. Her pilgrim's pack slipped from her shoulder, the golf stick fell clattering to the floor. Even then Mrs. Slosson made no sign. The suspense was fast becoming unendurable. The child's under lip thrust out, her chin began to quiver, but she controlled herself gallantly. Nix Commeraus, the cat, rose from where he'd been lying curled up in a doze, humped a lazy back, stretched, yawned, and with dignified mien crossed the floor to rub against his little friend's familiar legs. That something at least recognized her and knew she'd come home after her long weary absence almost upset Sabina's equilibrium. She bent down to stroke pussy's fur. "I see," she essayed with a superb effect of nonchalance. "I see you still have the same old cat." At the sound of her voice Martha turned. My," she exclaimed, one hand clasping the other in surprise. "You don't mean to say this is Sabina? How glad I am to see you. Won't you sit down and stay a little while? Cora and Francie and Saramie have gone out strolling, but they'll be back before long, and they'd be disappointed if you'd a went before they got home, so's they'd miss your call." Sabina's eyes rolled. She gulped hard once, twice, 3 times, then with a roar her austere control gave way. She cast herself bodily upon her mother, clasping the maternal massive knees. "I ain't going to stay a little while," she sobbed. "I'm going to stay always. I want Cora, and I want Francie, and I want Sammy, and you." Martha bent to lift the giant child so the stout little arms could clutch her neck. "Now, what do you think of that?" she ejaculated, holding the shaken traveller close. Appeared Sammy in the doorway, troubled at first, but brightening suddenly at sight of his recovered sister. "Hey, Sabina's home!" he shouted ecstatically back to the others. Then all came trooping in with a rush, clinging about the youngest, hugging her, kissing her as if she'd been gone a year. "Why, it's just like the prodigal son, ain't it?" suggested Martha, in whose lap Sabina sat enthroned, refusing to leave it for even a moment. "Who's he?" asked Sammy. Mrs. Slosson cast a look of reproach at her son. "Shame on you to ask such a question at your age. Don't you remember the old prodigal gentleman lived in the Bible, which his son had a roving disposition and went off gallivanting till his provisions gave out, and he had to come home to get a square meal? When his father saw him afar off, he got up and went out and called him a fatted calf, and no, I'm wrong, he asked him would he like some fatted calf, which his son, being fond of young veal, did, and so they killed him, I mean the calf. Now I'm wondering which one of you 3 I'd better do it to for Sabina." There, Sabina, don't holla so. Of course I don't mean I'd really hurt your brothers and sisters. Come, you're all tired out, or you wouldn't be so foolish. Cheer up now. You're back home after all your wanderings, and you won't be naughty any more, if you can help it, will you? End of chapter 10. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 11 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Whatever had been the cause of disagreement between Madame Crewe and her granddaughter, Martha noticed that a negative peace, at least, had been restored by the time she had occasion to go to Crewsmere again. "And so you've been aiding and abetting a runaway girl, eh?" the old lady accosted her sharply.
Mrs. Slosson had almost forgotten the Ellen Hinckley episode in the quick succession of events nearer home. "You mean?" she pondered. "You know perfectly well what I mean. The Hinckley girl. You assisted her to make her escape from that Buller brute. I hope you thought well before you took the risk." "Risk?" repeated Martha. "Yes, risk. Evidently you don't know the difference between courage and recklessness." "No, I don't, but I'll look 'em up in the dictionary." Madame Crewe brought her teeth together with a snap. "Slosson, you're a strange specimen. I sometimes wonder if you're plus or minus. You certainly are not a simple equation, that's sure." Martha smiled. "Speaking of the Hinckley girl, Ellen, I'd a letter from the uncle she went to saying she landed there safe and sound, so she's off in my mind." "And Buller?" "He never was on it. I don't mind him. His name ought to been spelled with a Y instead of the R. Them kind's never dangerous." "Well, I hope not. All the same, I wish you'd kept your finger out of that pie for your own safety's sake." Martha laughed. "I got two good fists of my own with me that shoots out fine when required. Warranted to hit the bull's eye every time. I used to tell my husband when we lived down in the city I was afraid I might be arrested for carrying unconcealed weapons." Madame Crew's stern little visage did not relax. "You'd need a more effective weapon than your two fists if you had Buller to deal with," she said. "I've a mind to give you my son's revolver. Will you take it?" Martha drew back quickly. "No'm, thank you. Being much obliged all the same. My husband and me, we don't believe in settling disputes that way. Shooting, be it by one or be it by many, is murder, and nothing else. I'd like to put a stop to it if I could. I'm dead set against it. They talk about putting a stop to war, and some says you couldn't do it, but you could do it, if every man who was 'listed just crossed his arms and said respectful but firm, 'No, sirree, not on your life I won't shoot,' and stuck to his word, where'd they get their armies? You can't square anything with round bullets. I wouldn't mind cuffing Buller a good lick or two, but I wouldn't shoot him. I've too much respect for my own peace of mind." "Well, at least take the precaution to keep off these country roads after nightfall. Get yourself home now, and when you come here again, if it's at night like this, bring that dog of yours that you so much talk about along with you." "Flicker?" "Goodness! Flicker's the peaceablest party of us all. He wouldn't be a mite of perfection even if we'd let him out. Since we first took him off in the street, Flicker thinks everybody means well by him. He'd never get over the shock if somebody treated him low down. He just wouldn't believe it, that's all. But anyhow, Sam, my husband, he's been obliged to set some traps for the foxes that prowls round after Mr. Ronalds's hens and ours, and we're afraid Flicker might get caught in one if we'd leave him run free nights." Acting on Madame Crew's gentle hint, Martha proceeded to take herself off. She had not really thought of Buller with any apprehension, but as she walked along the dark, lonely road the suggestion worked, and she fancied him lying in wait for her behind any old ambush growing by the way ready to spring, as she told herself. This did not prevent her from tramping on, when at last she reached her own door and realized she was out of yeast, and Cora had need of some for the night's raisin. Mrs. Lentz admired to let her have the loan of a cake. Martha chatted a while, then started away, this time headed directly for home. She'd gone but a short distance, the length of a city block perhaps, when suddenly she came to a standstill. "Who's there?" she demanded sternly. Her voice sounded unfamiliar even to her own ears. She attempted to flash her lantern light into the inky blackness of the thicket hedging the road bank. "Who's there?" she repeated. Silence. For a second she doubted her own instinct, and was on the point of passing sheepishly on, ashamed of her childishness, when a sinister rustle in the shadow brought her, as it were, upstanding again, instantly alert, on the defensive. "Who's there?" rang out for the third time. "If you don't speak or show this minute, I'll come and fetch you." The rustle increased. A blotch of shadow detached itself from its vague background, and a huddled shape inched forward like a magnified beetle. Martha held her lantern up as she took a step forward to meet the thing. "Ma!" she exploded. Then, "Well, what do you think of that?" "Oh,
Oh, Martha!" The next minute the magnified beetle was passionately clinging to "me son Sammy's wife," as if there were no other anchorage in all the world. "But for the love of Mike, Ma, how come you here? You're shaking like a ashpan. You're all done up. Never mind telling me now. When we're home is time enough." Fairly carrying the poor limp creature, heartening her, soothing her, Martha got her at last to the lodge, set her in Sam's chair with the comforting "pillow" to rest the hollow in her back, brought her the reinforcing cupper tea, which, in hot weather or cold, was Ma's greatest solace, and to crown all sat down and listened while she told of the dangers she had passed. "It's a thrawn lot they are down there," she began, sniffing vigorously. "You wouldn't believe the way they do be going on. I bided with Dennis and Sarah for a bit, but there was no peace in the house at all. Every time I'd open me mouth, Sarah, she'd be for jumping down me throat. There's no living with the likes of her, let alone himself and the children. Nora and Andy told me they've the hearts of stone in their breast, the way they'd never be caring how you'd get along. 'Twas 2 weeks I bided with 'em, and then Sarah she brought me in the subway down to Hughie's. 'Twas the babby there had whooping cough, and Hughie says 'twould be very unlucky for one so old as me to be catching it off of her. Liza says it would that. I wouldn't have it on me conscience, says she. I says, how would I be catching the whooping cough when I had it myself, and all the young uns here had it long ago, and me by, and never a touch of it on me. But they was that set on keeping me safe from contagion. They wouldn't so much as let me stay the night under the roof. Sarah was as mad as mad. Her and Liza had it hot and heavy between 'em. They fairly had me killed with their sparring. 'Twas to Mary Ellen's they took me at last, and when Sarah told Mary Ellen of Liza's behaviour, Mary Ellen was fit to slay her. If it's to Liza Slosson my mother has to look for a home, her own daughters must be under the sod, says she. I was with Mary Ellen 1 week, come Tuesday, and I would have been contented to settle down there only for Owen having a letter from his rich uncle saying he'd come to visit 'em for a bit. They couldn't be after offending him, explaining they had no room itself. So Mary Ellen asked me would I shift over to Nelly's till she'd have the uncle in my bed, and to Nelly's I went. But you know as good as me the sort of man is himself. You could search the world over and not find a contrarier. My heart was sore for Nelly, but at the same time she'd no call to say I drew the temper out of her Michael, the like she never see equalled. He's never so gusty when we're alone, says she. Well, be this and be that, I couldn't be sure I'd a roof to lay me head on the night. Nora's new man has a tongue in him, would scare you off before you'd ever set foot in it at all, like a surly dog. And all the while the city is hot as hot. The heart of me did be oozing out in sweat every day, and not one of them to take me to the park or set foot in Coney Island itself, let alone back home. The craving took hold of me till I could toll it no longer. I had the trifle in my purse Sam gave me when he left for to spend if I needed it. God knows the rest never showed me so much as the face of a penny. I packed my little bag and be myself I wanted to the railroad station, the cops telling me how to get there itself. And so I came back, travelling all the day from early dawn. I'd to wait at Burbank for the trolley to bring me here. Then I started for to walk afoot, but the dark came down, and every sound I heard it stopped the ticking of me heart like a clock. When I heard the steps of one along the road, I crept into the bushes to hide till they'd pass. Your voice, Martha, was never your own at all. 'Twas like a man's voice. The height of you showed like a tower itself back of the lantern. I'd never know 'twas a female. I'd no strength to resist a wild tramp. So when you asked me answer who it is, the tongue in me head was dumb. But 'tis glad I am to be home again, Charlie." Sam went to the front door to shake out the ashes from his pipe. When he came back, Martha was helping Ma up the stairs to her own room. "Won't the children be surprised and pleased to see you back in the morning?" she was saying heartily. Cora, bringing up the rear, remarked with importance, "Mother sent him to bed sooner than usual, 'cause tomorrow morning we're all to get up early. We're going with Miss Clare in the launch across the lake to see a blue herring she's got there in a cove." "A blue herring, is it? Well, well," said Ma abstractedly. Cora went on.
Mother said when Francie told her first off you'd gone away for good and wasn't coming back, Mother said, no matter how much I feel my loss, I must try to be cheerful. Mother said it was a shock, but you mustn't let the world see you're suffering. The world's got troubles of its own. Ma's dull eyes brightened. She gazed up searchingly into her daughter-in-law's face. "And did you say that indeed, Martha?" she questioned. Martha punched a pillow pugilistically. "Very likely," she answered, holding the ticking with her teeth, while she pulled the clean slip over it. "Yes, I said it." The old woman slowly, tremulously undressed. After Cora had gone and Ma was in bed, Martha lingered a moment before turning out the light. "I'm sorry you had such a disappointment," she said, "but don't you care, Ma. Some time us two'll go down to New York together, and I'll give you the time of your life." For a moment Ma made no response. Then her quavering voice shook out the words as if they had been stray atoms falling from a sieve. "It ain't the disappointment I'm after minding so much," she lamented. "I could told that itself, but perhaps it's a silly old woman I am, but the notion it's got into me head that maybe the lot of them didn't want me." Martha extinguished the light with a jerk. "Oh, go to sleep, Ma, and quit your foolishness. I'll say to you what I say to the children. If you cry about nothing, look out lest the Lord'll be giving you something to cry for." "Then you don't think—" "Oh, go to sleep, Ma," repeated Martha, as if the question were not debatable. The sun was barely up when the children began to stir. "Say, Sabina," Cora whispered, "I bet you don't know what's in Ma's room." A quick sortie, and Sabina did know. Then Sammy knew, and Francie knew. "Come, come," cried Martha, peering on the threshold. "Get yourselves dressed, the whole of you. Don't use up all your joy at the first go-off. Leave some to spread over the rest of the time. Ma's going to stop, you know. Besides, we can't keep Miss Clare waiting." "In my day," observed Ma thoughtfully, "it wouldn't have been thought well of for a lady like that to be launching out just before—" "It's not my picnic," Martha interrupted. "I said all I could to prevent it in the first place, but her heart's fixed, and I couldn't say her no, especially when Lord Ronald said he saw no harm, and go along too." "Well, if he sees no harm and is going along too," Ma murmured, as if her consent were to be gained on no other grounds. "Certainly," said Martha. Everything was in readiness in and about the trim little Moth when Clare Ronald appeared on the dock. "Where's Mr. Frank?" Mrs. Slosson asked. "He got a message late last night from Boston about some stuff for the electric plant. They've sent it on, and he had to go to Burbank to examine it. So in case it wasn't right, it should be shipped straight back. He said it would save time and cartage, and he wants the work put through as soon as possible." "Then, of course, we'll put off our trip." "Oh, no." "Did he say we could go, and him not there to go along too?" "No, but—" "Then I guess we'll call it off." Clare's mouth set in quite an uncharacteristic way. "No, indeed, we'll go. We couldn't have a better morning." "Well, I don't know, but I wished I had my long-handled feather duster here to brush away some of them flims of dust off'n the ceiling." "Why, those are darling little clouds," Miss Clare exclaimed reproachfully. "When the sun sets high it'll draw them out of sight entirely, and the sky will be as clear as crystal." "It's as you think, not as I do," Mrs. Slosson rejoined. "If you're shooted, I'm shot." "In with you, children. Steady now," commanded Clare. Martha being already at the wheel, her husband had only to stow Mrs. Ronald and the girls safely amidships, see Sammy stationed in the stern in charge of the rudder ropes, release the boat from its moorings, and the Moth was ready for flight. "Take care of yourselves," he called after them. "Sure," Martha shouted back, and they were off. Now she was fairly in the line of having her own way. Clare was radiant. "The idea of finding fault with this day," she taunted laughingly. "Why, I couldn't have made it better myself." "Why don't those birds fly up in the sky, Mother?" asked Francie. "What makes them fly so low down, right over the water?" "They are gulls," Mrs. Ronald answered, as if that explained the mystery. It was a tremendous surprise to find the blue heron a bird instead of a delicatessen. For a couple of hours after her first introduction to the new acquaintance, Martha kept exclaiming at intervals, "Well, what do you think of that?" as a sort of gentle indication of her amazement. "Say, mother, the way the herring walks, it'd make you think of folks going up the church aisle to get married, stepping as slow, bridesmaids and things." Martha winked solemnly across at Claire. "Nothing interests Cora so much these days as the loverin' business. She's got it on the brain." "Dear me, but there are no lovers round here, I'm sure," Claire said, amused. "Oh, yes, there are. There's you and Lord Ronald, and there's Dr. Ballard and Miss Catherine, and—" "Say, young lady, you talk too much." "Well, mother, it's true. I know he likes her a lot, 'cause—" "That's enough, Cora. You're too tonguey. Go along and play with your little brothers and sisters." When they were alone, Mrs. Ronald turned to Martha. "Is it really true, Martha? Is Dr. Ballard interested in Miss Crewe?" Mrs. Slosson laughed. "Like that advertisement says the baby's interested in the soap. He won't be happy till he gets it." "And does she?" "Certainly. You couldn't help it. But the little old lady has her face set against it. You got such pretty tactful ways with you. Sometime when you're with the little madam you might kind of work round to help the young folks some, if you'd be so good." Cora came wandering back. The play of the younger children did not divert her. She watched the blue heron as it silently, delicately paced up and down the beach, picking its way among the submerged stones, suddenly darting its head beneath the surface of the water, bringing up a bullhead perhaps, and swallowing it whole. "Ain't he perfectly killing?" she murmured. "The way he acts like he's too dainty to live. And see that yellow flower over there. We had loads and loads of it last fall, and I used to take it to the teacher till one of the girls laughed at me 'cause she said the wood's full of them, and besides it gave the teacher hay fever. That's a joke. It means it'd make her ask more questions than she does already. Ann Upton said that. Ann is awful smart. Once, when her composition was all marked up with red ink 'cause the teacher had corrected it so much, Ann said she didn't care. It was the pink of perfection." "That yellow weed is goldenrod," explained Miss Clare. "Do you remember the names of any of the other wild flowers I taught you a year ago, Martha?" "Well, not so's you'd notice it. Let me see. Perhaps I do. Wasn't there a sort of purple flower you called Johnny Pie plant?" Mrs. Ronald laughed. "Joe Pye weed, yes. You got the idea. And then there was a wild buckwheat and jewelweed, and now, what's the matter with me for a farmer? Don't I know a thing or two about the country?" "You certainly do. And I know the name of some too," asserted Cora. "Bride's lace, and love in a mist, and sweet Sybil of the sweatshop, or—" "Mother, I think you're real mean," Cora cried, anxious to prevent further betrayal. "Say, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to break up this pleasant entertainment, but I guess you don't realize how long we've been dreaming the happy hours away, like Miss Frances Underwood used to sing, before she married Judge Granville, which they ain't so happy now, not on your life, poor dear. I think we better get a move on, or we'll get soaked good and plenty. It's my opinion we're going to have a shower." Claire did not attempt to argue the point. It was too evident that something was really going to happen. "Yes, let's hurry," was all she said. "It's later than I thought." Martha summoned her straying flock, and they made for the boat. The little clouds, no bigger than a man's hand, had turned grey. Francie's friends, the gulls, were darting excitedly to and fro, as if without direction, very close to the face of the water. Here and there the lake showed a white cap. Martha stood at the wheel in the bow and steered straight for the opposite shore. For a while Mrs. Ronald kept up a careless chatter with the children, then, as if by common consent, there was silence. A sharp wind had risen, out of nowhere apparently, and begun to lash the water into frothy fringes that tossed their beads of spray high over the side of the boat. Suddenly Francie screamed. This time it was not the spray, but the wave itself, that the blast rushed before it to break full upon the moth, drenching the child to the skin. Martha glanced round to see what the trouble was. "There's some tarpaulin under the seats," she shouted back over her shoulder.
Wrap it about you and dry up." Again there was silence while the clouds massed themselves into granite barricades, shutting out the light, and the gale gathered force and fury with every second. It was impossible now to see the farther shore. The little moth seemed blindly fluttering in a dense mesh of grey mist, impossible to penetrate.
"We're going every which way," moaned
Cora. At the same instant, "The rudder ropes, Sammy!" shouted Martha. The boy slipped from his place and by sense of touch alone found the cause of the obstruction and freed the ropes. The moth gave a leap forward into the mist.
"I'm afraid,"
roared Sabina in no uncertain voice. "What are you afraid of?" came back from the bow. "Don't you know, if there was any danger I'd get out?" To the children, accustomed as they were to accept their mother's word without question, the statement carried instant reassurance. Sabina stopped roaring, and Francie only screamed when each new wave broke over her, threatening to swamp the boat. "Hush, Francie," called Miss Clare at length in a tense, strained voice. "You'll make your mother nervous." Martha, hearing, answered back, "She don't make me nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. Let her scream if it makes her happy." Francie stopped screaming. All the while the throbbing of the little engine had been steady, incessant, but now Martha noticed that at intervals it missed a beat. She waited to see if it would right itself. A minute, and it had ceased altogether. "Sammy!" It only needed that to send the boy crawling on his hands and knees to start it up afresh if he could, working as his father had taught him to work. The moth spun round and round in the trough of the waves. Martha knew what she knew, but her hands never left the wheel for an instant. What if the engine could not be made to go? What would she say to Mr. Frank if... No, there was this comfort: if the worst came to the worst, she would be the last to have a chance to say anything to any of those waiting on the shore. She heard the steady heartbeat start fresh. The boy was back in his place. Martha, with new courage, strained her vision to pierce through the curtain of mist and rain, could see nothing but clung to her wheel. At length she realized she was steering towards something that she, alone of all the little group, could see, a faint adumbration growing dark through the pall of enveloping grey. But now the wind and the water were so high it was impossible to steer straight for the home shore. She could only make it by slow degrees. The storm had whipped her thick hair out of its customary coils. It blew about her face and shoulders in long wet strands, buffeting her, blinding her. She never lifted a hand to save herself the stinging strokes. Little by little the dark line widened, the way was made plain. Little by little Martha wheedled the moth shoreward. "I see something," shouted Francie at last. "I see our dock." After an interval, "I see folks on our dock." Later still, "I see father and Mr. Ronald and ma, and oh, lots of folks." The moth fluttered forward. The waves beat her back. She seemed to submit with meekness, but a second later, seeing her chance, she dodged neatly and sped on again, so, at last, gaining the quiet water of the little bay. Mr. Ronald and Sam Slosson, in silence, made her fast to her moorings. In silence Martha gave Claire into her husband's arms. He wrapped the shaking little figure about in warm, dry coverings and carried her home as he would a child. The second they were out of sight and hearing, a babel of voices rose, Ma's shrill, high treble piping loud above the rest.
"When we saw the tempest gathering and yous out in it on the deep, and not a boat could make to get to yous, the fear was in my heart. I didn't have a limb to move."
A burly form shoved her unceremoniously aside. Joe Harding approached Martha, implanted a sounding kiss on her cheek. "By gum, you're a crackerjack, Mrs. Slosson, and no mistake," he announced. One by one the little knot of men and women followed suit: Fred Trenham, Nancy Lentz, Mr. Peckett, all who, by the wireless telegraph that in the country flashes the news from house to house, had heard of the moth's danger, and had come over to help if they could, and couldn't. Martha looked from one to the other in surprise. "Well, what do you think of that?" she managed to articulate through her chattering teeth, and then could say no more. "Come along home, Martha," urged Sam gently. End of chapter 11, read by Sandra, near Montreal.
2024. Chapter 12 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. At first it seemed as if no one was to be any the worse for the morning's adventure. As soon as she had attended to the children, had changed her own cold-drenched garments for dry, Martha hastened over to the big house. Tyrrell, the butler, informed her that Mrs. Ronald was resting quietly enough now, but they had been uncommonly anxious about her at the start. The shock had unnerved her. When her husband carried her in, she was crying like a baby. "Well, you know where to find me if, when she wakes, she seems the least bit ailin'. All you have to do is ring me up, and I'll be over in the shake of a lamb's tail." But when the day passed and there was no summons, when supper was over and the children, including Cora and Ma, in bed, Martha could stand it no longer. "I just got to go over and see for myself how the land lays," she explained to Sam. "I know it's silly, but I just got to go." "All right, come along," said Sam. Martha shook her head. "No, you don't. Somebody's needed here in case, while I'm between this and the big house, the telephone 'ud ring." Patient Sam acquiesced at once. "Have it your own way. You've earned the right to have notions and be fidgety if you want to. But no news is good news, and what you'll make by running over there at this hour of night, when they said they'd phone if anything was needed, I don't know." "I'll sleep better if I see for myself," was all the explanation Martha could give. It was very dark outside once she got beyond the light from the lodge windows. In her haste she'd forgotten to bring the lantern with her, but she did not go back for it, because she felt she knew every inch of the ground, and moreover the impulse that drew her forth was so strong that she could not endure the idea of delay for a moment. She had discovered a short cut across the grounds, and meant to use it, though she knew Sam disapproved any trespassing on his adored lawns, hedges, and shrubberies, and as a general rule she respected his wishes. But now she made straight for the thicket of bushes walling in her kitchen garden, meaning to push through it at the point of least resistance, strike across the roadway, and so slice off a good quarter of a mile by bisecting the lawn sweeping up to the big house. Just within the thicket she stood as if at attention. For the life of her she could not have said what brought her to a standstill, but also for the life of her she could not go on until she knew what was on the other side of that wall of bushes. Listening, she could hear nothing but the commonplace night sounds, now grown familiar to her ears. The stirrings of leaves when the wind sighed through them, the surreptitious whir of wings aloft up over the tree-tops, the lowly meanderings of insects among the grass, the soft pad of tiny furry feet scampering to safety. But there was still another sound, an unusual, unfamiliar sound. It came to Martha in a flash what it was. A fox caught in one of Sam's traps. "Oh, you poor devil, you!" she heard herself exclaim. The words were echoed by a human groan, so close at hand she fairly started. "Who are you?" Her question rang out sharply. "None of your damned business," came back in an instant answer. "But since you're here, curse you, come and get me out of this blankety-blank trap." A light flashed, by which Martha made out a man's figure crouching on the ground the other side of the hedge. His face was completely hidden, not alone by the drooping brim of his soft hat, but by a sort of black mask he wore. Without a moment's hesitation she forced her way through the hedge. Now she could see more plainly. She made out that the man was on his hands and knees. One hand was free, the other, caught in the fox trap, was bleeding cruelly. On the ground, within easy reach, lay a pistol, a bundle of faggots, and a bull's-eye electric torch. The man's uninjured left hand was clutching the torch. "Don't you stir a muscle, Mr. Buller," Martha said imperatively, "till I make out how this thing works. I don't want to hurt you more than I got to, unspringing the trap." Buller swore violently as he bade her "Go ahead, then, and be quick about it." A moment, and the mangled hand was free. Instantly its owner listed over on the grass in a dead faint in total darkness. Martha felt about in the darkness for the torch,
set it glowing, and by aid of its light found a flask in Buller's pocket, some of the contents of which she forced between his lips. When he was fully conscious, she bade him pick up his belongings and come along home with her, where she could look after his hand, and if necessary telephone for the doctor. Clutching at her shoulder, he staggered to his feet. "Don't forget your gun," warned Martha dryly. "Damn the gun," returned Buller. Somehow they reached the lodge. Sam, hearing the footsteps, came to the door with an anxious face. "Martha," he whispered before he had made out she was not alone, "hurry back to the big house. Mr. Ronald's just called you up this minute. His wife wants you, and I'm going for the doctor." Martha pushed Buller forward into the entry. "Look after him, Sam. He was on his way to give us a call with his pistol and a bunch of kindlings to fire the house. He heard me coming and lay low for a minute and got caught in the trap you set for the other fox. But take care of him," she said, and vanished into the night. Neither Sam nor Buller spoke for a moment. Then Sam opened the sitting-room door. "Come in," he invited the other. "Let's take a look at your hand." The tortured Buller thrust it forward where the lamplight could fall upon it. Sam shook his head. "That's beyond me," he explained. "But I tell you what, I'm going for Dr. Driggs anyhow. You get in the car and come along with me. Only I better take that black dingus off your face, hadn't I?" Buller made a clumsy effort to detach it himself, but his left hand alone could not manage it. Sam did it for him. "Now, as soon as I get the car," he explained, "we can start." While he was gone, Buller paced the floor like a caged animal, writhing with pain, crying, cursing. Sam was gone but a few minutes. It seemed an eternity to the poor waiting wretch. Then away they sped through the cool, calming darkness of the night. In the extremity of his anguish, nothing really signified to Buller, yet again and again he found himself wondering if Slosson would split on him. As a matter of fact, Sam never opened his lips beyond delivering his message to the doctor from Mr. Ronald, then turning Buller over to him for immediate attention. The old physician scowled through his spectacles when he saw the wound. "How did you manage this job?" he asked in his blunt, uncompromising way. Buller winced. "Trap. Foxes after my hens. I set a trap to catch them." "And got caught in it yourself, huh? That's sometimes the way. Here, swallow this down, it'll dull the pain some. Now is the time you may wish you weren't a drinking man, Buller. I'll do the best I can for you, but you've given yourself a nasty hurt, and your blood's not in a state to help the healing along much. However, we'll see what we'll see. I'll give you these extra drops to take home with you. Use them if the pain comes back. Don't meddle with my bandage, do you hear? Leave it alone, and let me see you in the morning. Now, Mr. Slosson, ready?" Again that swift, almost silent speeding through the night. Since Buller's torture had ceased, the motion seemed for him part of a blissful dream, by which he was being gradually lulled to deeper and deeper peace. At first he started in to babble fatuously, but Dr. Driggs brusquely bade him shut up. This is no time for merrymaking, and he dropped back into himself, subdued but not suppressed. At the big house, Sam stopped his car. "I'll take Buller home and come back for you," he explained to Dr. Driggs. "Better dump him out on the road," was the harsh, whispered rejoinder. "I know him from the ground up. He lied to me about his hand. He was up to deviltry of some kind, other than trapping foxes, depend on it. Between you and me, that's a fierce hand he's got. I don't envy him his dance with it." In the meantime, Martha had found Claire Ronald feverish and excited. It did not take her long to decide she would not leave the big house that night. When Sam returned to take him home, Dr. Driggs was not ready to go, neither was Martha. "But you'd better turn in, Slosson," advised Mr. Ronald. "No use in everybody's getting worn out. If I should need you, I'll call you up." Early next morning the young kitchen maid from the big house appeared at the lodge door for certain necessaries Martha wanted, and could not be spared long enough to come herself and fetch. "Eh, now, you don't say so. Things must be pretty bad over there," observed Ma. The girl nodded dumbly. She adored Mrs. Ronald. "If I was you, begging pardon for the liberty," Martha addressed Mr. Frank, I'd get a holt of those doctors and nurses from the city you have engaged. They was coming up in 2 weeks anyhow. You never can tell. This might be a false alarm, but then again it mightn't. Either way, we don't want to take no risks." "I'll telegraph," said Francis Ronald dully. "What's the matter with the telephone? Ain't you got a long-distance connection here?" While Central was clearing the wire, Catherine Crewe was ushered in. She hesitated on the library threshold, then came forward rapidly, her face more lovely than Martha had ever seen it, in its softened expression of human sympathy. "I'm so sorry. I've just heard. I came to see if I could do something, be of any help," she stammered shyly. Frank Ronald had risen and was about to reply when Dr. Driggs pushed through the doorway, interrupting gruffly. "I'm not quite satisfied with the way things are going. Nothing to be uneasy about, you know, but under the circumstances I'd like another man to talk the case over with. I've just called up the New York specialist, he and the nurses. Lord, I don't mean that. It'll take them a full day to get here. We can't wait that long. I want someone now." "Now?" Frank Ronald echoed, without any appearance of understanding what the word meant. "Now," repeated Dr. Driggs. "I'd like to call in—" tinkled the telephone bell with irritating insistence. Frank Ronald's cold hand gripped the thing as if he would choke it. "Hello? Is this New York? Is this Dr. Webster? Morning, Dr. Webster. This is F. B. Ronald speaking. Yes, I've called you up because of my wife. Can you hear me now? Is this better? My wife. I'm worried about my wife. I've called in Dr. Driggs of this village. He wants more advice. Yes, by all means, come on at once and bring the nurses. But Driggs says he can't wait. Must have someone immediately. Eh? Who? Do you say? Boston? Yes, I get that. Ballard of Boston. There's a young fella here from Boston named Ballard, but I don't believe he's the man. Wait a minute. Please repeat that. You say he's the best skill in New England? National repute? I'm afraid. Hello, Dr. Webster. Driggs here says 'tis the man you mean. He says he was just trying to tell me when. Yes, I'm sure we can get him. Yes, we are in luck. Very well. Burbank Junction, midnight. Goodbye." Francis Ronald's words and manner were painfully precise. Thought Martha, "I've seen parties none too steady on their pins, just that kind of mincing about their steps, as if they'd dare you say they couldn't walk a chalk line. Poor fella, he's so crazed with worry he can't see straight, but he's going to prove anybody thinks so is another." When Catherine reached home she found Madame Crewe awaiting her. "Well, and how are things going? You had your tramp for nothing, eh? Young Sammy's account of Mrs. Ronald's danger was hocus pocus, of course." "No. Dr. Driggs is very anxious. He wants a consultation. While I was there, Mr. Ronald called up Dr. Webster, Elihu Webster, from home. He's coming up with 2 nurses." "And Mrs. Ronald's going to wait for him? That's obliging of her, I'm sure." Dr. Driggs had asked Mr. Ronald to let him have Dr. Ballard. He had asked before they got Dr. Webster on the wire. Then the first name Dr. Webster suggested was Dr. Ballard's. He called him the best skill in New England, said he was of national repute." "You mean Driggs did? Well, what then? Driggs is getting old. He sometimes muddles. He's probably got this young sprig here confused with the great one." "No, grandmother. Dr. Webster said it." Dr. Driggs only repeated what Dr. Webster said. During the pause following Catherine's statement, Madame Crewe sat quite still, apparently absorbed in contemplation of her own 2 tiny hands, lying folded and motionless in her lap. When at length she looked up, a curious ghost of a smile curled the corners of her mouth. "Really, I am uncommonly gratified. You see, I can't help thinking how barely I missed the honour of being this young man's grandmother. I'd have liked to have a grandchild of whom I could be proud." Catherine winced. "I'm sorry I've disappointed you," she said bitterly. "Don't mention it. It's not the first disappointment I've had in my life. It probably won't be the last. Moreover, now that you know, undoubtedly you'll think better of your decision to give him up. You'll marry him after all, in spite of the loss of me and my money. So I'll have my eminent grandson, whether I want him or not." "Grandmother!" "Well, won't I? It seems to me you have quite a keen eye for the main chance. At least, that's how I've made it out, judging from your behaviour. At first you were all for marrying him, then you thought you could do it on the sly without sacrificing your interests with me. Then, on the impulse of the moment, for Norris's benefit maybe, you played tragedy queen and forswore your fortune for the sake of the man you love. All of which would have been very pretty and romantic if you'd stuck to it. But when you had had time to calculate, presto! It's your lover you repudiate to hang on to the money. Now you're fairly certain he's got all you need. Doctors fleece one abominably nowadays. Come and feel your pulse, and give you a soothing syrup, and send in a bill for $10, and that's no placebo, I tell you. Oh, there's no doubt you'll be rich if you marry a doctor. Where was I? You were running down doctors, grandmother, and I don't see how you can when you know what those you've had have done for you. There. I don't need you to inform me, young miss. What I was saying is, nobody could doubt for a minute you'll take him now. I don't." "Grandmother," the girl began with the same kind of exaggerated punctilio Martha had observed in Mr. Ronald. "Grandmother, I want to be very respectful to you. I don't want to say one word that will excite you or make you ill. But I think you take unfair advantage of me. You taunt me and jeer at me because you know I can't hit back, without being an unutterable coward." Madame Crewe made a clicking sound with her tongue. "On the whole, I think I'd like it better if you did hit back, providing you hit back in the right way. No temper, you understand, no rage, no rumpus and that sort of vulgarity, but real dexterous thrusting and parrying. Now, for example, you missed an opportunity a few moments ago. When I said I'd have liked to have a grandchild I could be proud of, you might have retorted, 'I'm sorry I disappoint you, grandmother, but perhaps if you had been Dr. Ballard's grandmother his distinction might not have been so great.' That would have been a silencer, because it would have been true. I'm afraid you're not very clever, my dear." "If that sort of thing, slashing people with one's tongue, is clever, I'm glad I'm stupid." "There, that's not so bad. Try again," applauded the old woman. Catherine turned away with a gesture of discouragement. "It never occurred to me before," Madame Crewe meditated, "but what you really need is a sense of humour. You're quite without humour. You've brains enough, but you have about as much dash and sparkle as one of your husband that is to be's mustard plasters, only the mustard plaster has the advantage of you in sharpness." The girl wheeled about abruptly. "He is not my husband that is to be. I have told you that before." "But the circumstances have changed. Now you know he's distinguished, probably well-to-do." "It only makes another barrier, can't you see? Can't you understand?" "Perhaps I might, if you'd have the goodness to explain. But you must remember I'm an old woman. It's a great many years since I had heroics." "Perhaps you never had them," Catherine retorted. "Perhaps you never were young, never cared for anyone with all your heart. Perhaps you've never had a heart." "Perhaps," agreed Madame Crewe, "in which case don't appeal to it. Appeal to my imagination. That at least I can vouch for." "I took your word for it, that Dr. Ballard was a young struggling doctor, poor, with at best no more than a problematic future. That's what you said. A problematic future. Well, when I began to suspect he cared for me, I was glad he hadn't a lot of advantages to emphasize my want of them. It didn't seem to me then so impossible that as poor as I should be, and as dull as you've always said I am, I might marry him some day if he loved me. I never cared a rush about that nonsense connected with his grandfather. I wouldn't have cared if it had been true. So when you threw mud at my grandfather and father, I didn't suppose he'd care or believe it either. And he didn't and doesn't. So far we stood about equal. I could give him as true a love as he could give me. But—" "Oh, so that's your idea. I see your point now. You've got the kind of love that weighs and balances, have you? You won't take more than you can give. Why, young miss, let me tell you, you may think that's high flown and noble. It's no such thing. If you want to know what it is, it's your great-grandfather's arrogance turned inside out. That's all. If you refuse to marry the man you love because you have nothing to offer him, you're as bad as I was when I refused because my lover had nothing to offer me. There's a pride of poverty that's as detestable as the pride of riches. You talk about love, you don't know what the word means. If you did, you'd see the real thing is beyond such mean dickery. In love, fair exchange is low snobbery. The girl stared silently into her grandmother's face. Two bright spots were glowing in the withered cheeks. The old woman's eyes shot forth the fire of youth. For the second time Catherine felt that the drawbridge was down. Impulsively she took a step forward, grasping one of the little old hands, folding it tight in both her own. "Grandmother, I want to tell you something. I see what you mean, and I know it's true. But there's something else." Madame Crewe did not withdraw her hand. It almost seemed to Catherine as if its clasp tightened on hers. "What else?" When Dr. Ballard first spoke to me about his grandfather, he said, "But after all, the only thing that really counts is character." He said, "One can afford to whistle at family trees if one's own record is clean." He said, "After all, what's most important is to be straight goods one's self. If I'd lied, or was a coward, or had taken what belonged to someone else, or had any other dirty rag of memory trailing after me, I'd hesitate to ask anyone to share my life with me. But—" "Well?" "Grandmother, I've the kind of dirty rag of memory he spoke about. I'm a coward. I've lied. I've taken what belonged to someone else." End of chapter 12. Read by Sandra. Chapter 13 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 13. Madame Crewe said nothing. She gazed into Catherine's face blankly for a moment, then gradually withdrew her eyes to fix them on a bit of sky visible through the bowed shutters of the open window. When the silence became unendurable, "Won't you speak to me, grandmother?" the girl pleaded. "Won't you let me feel you understand?" There was a long pause before any answer came. "Understand? No, I don't understand. How could one understand one's own flesh and blood doing what you describe? That story would be perpetually new, perpetually incomprehensible. But perhaps you're vaporing, using big words for insignificant things. A child's trick. Tell me the truth, and be quick about it." There was something so formidable in the tiny old woman sitting there, coldly withdrawn into herself again, controlling any show of natural emotion with a fairly uncanny skill, that Catherine quailed before her. In as few words as possible she sketched the story of the recovered pocket. Madame Crewe heard her through in silence. In silence received the object that had at one time been such a determining factor in her life. Catherine could not see that she betrayed by so much as the quiver of an eyelash the natural interest one might be conceived as feeling in so significant a link with the past. "Be good enough to leave me," the old woman said at last, "and don't open this subject again unless I bid you. If I need anyone, I'll ring for Eunice. Don't you come for the present. Oh, before you go, see that you keep a close mouth about this thing, not alone to me, but to every one. Understand?" Catherine nodded dumbly. She felt like a child dismissed in disgrace, or a prisoner returned to his cell. She did not know how long she remained in her room, but when Eunice came to announce luncheon, she sent her away, merely explaining that she was not hungry. And would Eunice kindly answer if Madame Crewe should ring? Within her 100 impulses of revolt urged to some act of self-deliverance. She fought them down with appeals to her own better nature, her grandmother's need of her. It was to escape from herself as much as from her environment that at last, in desperation, she caught up her hat and left the house. She had been gone several hours, and it was twilight when a low tap sounded on Madame Crewe's door. Without waiting for permission to come in, Dr. Ballard did so. The old woman started up as if his presence roused her from sleep, but he could see she had been fully awake. "You look as if you'd been through the wars," she observed dryly, examining his face with her searching eyes. He dropped heavily into the chair she indicated. "I have," he answered. "You've saved 2 souls alive, mother and child?" He nodded. "But the war's not over. The fight's still on. I've done all I can. The rest lies with—" The old woman took him up sharply. "Don't try to talk. Touch that bell." Then, when Eunice, responding, stood on the threshold, "Bring me the leathern case you'll find standing beside the clothes press in my dressing room. Yes, that's the one. Bring it here to me. Now go downstairs and fetch a plateful of hard biscuits. Hurry. Stop, before you go, hand me that glass from my table." When the girl was gone, Madame Crewe unlocked the case before her, took from it a flask, and with surprisingly steady hands poured a share of its contents into the glass Eunice had placed on the wide arm of her chair. "Wine?" asked Dr. Ballard doubtfully, hesitating to drink. "No, not wine. Drink it down. Now, the biscuits. Don't talk." She pretended to busy herself with the leathern case upon her knees, replacing the flask, turning the key in the lock, rather elaborately fingering the smooth surface, as if all her attention was concentrated on some imaginary fleck or flaw she had just discovered. When, watching covertly, she saw the haggard lines slowly fade from her companion's face, the blood gradually mount to his cheeks, she drew an audible breath. "That's great stuff," Daniel Ballard observed appreciatively. "What do you call it?" Madame Crewe raised her eyebrows. "I don't call it. It has no name, so far as I know. It's an old stimulant my father picked up somewhere in the Far East. He treasured it like gold. It's certainly done the trick. I was all in, and now I feel quite fit. Mrs. Slosson and I have been on the job since morning. She's a wonder, that woman. No end of nerve and pluck. I could make a corking good nurse of her. She's back there now, watching, firm as Gibraltar. I couldn't stand it any more. I had to get away for a moment to catch a breath of fresh air and a glimpse of—" "Me?" Madame Crewe caught him up. He corrected her gravely. "No, the evening star. Catherine came home from the Ronalds this morning much disturbed." "Over the case?" "Yes, that, and the fact of your being what she hadn't supposed." Dr. Ballard looked his question. "She feels overawed now she's aware what a great man are you. A bit sheepish, too, I fancy, because, if I remember right, she has twitted you more than once on being worn out waiting for patients." "Well, what of it? Suppose she has. I can stand chaffing, I suppose. And besides, she was right. I am worn out waiting for patients to do the rest after I've, so to speak, pressed the button. It's hard to believe you're the Daniel Ballard of Boston there's so much fuss about. Are you sure you're the man Elihu Webster meant? The man he called a celebrated specialist, the best skill in New England, and so forth, and so forth?" "I'm the only M.D. of my name in Boston," the young man said simply. "But I don't call myself a specialist, much less and so forth and so forth." "What do you call yourself, then?" "A physician." "I wish I had married your grandfather," Madame Crewe announced. Daniel Ballard bent his head, acknowledging what was more than mere compliment by a silence sincerer than words. "I must go. Where's Catherine?" he asked after a moment. "I don't know. Not at home, I fancy. Will you do me a favor?" "If I can." "Don't try to see her for a while. Leave her alone." He'd risen to go, but her words checked him. "I can't give you any such promise," he said. "It seems a strange request for you to make." "You don't trust me?" "No, not in this." "You may." He hesitated. "Perhaps. Still, I give no promise. I'll think it over. When I have more time, you'll explain?" "Perhaps," she echoed. The next minute she was alone. However she accomplished it, Madame Crewe had her way. Catherine did not see Dr. Ballard again before he left for Boston. He left a brief note explaining that Mr. Ronald refused to release him, even after Dr. Webster arrived with his brace of nurses. Catherine read the letter with a bitter smile. Technically, she had nothing to complain of. She had definitely said she would never marry him. He'd taken her at her word. And yet his easy acquiescence hurt her cruelly. It did not explain anything that Mr. Ronald himself confessed his dependence on Dr. Ballard. The saving of his wife and baby, a miracle Dr. Webster called it, made Frank and Ronald feel that whoever came or went, Ballard and Martha Slosson could not be spared from Claire's bedside until the danger was over, recovery absolutely certain. It was all perfectly plausible, and yet. Then came an urgent recall to Boston, which the best skill in New England felt obliged to respond to in person. "If you didn't have a family, Mrs. Slosson," he said to Martha the last evening as they sat in Claire's sitting room, gratifying Frank Ronald's whim that they remain within call, "if you didn't have a family, I'd urge you to take up nursing. You have an excellent knack for it. I could make a capital nurse of you." Martha nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, sir, but there's so many things I'm, as you might say, billed to be made over into first. I guess I'll have to cut out the trained nurse. Besides, I might fall down on a case I was a stranger to. It's dead easy to do for anybody you love, but to go and pick 'em up off the roadside, well, that's a different proposition. The dirt and the smell of some of them, you wouldn't believe it." "Do you love that scamp Buller?" "Not on your life. That is, not so you'd notice it." "Yet you stood by him like a soldier when Driggs and I took his hand off last night. How's that?" Martha pondered a moment. "Well, you see, sir, to tell the truth, I feel kind of responsible for Buller. 'Twas me made him mad in the first place, and then when he wanted to get back at me, 'twas our trap gave him the nip. Poor fella, you couldn't help be sorry for him. He'll miss that strong right hand of his so, which it used to be a regular prestidigitator with the liquor. Now you see it, and now you don't, afec." Dr. Ballard laughed. "His left hand's in training already. Between the whisky and the ether last night, I was almost anaesthetized myself. But joking aside, I'm going to leave Buller in your care. I'll show you about the bandaging, so when Driggs gets through with the patient you can take him up. I wouldn't like to trust to Mrs. Buller. She's a slipshod creature, sure to neglect. Dr. Driggs tells me Buller dreads him like the mischief, so he won't go there any longer than he has to. May I trust you to keep your eye on him, follow him up, and let me know if there's any hitch in the healing?" "Certainly you may," said Martha. "Another thing," Dr. Ballard paused, "I'd be glad to feel you're keeping an eye on Crewsmere." Mrs. Slosson nodded. "Certainly again. But you don't think, that is, you ain't in doubt about the old lady, are you? I'd hate to think she might have something I ain't used to. I kind of got accustomed to strokes now, so's if she'd have any more, I'd just know how to take a holt. But if she set about getting up something new, it'd sort of rattle me, maybe. You never can tell." "No, that's it. You never can tell. I can't tell." "It ain't as if she didn't have a symptom to show you," pleaded Martha, "so's you'd be working in the dark. When ladies is that way, the doctors says to themselves, 'Her colour's good and her pulse is strong, which proves she's far from a well woman.' While I'm waiting for something to happen, I'll remove her appendicitis. Folks has such funny furbelows inside 'em nowadays. I don't wonder the doctors is puzzled. What's the use of adenoids now and appendicitises? I should like to know, if it's only to go to the trouble and expense of having 'em cut out." "Quite so," acquiesced Dr. Ballard gravely. "No, I'm not anxious about Madame Crewe's appendix. I'm anxious about her granddaughter." "Oh," said Martha, "it's her you want to remove." Dr. Ballard flushed. "Yes, Mrs. Slosson. That is, I wish to marry Miss Crewe. You already know of Madame's opposition. I don't mind that any more, but something has happened, I don't know what, to change Miss Crewe herself. I would never ask her to desert her grandmother. In fact, I would not respect her if she did desert her, leave her alone in her infirmity and old age. but I don't want her mind to be embittered. She's not happy. I wish you'd look after her, lend her a helping hand once in a while, lend her a helping heart." "I'll do my best," promised Martha solemnly. "I've grown attached to this place. I'd like to hear about everybody once in a while. I'd like, so to speak, to keep my finger on the pulse of the public." Martha looked up perplexed. "The pulse o' the public. I don't know as I exactly get what you mean, but if you want to feel the pulse of the public, why, you're the doctor. Anyhow, I'll let you know how things is going, if you'll excuse the liberty, and won't mind my spelling, which Sam says it's fierce." "I'll deeply appreciate any line you may take the trouble to write me," Dr. Ballard assured her with hearty sincerity. It was September before Mrs. Slosson was actually settled at home again. The nurses over at the big house were altogether capable and trustworthy, but even after all need of her had passed, Mr. Ronald liked to feel Martha was within call. He fancied his wife felt more content when she was by, and certainly the baby slept better on her ample bosom than anywhere else. It was a tiny creature, very delicate and fragile, a mere scrap of humanity that Martha could hold in the hollow of her hand. In the privacy of their own sitting room, the two trained nurses confided to Mrs. Slosson, "It's too bad the parents' hearts are so set on the child. They'll never raise it, never." "No, what do you think of that?" Martha said mournfully, and the two uniformed ones never knew that in her heart she despised them and their miserable bildaden talk, which nobody could stand up against anyhow, much less an innocent little lamb that hasn't the strength to call 'em liars to their faces. "Of course we'll raise her," she assured Mr. Ronald confidently. "There's no doubt about it. Yes, I know she ain't very hefty, and she ain't very robustic, but what do you expect? You ain't give her a fair show yet. You can't take a baby a few weeks old, especially if it had the tough time getting in on the game at all that this one had, and expect her to be as big and husky as my Sabina. It wouldn't be sensible. Besides, look at her mother. Miss Clare's no giantess, nor ever was, but she's as sound as a nut, and so'll the baby be when she gets her gait on, and knows it's up to her to keep in step with the procession. Don't you let nobody discourage you. Believing's half the battle. You can take it from me, that baby's going to live and thrive like the little thoroughbred she is. She wouldn't give us all this trouble for nothing." Her invincible confidence was like a tonic to Francis Ronald. It reinforced his own more flickering faith, so he could meet Clare's hungrily questioning eyes with reassurance. And as the weeks went by, Martha's prediction seemed less and less preposterous. "Didn't I tell you?" she exulted. "That baby's a winner. She's going to be standard weight, all right, and measure up to requirements too, give her time. But between you and me, all this new-fangled business with scales and tape measures and such like is enough to discourage the best intentioned infant. There's more notions nowadays than you can shake a stick at, and I'd like to shake a stick at most of 'em, believe me." At the time she was thinking rather more of Miss Crewe than of the nurses, whose queer fandangles she never could become reconciled to. She was frankly anxious about Catherine. "If I could do with her like I do with Buller, I wouldn't say a word," she ruminated. "I just kind of keep a general line on him, and when the time comes I get a hold of his collar band and march him up to the captain's office as brave as a lion. He's got so the minute I tip him the wink he comes for his washing and ironing, I should say, bandaging, as meek as a lamb to the slaughter-house. But you can take it from me, there's no getting a line on Miss Catherine. She's devoting all her time and attention to putting off flesh and colour. Trouble is, she's got nothing to do, and she does it so thorough she ain't got time for anything else. Dear me, I wished I could sort of set her and Buller at each other. It might help 'em both to forget their losses. He certainly is a queer dick and no mistake. In spite of his sporting a GAR one, you can take it from me, Buller ain't got all his buttons," she told Miss Catherine. "Do you know what he says? He says everybody's gone back on him because he's in trouble. He says nobody'll look at him now he's mangled. They was his friends before, when he had all the limbs was coming to him, but now he's shy and they're too proud to notice him.
He says the world's a hard place for cripples."
A faint smile flitted across Catherine's face. "What a perverted point of view," she said, for the sake of saying something.
"Do you know what I think?" Mrs. Slosson continued. "I think now is the zoological moment to catch Buller and see what kind of animal he is, if he's got the making of a man in him, if he could be got to give up the drink. I do believe he might amount to something yet. You can't know what a fellow really is when he's always steeping in liquor. It's like pickles. You wouldn't know if they're dill or sweet or what they are till you take 'em out to soak and test 'em."
"I should think you might influence him," suggested Miss Crewe impersonally. "You're so strong and wholesome and steady." "Land, no, Buller wouldn't listen to me," said Martha. "How would I be reforming anybody when so many is reforming me? Mrs. Peckett, then?" "Mrs. Peckett's way of doing things makes some folks nervous. It's like as if she said, 'I'm going to raise the tone of this town if I have to raise it by the scruff of its neck.' She's a good woman, Mrs. Peckett is, more power to her, yet she's as good as old gold, and just as dull." Catherine was amused. "Does Mr. Buller require people to be so very brilliant, then?" "Land, no, he don't, but his case does. There's a difference. The fellow that gets the whip hand of him is the fellow he's going to respect. No others need apply. If there was anybody in this town could kind of give him the fright of his life on the liquor question, it'd be dead easy to tame to him afterwards." Miss Crewe's face lost its apathetic expression. A light of interest shone in her eyes. "I wonder if an idea that has just occurred to me would be of any use. Last winter I attended a course of lectures at Columbia College, and one of the lectures was illustrated by lantern slides showing the effect of alcohol on the body and mind of habitual drunkards. They were enough to give one the horrors. If Buller could see those pictures—" Mrs. Slosson brought her hands down upon her knees with a sounding slap. "There! Didn't I know you'd strike on just the right idea, quicker and surer than anybody else? And you've done it." "But it would cost a lot of money to get that lecturer here. We might not be able to get him at all, even if we could raise the money to pay." "Raise nothing, begging your pardon," Martha exclaimed. "Mr. Frank Ronald is always doing things for everybody. Why couldn't you go to him and tell him what you've just told me, that you're interested in saving Buller's soul from destruction, not to speak of the rest of 'em, and that you know a gentleman down in Columbia with sliding pictures can do it, if he got the price of his ticket and something to boot? I bet your Mr. Frank could have him up in no time, and thank you for giving him the chance." Catherine shrank back. "Oh, no, I'd never dare," she said. "Mr. Ronald is dreadfully unapproachable, I think. His eyes are so stern, and he's so silent. He doesn't help you out at all, just always seems to be looking you through and through, and finding you very inferior." "Have you seen him smile?" "No." "Well, you go down there and get him to smile for you oncet, and if you don't swear by him ever after my name ain't Martha Slosson, you can take it from me, Mr. Frank is true blue like his eyes are. Do you think if he wasn't Miss Clare'd ever have married him? Not on your life. She took him for first choice when she'd the refusal of the pick of the land, and I know what I'm talking about." By the time Martha was ready to go, Miss Crewe had decided that she really must see Mr. Ronald and find if it were possible to interest him in her village improvement plan. If Mrs. Slosson could take her down to the big house, she could easily walk back before dinner time, she said. "Say, you make a chance and ask about Mrs. Ronald and the baby. You'll get 'em quickest that way, and even if you ain't used to infants, it won't be no lie to show you're dead stuck on this one, for she's a beauty on a small scale and no mistake," Martha dropped as they drove along. Before Catherine was really aware, she found herself being escorted upstairs to his wife's sitting-room by Francis Ronald himself. Burning logs were glowing on the open hearth. The place was warm and bright and fragrant with hothouse blooms. Claire Ronald, looking like a delicate flower of a very human variety, rose from her low chair before the fire to greet her guest, and from that moment Catherine's constraint was gone. She told of her plan, and the Ronalds were interested from the first. "I think it's a capital idea, don't you, Frank?" Claire cried in her quick, impulsive way. "There is something in it, no doubt," he admitted cautiously, smiling down at her with very different eyes from those Catherine had dreaded. "But I don't think much could be accomplished by one lecture. If these people are to get anything, they've got to get it in good doses, repeat when necessary. You can't be sure you've made your point until you've hammered it in, given it what the journalists call a punch. This can only be done by repetition, emphasis. But a course of lectures with lantern slides, a course extending through the winter, that would be a great scheme, I think." Catherine's face fell. "We could never hope to have a course," she mourned. "Why not? The expense. Think what the cost would be." "It would be cheaper in proportion than one." "In proportion, yes, but I doubt if we could raise the money for one, much less the course." Mr. Ronald's eyes scanned her quizzically. "You should drill under Martha Slosson," he said, with a touch of seriousness in his lighter manner. "She would never recognize the obstacle. She leaps it, or she mounts it, or she kicks it out of her way, but she never admits it, and the consequence is, it isn't there. Now, suppose you were not required to raise the price of the course. Suppose the price were guaranteed. Would you guarantee to raise the audience? Get enough people to pledge themselves to attend, so the lecturer could come up with the fair assurance that he'd face something beside empty benches?" "I could try." "How would you go about it?" "There's a man named Buller." "Yes, I know him. A bad lot. Got his hand chewed up in a fox trap while he was on his way to my lodge to fire it, for the purpose of revenging himself on my superintendent's wife, Martha Slosson. Dr. Driggs told me about it. Gangrene set in, and the fellow'd have lost his arm, if not his life, if Dr. Ballard hadn't operated as promptly and skilfully as he did. Yes, I know Buller." Catherine, considerably dashed, took up her theme again, notwithstanding. "He's very ignorant, very debased, of course. Yet I think, as Mrs. Slosson does, that he could be helped. He's very low in his mind just now, because he thinks his neighbours shun him on account of his accident." For the first time she heard the hearty ring of Frank Ronald's laugh. "Well, and this poor abused soul is to aid you? How?" "He owns a horse and buckboard. It occurred to me he might be willing to help us to the extent of taking me about from house to house when I go to canvass. Incidentally, if the people see he's engaged in work we're interested in, it may re-establish him with them, with himself. He's lost all self-respect, all self-reliance. Mightn't it help him to get them back if he felt he were concerned in some worthy enterprise, connected with reputable people?" "It might." The early autumn twilight had fallen before what Martha Slosson would have called their conflab ended. While Mr. Ronald was giving orders for the motor to be brought around, his little wife displayed the wonderful baby, and Catherine, holding the tiny soft creature to her cheek, suddenly felt her heart melt toward that other tiny creature, not so soft, but almost as helpless, who was sitting solitary and alone in the chill and dreariness of what she called, by courtesy, home. End of chapter 13. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 14 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. Martha found an almost disorganized household when she got home. "Say, this is never going to do in the world," she exclaimed in astonishment. "I got to pull you all up with a round turn. The whole raft of you from Ma down needs a good whacking into shape. Say, Ma, what are you sitting there whimpering for? You look as if you'd lost your last enemy, and had nobody left to take any comfort out of. I wouldn't put it before you to be yearning for the gaiety of little old New York again. That so?" Ma drew in her lips plaintively. "No, it ain't so. I'm contented here enough, only 'tis not the same place at all when you're not in it. Never a one of them to think of drawing me a cup of tea, nor set a match to the fire when the wind is blowing that chill it's enough to rattle the teeth in your jaws.
When I feel cold, I feel poor." She began to cry. "Now, Ma, you stop that double quick, or you may take it from me I'll give you something to cry for. I'm as cross as your grandmother's worsted work. I could bite the head off a 10-penny nail. Keep out of my way, everybody, till I get my house looking like a house again, and my family in order, so as they'll have the appearance of civilized human beings, no matter what they really are. Cora, you set the kettle on while Sammy and me goes down cellar to start a little fire in the furnace to take the chill out of the air and the grouch out of Ma. Francie, while you're resting, run down to the store and get me a pound of tea. I see there ain't a leaf left in the caddy. You can take Sabina along for company, only don't forget to bring her back. We might need her for something some time. You never can tell. For goodness sake, is that Rackabone's flicker slossin'? Well, what do you think of that? I bet there ain't been one of you ever thought to give him, or Nix either, a sup or a bite since I've been gone. Such a measly appearing dog and cat I never see. I'm ashamed to look 'em in the face." As she talked, Martha passed from room to room, tidying up, straightening out, getting the household wheels back into their accustomed grooves, and all the while unconsciously transforming the atmosphere of the place and the persons in it, until they reflected her own wholesome, vital air of well-being, well-doing. Ma, drinking her cup of tea from the saucer, revelled in the genial warmth her daughter-in-law had caused to come up out of the cold, dark nether regions, into which she herself never descended, and felt a sense of virtuous satisfaction in her own personal benevolence, as she rehearsed all the gossip she'd been able to cull from without or within since her son Sammy's wife had been gone. Ma did not call it gossip, she called it news. "'Twas Mrs. Peckett was in and out as usual, and told me what was going on, or I'd never have known no more than if we'd been living in the Sahara Desert itself. 'Twas her told me what a bloody rascal is Buller, that he'd be after coming here in the dead of night with his faggots to burn us alive in our beds, to say nothing of the gun he was for shooting us with into the bargain, and you to be standing by and holding his hand when 'twas cut off on account of the gangrene. Mrs. Peckett says every one in this place is calling you a good Sam Martin." "In me eye," says Biddy Martin, Martha sang out sceptically. "Mrs. Peckett was saying 'twas the wife's duty stand by her own man, and not another woman's at all. Mrs. Peckett was after saying God knows she's as quick to do a kindness as the next one, but the evil tongues some folks to be having nowadays would make you look out for your reputation." "Say, Ma," said Martha, "did you ever notice how some people try to keep their own place clean by shaking their dirty rags on other people's heads? They don't care where the smut lands so long as they shuck it off in their own skirts. The trouble is, they sometimes get come up with. They don't watch which ways the wind's blowing, so they get all their own dirt and then some blown back on 'em, which they'd better never have stirred it up in the first place." Without in the least understanding her daughter-in-law's drift, Ma felt it desirable to change the subject. "Did Martha know that the Fred Trenhams had legally adopted the 3 fresh air children that they had with them all this summer and last? And they do be as proud, the way you'd think they'd a fortune left them instead of a ready-made family to eat 'em out of house and home itself. The Trenhams are bricks." Ma coughed nervously, then tried again. "That old bachelor brother of Mrs. Coles's, the one who's been so long sick abed with the doctor, he's been took down with the measles." Martha proceeded with her work. "Well, that's the way it goes. When a fellow's been crying wolf for years and years, the chances are he'll attract some kind of thing his way, if it's only a measly little skunk, which is more embarrassing than dangerous. Measles is a kind of come down for a party Hiram Parkinson's age and ambitions. He's been walking around with, as you might say, one foot in the gravy, poor soul. I bet it makes him sore to feel he's with both feet in the soup. Measles. I guess I'll send him a glass or 2 of my slip-go-down jelly to cool his throat." "I guess he didn't be expecting that, whatever it was he did be expecting," Ma dropped complacently. "Well, you generally get something if you expect it long enough. That's why it's up to us to be sure we like our order before it goes in, for in the end we'll have to chew it anyhow." Martha drew her chair to the centre table, seated herself, and taking pen, paper, and a bottle of ink from the drawer, prepared to write. "Going to write, Martha?"
queried Ma, peering over at her curiously. "Looks like it, don't it?"
A letter?
"Maybe, or else my last will and prayer book, as they say. I wonder. I guess if you're going to wonder out loud, Ma, you'll have to do it later. I got to get this job off my hands right now, and between you and me and the lamp post, I ain't so flip with my pen and ink. I can do much of anything fancy while you wait. I got to take my time at it. It's the hardest stunt I know of. First off, you got to have something to write about, and then before you're fairly ready to put it down, and what with delays owing to spelling, blots, and so forth, it's got away from you and you have to think up something else in its place. While you're doing that, the next idea gets away, so you're left whatever way you look at it. Now, silence in the courthouse, as Sammy says. Ma would have given all she was worth to discover what it was that for the next couple of hours or so Martha was so painfully employed upon. She did her best to find out, but though she craned her neck, ducked her head, peeked and peered, it was no use. A substantial elbow curved round the paper, effectually shielding it from inquisitive eyes. "Dear Dr. Ballard, you will be surprised to hear I am home again, but that is where I am, for Miss Clare is well enough now to spare me, and the baby is doing fine in spite of the nurses, which says she will live now, which I thank them kindly, when her 2 cheeks is getting as pink as roses, and round besides, so a blind man could see it, and never a cry out of her the whole day long, the lamb, or night, either, except when necessary. Mr. F. Ronald would not call the Queen his cousin. Him and Miss Catherine is busy getting a party from the city to come and give a course of lectures to show the natives off of lantern slides what their bodies made out of, and how their germs looks when you see them on a sheet very much enlarged. Miss Catherine hopes seeing what the liquor does to his germs will scare Buller off the drink, anyhow he ain't drunk much as usual, 'cause he has been driving her round in his backboard, which he is very proud of. Besides, he has not the time when he is doing it. While I been away, Hiram Parkinson got measles. If this don't interest you, Madam Crewe is very well, but her and Miss Catherine is still on the outs. Why, I do not know. Miss Catherine was getting very thin and white when you left. She got going to Mr. F. Ronalds's. Now she looks better. Do not think that is because anything excepting the course of lectures. Men is naturally jellies, pardon the liberty, but believe me, Miss Catherine is true blue, like if she got found of any party once, would not change to get found of any other party, no matter how plutonic, as a gentleman I once lived out with his wife, Mr. Granville, lately made to a judge, told me, which I just looked it up in the dictionary for the spelling, and it ain't what he told me it was at all, but relating to regions of fire instead of cool like you feel for your relations. Buller is healing all right, so I know he is clean. I told him his whole arm would go if he did not let up on the drink. I will let you know if he lets up. I will let you know if Madame Crewe and Miss Catherine lets up also any more. I think will entrust you. I know what was in your heart when you asked me, so will write as orphan as I can, and no other soul will knew you can count on me. Love to all. Yours truly, Martha Slosson. The writing of the letter in itself might not have excited any undue suspicion in Ma. Once in a long time Martha did actually sit down to take her pen in hand to write to one of the relations, though usually it was Cora who was offered up on the altar of family concord. But today, me son Sammy's wife's conduct was exceptional.
She wrote and rewrote, erased, tore up, until Ma cogitated. "It's fairly a caution, and out of all sensibleness, the way she does be destroying perfectly good paper. Also, it'd surely be a stranger she'd be after wasting all that time in ink on, for not one of her own at all would ever be forgetting the like of it." The next logical step in the shrewd deduction was, "Who is the stranger?" Ma watched the little Mont Blanc at Martha's elbow grow until finally it coasted like a tiny avalanche to the floor. She watched her daughter-in-law stoop, abstractedly gather up the fragments, and stuff them into her apron pocket. When the great task was done, she saw the mysterious letter, artfully resisting, obliged at last to yield to main force and go into its envelope whether it would or no, saw it sealed, saw it stamped, saw it directed, saw it triumphantly carried by Martha's own hand to the R.F.D. mailbox, though Ma insisted one of the children should go just as good, and save you the steps itself. When Martha returned from her errand, she found Mrs. Peckett in possession of Sam's chair by the table. "And how's Mrs. Slosson after all her troubles? It's good to see you home again," the caller greeted her before she'd fairly crossed the door-sill. "Fine," returned Martha, "only I ain't had any troubles." "That's what Martha always says," Ma observed half complainingly. "Martha always says she wouldn't be for calling what she's come up with trouble. She says, if you don't notice it, 'twill pass you by the quicker, but if you clap a name to it, 'twill come and live with you until you never get rid of it at all, like yourself this minute." For a moment Martha felt as if she'd taken a sudden dive in a clumsily run elevator. Through the sinking at the stomach that followed, she saw Mrs. Peckett flush, bridle, and brace as if making ready for fight. She flung herself into the breach, laughed, winked confidentially over Ma's head to their neighbour, and said calmly, "Mrs. Peckett and me'll have to grow your age, Ma, and be the mother of married sons before we really know what trouble is, won't we, Mrs. Peckett?" Mrs. Peckett nodded. "Though I will say I never put much stock in all the talk that's going the rounds about mother-in-laws suffering at the hands of the parties their sons married. Whenever I hear that kind of talk, I always point to Mr. P.'s mother, who lived with us a year and a half after we went to housekeeping. The store she set by me, she was so afraid I'd do too much or be worried or the like of that at the last, when she couldn't say much of anything for the weakness, she'd tell the nurse, 'Don't let Beulah in.' When the nurse told me about it after Mother Peckett was gone, I was so affected I almost cried. I said to the nurse, 'Did you ever?' And the nurse said to me, 'We reap what we sow.' Just like that, we reap what we sow. I wager she's told the story to many a family she's been out nursing since, though of course one case don't prove the rule. But even if I am exceptional, I believe there's lots of daughters-in-law better than they give them credit for being." "Oh, I ain't complaining," Ma maintained. "Martha here does fairly well, and I'll say this much for her, she's turned out better than I expected." Martha bowed profoundly. Thank you, sir," she said. "Your kindness I shall never forget. Me son Sammy was me youngest, and 'twas hard on me to part with him, to be married. All the time he was courting Martha, I was praying she'd turn him down, or something happened to come between 'em, the way they'd never go to the altar when the time come. I wanted Martha for to be taking another fellow was sparking her along with Sammy, but she didn't. She took Sammy, like as if it was to spite me. Fairly broke me heart." "Oh ho! So you've had your love affairs like the rest of us, Mrs. Slosson. Do tell, is the heartbroken lover still hanging on, or?" "Heartbroken nothing!" ejaculated Martha scornfully. "Gilroy's as chipper as a squirrel, and don't you forget it." Ma wagged a sagacious head. "But he never married, Martha. You know that as good as me, and it's not for the lack of chances itself. There's many a girl would give her eye teeth for him, with the riches he has, and dressing like a dude the day." Mrs. Peckett sighed. "Well, well, and I thought you to be such a sober, steady-going woman, Mrs. Slosson. But it seems you've had your romance too. It's a surprise, but live and learn, live and learn." "That's just it," Martha returned. "We live, but we don't learn. More's the pity. Have a cup of tea. Ma relishes it along about this time in the afternoon, and it won't be a mite of trouble. And you must sample some cookies I made this morning."
I'm quite stuck on my own cookies, if I do say it, as shouldn't."
After her guest had eaten, drunk, and departed, Martha observed with more than usual gravity,
"Say, Ma, you never want to mention anything to Mrs. Peckett you wouldn't just as lief was posted on a board fence." "Why, what call have you to say that to me, I should like to know, Martha Carroll?" "Nothing much, only I kind of wish she hadn't got wind of Gilroy." "I do declare," whimpered Ma, "did you ever hear the like? If I so much as open my lips I'm rebuked for it, the way I'd bring confusion on the family. Better for me if I kept to me own room entirely and never set foot here at all, to be accused of setting a neighbour's gossiping when 'twas never me in the first place, but yourself alone mentioned Gilroy's name."
Martha shrugged.
"Come on now, Ma, cheer up. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. It's just I naturally distrust Mrs. Peckett. I used to think she was good first off, but she's as shifty as dust. I wouldn't put it before her to take anything she got a hold of, the innocentest thing, and twist it into what'd scandalise your name, so you'd never get rid of the smutch of it, however you'd try. Worst things I ever heard of the folks in this place, Mrs. Peckett told me. It's took me over a year to find out most of 'em's just mischievous tattle. You can lock up against a thief, but you can't protect yourself from a liar."
Ma made no response, beyond blinking very fast for a second or so, but that was enough for Martha. Recognizing it as the sign of a coming deluge, she hastily changed the subject.
"What do you hear from the folks down home these days?" she asked affably. "No more than yourself. Sam got a letter from one of them, Andy, I'm thinking, this morning. Didn't he be after reading it to yous before he went out?" "No, he did not." "I thought surely he'd be telling you that you're his wife, even if he kept his old mother in ignorance. That's the way it is with children these times." "For the love of Mike," Martha murmured beneath her breath.
When Sam came in shortly after, had silently eaten his supper, and was preparing to settle down for a bout with the New England farmer, she proceeded to take him to task on his mother's behalf. "Ma feels kind of sore because you didn't show her the letter you got this morning from Andy." Sam pulled off his shoes with a jerk. "How'd she know I got a letter from Andy?"
"I dunno, but you did, didn't you?"
"Yes."
"Well, why didn't you read it to her? She's getting old, and the older she gets, the crankier she gets. I guess it's up to us to humour her, for one thing's certain, she won't humour us, and there might as well be some fun in the house for someone."
Sam caught his lower lip between his teeth and held it there for a moment. There was nothing in Andy's letter would interest her. That is, there was no family news or anything. It was a business letter. Martha proceeded with her work, dropping her questioning at once.
"Well, and why wouldn't I be interested in me own son Andy's venturing, no matter if it is business itself?" insisted the old woman querulously, when Martha repeated what Sam had said. "If that same Andy does be making a fortune, surely his own mother would be hearing tell of it first. Leastwise, so she should in any God-fearing family. But it's more like a heathen I'm treated now than a Christian woman that's raised a big crop of children till they'd be able to fend for themselves. Andy is likeliest of the lot, and now when he's made his fortune and would be writing his brother of his luck, his own mother'd be told it's only business, the way she'll not take a natural joy in his triumphing, or maybe look to him for a stray dollar itself."
To all of which Martha made no reply. But later, when Ma and the children were abed and asleep, she looked up from her mending to find Sam's eyes fixed on her in a stare of grim desperation. "For a fella whose brother has just made his everlasting fortune, you're the mournfullest party I ever struck," she quietly observed. "You're as glum looking as one of them ball-bearer undertakers at a funeral. Cheer up, it ain't your funeral, and if you ain't made the fortune, your brother has, so it's all in the family anyhow."
"What do you mean?"
Sam asked.
"Why, Ma says Andy's letter was to tell you he's made a fortune."
Sam groaned.
"Well, hasn't he?"
"No." "What was his letter about, then?
He ain't after money to borrow it off'n you, is he?"
Sam shook his head.
"Because if Andy wants to try any of his get-rich-quick games on us, He better guess again. He's got to take his chances with all the other fancy dancers, that's all there is to it. It's a poor pie won't grease its own tin. He don't want to borrow Martha. Well? Sam swallowed hard, laid the New England farmer on the table, and drew himself in his chair a step nearer his wife. When I was down in New York, Andy was fairly beset with the idea of going into a scheme with a man he knew who'd offer him a chance, if he could raise the cash or as good as. Andy could talk of nothing else. The same with Nora, Andy. They told me all about it, and I'm bound to say it did sound good to me. But I'd no money to give or lend, and I told 'em so. Ma'd been blabbing on about our having a bit saved, and Nora Andy reproached me with withholding it from my own brother, when it was only a loan he needed, with good interest for the one loaned it, to take the chance of a lifetime. I told him the money wasn't mine, but yours and the children's. You'd saved it, not I. And then Andy said he'd never lay a hand on it if it was the last penny he'd ever hoped to see. 'Twas not money he wanted of me at all, and he brought out a paper that if I would set my name to it would help him out as fine as money, and nobody hurt by the transaction a hair. Martha dropped her sewing to her lap. "You never signed it, Sam," she entreated. "Of course you never signed it. You know better'n me that it's wrong to set your name to any tool. Old Lady Crewe's lawyer's very words. Wrong to set your name to any tool." "Instrument," suggested Sam drearily. "Well, instrument then. It's wrong to set your name to any instrument unless you know what you're up against." "I know it," confessed Sam humbly. "Well," Martha plied him, "I did it, mother, and now the note's come due, and Andy can't meet it, and—" "Well, what do you think of that?" sighed Martha. Sam had been leaning forward on his elbows, his palms propping his chin. Now his face dropped into his hands as he hid his haggard eyes from her clear, searching ones. "How much, Sam?" "All we got, the whole 250. For a moment Martha was dumb. Then, straightening back in her chair, taking up her sewing again, she said, "Well, at least we got it. There's that to be thankful for. And don't you break your heart, Sam, worrying about your being such a fool as signed that I should say instrument. I done the same thing myself, now I come to think of it. The pot can't call the kettle black. I set my name to a paper old Lady Crewe asked me to, and God only knows how much I'll be stung for it, for I don't. But wouldn't it kind of discourage you from putting by for a rainy day when the money you scrimped and scringed to save has to go for a umbrella to keep some other fella dry, which all you get is the drippings right in the neck?" End of chapter 14. Read by Sandra. Chapter 15 of Making Over Martha. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. Chapter 15. After many days of serious pondering, Martha decided that the only way to relieve her mind was to march straight up to the captain's office and ask Madame Crewe point blank precisely what the liabilities would be in the event of the paper she had signed falling due and failing to be met by the old lady herself. "But if she said 'twas her will," argued Sam, "you're all right if it was her will. You couldn't lose out on that, you know, unless you were the kind that'd be looking for yourself. And of course if you sign one as witness, you're sure you can't be left anything in it." "I don't want to be left anything in it, but by the same token I don't want to be left otherways either. That's to say, I wouldn't want to have to cough up a couple of hundred now just to oblige, especially when I ain't got 'em. Besides, it wasn't her told me 'twas a will, 'twas the lawyer, which is quite another pair of shoes. Anyhow, I'm going up there to find out what I'm liable for in case she can't pay, like Andy." Sam saw there was nothing to do but stand aside and let her go. The moment she entered the room, Martha realized that a change had taken place in old Lady Crewe.
It was not anything she could put her finger on as she would have expressed it, but it was there unmistakably, to be felt, to be feared. At the sound of her step upon the floor, the little madam looked up quickly. A faint smile curled the corners of her mouth for a second, then vanished. "Well, and what's brought you here after all these weeks? I thought you'd fallen into the well." "I've been staying with Miss Clare, I should say, Mrs. Ronald. And since a week or 10 days, when I went home, I've been so took up with my house and the family in general, I ain't had a chance," Martha explained eagerly. "Never mind apologizing. What's been the trouble with the house and the family in general?" "They got kind of loose jointed while I was away, so's I had to lick 'em into shape again, bring 'em up to time, and it kept me hopping." "You have hopped to some purpose, I hear. You and Dr. Ballard have been making a record for yourselves." "Me?" repeated Martha, amazed. "I ain't done nothing. But, pshaw, I forgot. You're just trying to take a rise out of me as usual." "A what?" "A rise. You know what I mean, mum. Trying to take my measure. That's what you're mostly up to, only folks ain't on to you." Madame Crewe regarded her fixedly for a moment. "Do you know, Slosson," she pronounced thoughtfully at length, "I've an idea I'd quite enjoy some of the things you say if you spoke English. Trouble is, I don't understand your patois." Martha smiled blandly. "Asking your pardon for the liberty, I often thought it the same thing o' you. I don't understand your what you may call it either, nor most of us don't understand each other's, and that's what's the trouble with us, I guess. Sometimes wonder how we get along as good as we do, with the gibberish we talk, making a hash of what we mean, and sometimes not meaning anything." "Right. And the funny part is, the parties we're most likely to slip up on is them we loved the most." "Go on." "I was thinking how when my girl Cora was a baby in my arms, I had the best hold to her I'll ever have, probably. Her and me understood each other then. But now every oncet in a while I might as good be a Dutchman, and her a Fiji Injun for all we make o' each other. I try to hold in my horses and hang on to all the patience I got at them times, and I guess she does the same, and somehow we manage to rub along, but you may take it from me it's some of a scratch. The same with the other children as they grow up, even down to Sabina, who, young as she is, has a mind of her own, and several other parties to boot." "And in the meantime you and your husband are going without common comforts, necessities for those very children who would turn about and rend you at the first opportunity." Martha laughed. "Not on your life they wouldn't rent us, or sell us either, when it come to the test. If we go without things to give them a better start, we're not fooling ourselves on it, believe me. We're making a A1 investment. We don't grumble at the taxes or the cessiments or all the rest of the accidental expenses, so long as we know they're good. It's when you feel you got a bad bargain on your hands, like it'd be poor drainage, or hard as rocks, or leaking and shifty, it'd be then you'd hold back, sending good money after bad, and then you'd be wrong. For you can take it from me there's no child so bad it ain't worth saving. You read about 'em in the papers, how they steal and lie and so forth, and when all's said and done, it's like pictures you'd get of yourself. They ain't as good as you are, bad as you are. No, you can't spoil a good child, and you can help a bad one. So small credit to us, Sam and I, if we do save. It's for the sake of our own, which, after all, we know the stuff they're made of, same as you and Miss Catherine." Madame Crewe was silent. "No, it's not putting money in the children makes me sore," Martha continued. "It's when we scraped and screwed a few dollars together for a nest egg, and then in the turn of a hand it's gone to pay for something we never owed, nor no one got any good out of but the wrong fella." "You mean you've been doing something foolish? Speculating? Losing money?" demanded Madame Crewe abruptly. "My husband signed a paper for his brother, and it let him in for all we had put by. I was wondering if the paper I signed here early in the summer, I was wondering if that had a sting in it too, and if so, how much?" "I don't understand." "I mean the paper I signed here the time Eunice Youngs and me both set our names to it together. That
paper was my will, woman. It had nothing to do with you." "That's what Sam told me. But
You could not be called upon to pay 1 copper because of what you did that day. On the contrary. No, never mind. What have you stood to lose through your husband's
he wasn't any foolisher than me,"
Martha anticipated her quickly. "Your husband's misfortune," amended Madame Crewe.
$250, all we had saved, but we'll set about right over again, and if we have any luck we can put by some more. And anyhow, I'm thankful there won't be another such call on us. That was what I kind of had on my mind when I come."
"Well, you can shift it off your mind, I give you my word. You believe me, don't you?"
"Yes'm."
"And I believe you. So far we understand each other. Now, Slosson, I'm going to prove that I trust you. I'm going to ask you an honest question. I want an honest answer."
"Yes'm."
"You are the mother of 4 children. You have had experience in bringing them up right. I have had 1 child, 1 grandchild. I have brought them both up wrong. What's the trouble?" Martha did not reply at once. Madame Crewe waited patiently, making no attempt to hurry her, and the room was as still as if it had been empty. At last Martha spoke.
"Of course I don't know what the trouble was, if there was any, with your boy, but it seems to me I see where you kind of slipped up on it with Miss Catherine."
"Well?"
"First off, the way I look at it, children is all selfish, which is only to say they're human like the rest of us. They're selfish, and they're mischievous, and they're contrary, for when all's said and done, they're children. What we want to do is learn 'em not to be selfish and mischievous and contrary. And how can we learn 'em not to be it if we're that way ourselves? There's a lady I used to work out for, you know her, Mrs. Sherman, Mr. Frank Ronald's sister. She gave her boy every bloomin' thing money could buy, but she never give him a square deal. You can take it from me what a young 'un respects is a square deal. He mayn't like it, but he respects it, and you for giving it to him. Now, begging pardon for the liberty, I don't think Miss Catherine's had a square deal, or a fair show. She ain't had what's her rights, and she knows it. You kept her too close on, well, lots of things. Love and a free foot, and lots of things. She's lived so long, as you might say, from hand to mouth, that now she don't know which is her hand and which is her mouth, and that makes her look kind of awkward to you. What I'd rather my children feel about me than anything else is that I see their side and try to treat 'em white. All the cuddling and the coddling in creation won't help you if your child knows it ain't having justice, and all the strictness and the punishing won't keep it straight if it ain't sure there's love along with the lickings. Miss Catherine's a good child. You couldn't go far wrong if you took it for granted she was going to do the right thing, like you are yourself. If I was you, excuse me for saying it, if I was you, I'd kind of open up to Miss Catherine. She's young. With all she's so tall and handsome looking, she ain't learned all the sense there is. She thinks the same's the rest of the kids, that the only reason she ain't got the world for the asking is because her mean old family don't want her to have no fun. Give her a chance. Show her you believe in her. You got to believe folks believe in you to do your best. Now, take you for instance. You're talking up so quick and sharp as you do makes most parties feel you're kind of hard to get along with. But I get along with you first rate, 'cause I ain't fooled by your outsides. I know your insides is all right, and that's enough for me. But a young lady like Miss Catherine, she wouldn't know. She's got to be showed, like Sam says they do in Missouri. But you can take it from me, you wouldn't have to show her but once. There, I've talked a blue streak and probably tired you all out. Only, you see, when you get me on children, you got me on a subject's my speciality, as you might say. That is, I try to make it my speciality, like Sam does cows and pigs and farm produces generally. Now he's got to deal with them. Before I go, can't I get you something, or maybe see you safe in bed?" "Bed!" echoed Madame Crewe sharply.
Why do you suggest bed to me? Do I strike you as belonging there?"
"Oh, no," lied Martha calmly. "I was thinking of your comfort so much as mine. It kind of's got to be a habit with me to want to tuck the little ones up and cover 'em over, and know they're fixed for a good sound sleep before I leave 'em."
Madame Crewe set her lips. "Well, Slosson, it won't be long before you can do that for me, but not tonight. Go your way now, it's growing late. But come again soon, very soon, you understand?"
"Yes'm."
On her way out, Martha stopped at the kitchen door. "Say, Eunice," she accosted that placid young woman whom she found cosily toasting her toes before the grateful warmth of the range, "where's Miss Catherine?"
"I dunno."
"Who's looking after the little madam?"
"Nobody much lately. Miss Catherine used to, and she does now when she's home, but she's off mostly, and I have all I can do getting my work done up."
"Yes, I can see that," observed Martha dryly. "Well, I'm coming tomorrow again, can you tell Miss Catherine? But in the meantime, if you was planning to go home tonight, don't you? Just you stay right on deck here all of the time from this on, do you understand?"
"Why?"
"Because I tell you, that's why. You might be needed on short notice. Now, are you going to do as I say, or ain't you?"
"Yes."
"That's a good girl. And if I should be needed for anything, any time, just you come for me, quick as you can put, be it day or night, and I'll drop everything and come." Eunice followed her to the doorstep.
"Say, you give me the creeps, Mrs. Slosson."
Martha laughed.
"Well, I'm glad if I got some kind of move on you, young lady. You certainly need it."
But as she went on her way home, Martha was in no laughing mood. "I got the black dog on my shoulder for fair," she muttered, hurrying her steps, spurred on by an unreasoning longing to be home, to see Sam, the children, even Ma. Long before she reached the lodge, she saw the light from the sitting-room lamp streaming out genially into the chill dusk of the early autumn evening. It had a reassuring welcome in it that fairly re-established her with the world on the good terms of good cheer and common-sense optimism. The broad benevolent smile for which Madame Crewe had so often derided her was on her face as she turned the knob of the sitting-room door, pushed it open. A second, and the smile was there no longer.
"What's the matter?"
Martha asked, looking from Ma to Mrs. Peckett, from Mrs. Peckett to Sam Slosson, in a puzzled, wondering way. Nobody answered. Ma sat cowering in her accustomed place. Mrs. Peckett, deeply flushed, was standing near the window, while Sam, towering over all, showed a livid, threatening face, the like of which Martha had never seen in all the years of their life together.
"What's the matter?"
she repeated. Again the question went unanswered, but after a moment her husband, with a gesture, bade her close the entry door.
"Now, what is the matter, for the love of Mike? One of you say,"
she demanded for the third time after she had obeyed. The sharp ring of insistence in her voice seemed to pluck an answer out of Ma.
"As heaven's me witness, Martha, I meant no harm," she whimpered peevishly.
"Well?" probed Martha.
"But to see me own son casting black looks at me as if he'd slay me."
"Tell me what you've done. Never mind about Sam."
"The day I first see you writing one of them letters, Martha."
"What letters?" Sam's fist came down on the table-top with the force of a sledge-hammer. "Hold your tongue, Ma. By God, I won't have my wife's ears soiled with your dirty gossip. I've listened to you myself long enough, too long. I'd not have done it even so, except for the need there is to stop your scandal-mongering, yours and this woman's here." Martha laid a restraining hand upon his arm.
"Why, Sam, what ails you?" she asked in wonder. "I never seen you the like of this before. Let Ma speak. She was saying about letters." "What letters?"
The muscles in Sam's jaws twitched visibly beneath his tense skin. As Martha looked at him, she seemed scarcely to recognize him for the man who was her husband. Suddenly, from out of the dim recesses of her memory, emerged a line she had heard quoted in some far-off, vague time and association when she had not consciously taken note of it. Beware the fury of a patient man. Now she understood what the words meant. If my wife must know this disgraceful thing, it's I will tell her. He spoke so low. His words were barely audible, but Ma would have felt easier if he had thundered. Now, listen you two to what I say. Never for 1 second have I doubted my woman. Never would I. When I tell you, Martha, what these have been saying, I don't do so for you to deny it. You're my wife, I believe in you, and would, against heaven and hell, it seems. You've been writing letters to someone lately, which God knows you've the right to do it, but these two here must needs spy on you, and sneak about stealing the stray bits of scribbling you thought you'd destroyed and thrown away. They gathered them up, and when your back was turned, pieced them together to send to me with an anonymous letter. Only I suspicioned something was afoot and watched, and today I caught them at it. My God, there ought to be a separate fire in hell as punishment for such damned muckraking. Sam, entreated Martha, suppose you have written Gilroy, who none knows better than I how once he wanted to marry you and how you turned him down for me. Suppose you'd have written to Peter Gilroy, and Peter Gilroy has written to you. I have, Sam, and he has, Martha confessed slowly. Surely you'd the right to do it, and I'd be the last to question you. Martha gave him a long look. Did you say Ma and Mrs. Peckett got a hold of my letters to Gilroy? Sam nodded. Did they give you the letters? Sam thrust a clenched fist toward her. It was full of crumpled scraps. With patient care, Martha smoothed out the first tattered shred that came to hand. Laboriously she read it aloud. I knew what was in your heart when you asked high, so will write as orphan as I can, and no other soul will know. Love, all yours, Martha. She looked up to meet her husband's eyes. Yes, I wrote that, Sam, she said. Mrs. Peckett's chin, gradually lifting, at last almost regained its habitual level. You see, she observed suavely, I am not a liar, Mr. Slawson, and I'm not the other things you've called me, to your shame, not mine. But I bear you no malice, nor Mrs. Slawson either. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a Christian woman trying to do my duty. Damn your duty, exclaimed Sam hoarsely. The only thing is, Martha interposed, hastening to cover her husband's unaccustomed profanity. The only thing is, these bits here, as I look 'em over, ain't from letters I wrote to Peter Gilroy. They're from letters I wrote to another man. Still Sam did not flinch. Martha took a deep breath. Won't you take a chair, Mrs. Peckett, and I'll sit too. And so will you, Sam. So long's we got on this subject, we might as well come to a clear understanding. It's always the best way. As I said at the start, Sam, I've been writing to Gilroy, and he's been writing to me. She leaned from her chair to where her sewing machine stood, pulled open the drawer of its table, and took therefrom a couple of thin envelopes tied about with a strand of black darning cotton. Perhaps I ought to have told you first off, Sam, but I didn't, because I thought your feelings might be hurt, and what you don't know won't worry you. The day after you had the news of Andy's note coming due, I got a letter from Gilroy. I have it right here now, also mine answering it, as to say, a copy of mine answering it. The reason I kept him is Gilroy is with Judge Granville, and, well, when you're dealing with foxy parties, you got to be foxy to match 'em. I won't read you the letters. If you like, you can read 'em. They're here for you. Gilroy said 'twas him held your note for Andy.
He took it over, and he was writing me to say that, for the sake of the days gone by, he wanted to do me a kindness. He said he'd let you off the note. He said, well, he knew what a poor provider you was, and we'd probably none too much, if we had anything at all, and as for him, he'd plenty, so he'd never miss it, being as he's a bachelor and right-hand man to Judge Granville, and prospering better and better every day. I wrote him back post-haste that I thanked him kindly, but you'd already sent the money to Andy. Such being the case, I couldn't of course take him at his word to let you off the note, but knowing me so well, as he used to, he'd know that I'd like nothing better than to take money off'n a friend who meant so kindly by me, as his letter showed he did. Being that kind of a friend, I said, I knew he'd like to hear you're doing grand. You're right-hand man to Mr. Ronald, and we've all we need and more, too, and prospering better and better every day. I took my letter to Miss Clare before ever I sent it off to make sure it was all right, and Gilroy'd know what I meant. Miss Clare laughed when she was through reading it. She said it was surely all right, but what he'd read between the lines had illustrations, whatever that means. Anyhow, it stirred up Gilroy something fierce, and Martha paused. The blood surged up to her face in a tide. He wrote to me again, a whole lot of lovesick trash. I sent his letter back to him, me keeping a copy, with just a gentle hint of warning to the effect that if ever he done the like again, I'd tell you on him, and we'd both of us come down to New York by the first train and take a turn out of him, first you and then me on your leavings. Here's the whole correspondence, Sam. I'm glad to get rid of it. It was cluttering up my machine drawer. But perhaps before you take it to lock it away, Mrs. Peckett and Ma would like to examine it. Mrs. Peckett shook her head. Then you're satisfied I ain't a calliope? Martha asked her. A what? Demanded Sam sharply. A calliope. One of them things whistles on a boat, which every oncet in a while we'd hear 'em on the river down home. Likewise, they mean coquette. You mean a siren? Yes, sure. They're called both ways. Madame Crewe says all women are sirens. Then you're satisfied I ain't a siren, Mrs. Peckett? Mrs. Peckett inclined her head, smiling with easy patronage. Martha regarded her narrowly for a moment. I see you ain't satisfied. I certainly am, so far as Mr. Gilroy's concerned, but Sam got upon his feet in a manner to cause Mrs. Peckett to come to a sudden halt. I know what you mean, Sam. Keep cool and let me handle this, which I'm the only one can, anyhow. You'd like to know the name of the party I wrote them letters to you and Ma amused yourselves playing puzzles with. Well, I'll tell you his name. It's Dr. Ballard, and even you couldn't be so much of a loony as think Dr. Ballard would give a second thought to the likes of me, that I'd be writing love letters to him, much less him wasting time to read 'em, let alone write me back. Before he went away, Dr. Ballard told me he'd a liking for this place and every mother's son in it, which I suppose that means you too, and he asked would I write to him to tell how things was going on, and if Miss Clare and the baby was getting on, and how Buller was coming along. I promised I would, and I kept my promise, and I'm going to keep on keeping it. Any objection? Mrs. Peckett signified she had none. Then all that remains is to say good-bye, said Martha gravely, rising and standing with quiet dignity beside her husband. Mrs. Peckett took a step toward the door. Then abruptly she turned and extended her hand to Martha. Sam Slosson shook his head. No, you don't, he forbade decidedly. I guess we'd better wait a while and see how we feel about each other later, Martha explained without animus. My husband says, no, you don't, so of course that settles it for the present anyhow. It's a kind of petty things has come to this pass, for I don't like to be on the outs with anybody. But you certainly took a risk, Mrs. Peckett. If my husband had been like some men, I don't see how you dared do it, knowing you're a woman yourself with a man of your own. Perhaps 'twas because you'd set out to make me over that you hold me so cheap. I always noticed folks is never so choice o' made over things. They think the best wears out of 'em anyhow. And it don't matter if they do use 'em sort of careless now. But it is matter, for it's you'll be blamed for not being clean, not the thing you've dirtied. Besides, sometimes a made over will serve you better than new. I give you leave to remember that, Mrs. Peckett." When their visitor was gone, Ma began to cry aloud. "The fear's in me heart. I haven't a limb to move, the way I'd be dreading Sam's punishing me," she moaned, rocking backward and forward in her chair. "He'll not punish you, Ma," Martha promised. Still Sam bent stormy brows upon his mother. "I'll not punish you," he said, "but after what's happened I guess we'll all feel happier if you make your home away from this." "I'll die ere I'll ever go back to New York City to live with the likes of them as don't want me," sobbed the old woman explosively. "A home, then. I'll see you settled in a good home." Ma looked into his stern eyes, saw no relenting there, and turned to Martha. She held up her hands with the mute appeal of a child begging to be carried. And Martha nodded. She would carry her. "For," she explained to Sam later, "Ma's only a child after all, with no more sense or as much as Sabina. Let her stay, Sam." End of chapter 15. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 16 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Martha had been gone but a quarter of an hour or so when Catherine appeared at her grandmother's door. It had become a purely perfunctory act, this pausing at the sitting-room threshold and asking, "Can I do anything for you, grandmother?" Tonight the answer was startlingly out of the ordinary. "Yes. Come in. I want to speak to you." The girl came forward, outwardly calm, inwardly so shaken with the morbid dread of what might await her that she dared not venture to speak for fear her voice would betray her. "Light the lamp." Her uncertain fingers fumbled the first match till it dropped to the floor. The second went out before she could guide it to the wick. Only at the third attempt was she successful, and she knew her grandmother despised clumsy inefficiency. "Where have you been?" "To the Ronalds. We're getting up a course of lectures, don't you remember, for the natives, to run through the winter." "The natives to run through the winter?" Catherine shrank back hypersensitively from the foolish banter. "I am doing the work. Mr. Ronald is giving the money." "A very proper arrangement." "It has kept me busy. I hope you haven't felt neglected." "Not in the least. As usual, everything has been done for me that had to be done." The little old woman was trying her best to act on Martha's advice, but her tongue, sharpened by years of skilful practice, could not sheathe its keen edge all at once. When next she spoke it was with so studied a mildness that Catherine stared at her, wondering. "You probably met Slosson as you came in? You must have passed her on the road." "No, the Ronalds brought me home in their car. We drove out along the mountain road to see the foliage. We came back the other way." "Well, get your things off now, and when you've had your dinner come back to me. Or, no, I'll ring." It darted through Catherine's mind that her grandmother spoke with singular self-repression. Again she regarded her with puzzled eyes. Such moderation could only breed suspicion in a mind grown abnormal in solitary confinement. The girl ate no dinner. It was late before she heard the silver tinkle that sounded in her ears like the crack of doom. It was well her grandmother bade her with a gesture to sit down. Her quaking knees would hardly have borne her standing. "I'm a coward, a poor weak coward," she confessed to herself, bitterly resenting her weakness, yet apparently powerless to control it. "I've been thinking over what you told me, and I have concluded to change my tactics with regard to you," the old woman plunged in without preamble. "Perhaps I've made a mistake in the past, keeping from you things you should have known. All I can say is, I acted in good faith for your best." Catherine smiled faintly.
Isn't that what parents always say when they punish? Madame Crewe raised her chin in her old supercilious manner, then quickly lowered it. I don't know. I've had no experience. I never punished. Perhaps that is where I made my mistake. Again Catherine's lips curled slightly in a wry smile. You need have no regrets there, grandmother. You have nothing to make up to me on that score. You mean I have punished you? Oh, very thoroughly. Curious. I can't see myself doing it. I can't see you not doing it. Madame Crewe, in her turn, stared, surprised. Catherine was acting out of all character in quite a new, unaccountable fashion. I suppose I must take your word for it, her grandmother admitted with an odd sigh. Be kind enough not to interrupt. You know the story of the man I did not marry. Now you shall hear the story of the man I did marry. My father took me abroad after the Ballard fiasco. I did not care where I went, what I did. I was quite broken down, quite, as Slosson would say, broken up. Nothing made any difference to me. Everything was distasteful. One day in London my father brought a young man to me, introducing him as my future husband. That was all there was to it. I neither objected nor approved. I had no mother. I did not understand. We were married almost immediately. My new lover was very eager. He urged haste. Almost immediately I discovered that my father had been duped by a cheap adventurer, a man without heart or conscience, a poor, weak wretch of profligate habits, a liar, a cheat. He had posed in society as a man of means, heir to a title. He was nothing of the sort. All those he had brought to stand sponsor for him were hirelings, paid to mislead us. For a long time I tried to hide the truth from my father. When at last he learned it, it killed him. He died in a fit of apoplexy, brought on by rage against the man who had gulled him. My fortune was large. My husband squandered a considerable part before I had sense to take steps to save it. He was a spendthrift. He forged my name on cheques. He stole from my purse. I presume you wonder why I did not rid myself of him. In those days divorces were not the casual things they are now. A woman divorced was a woman disgraced. Moreover, there was the boy. For his sake I forbore. For his sake I fought to save my fortune. He was my one hope. He was to make up by his perfect rightness for all that was wrong in my universe. I suppose I spoiled him. Slosson says you can't spoil a good child. If that is so, my boy must have been bad from the beginning. This I know, he was always his father's child. He had none of me in him. As a baby he was full of soft, coaxing ways. It was torture to see them gradually becoming smooth, calculating, treacherous. Sit still. I know he was your father, but he was my son first. I used to pray night after night that he might not live to follow in his father's footsteps. Useless. The taint was too strong. He married your mother precisely as your grandfather had married me. I would have prevented it if I had known. It was all so carefully, secretly arranged that I did not know. Your mother was sacrificed as I had been. Her fortune was swept away. She died when you were hardly more than a baby. I was glad when she died. She was out of it. Your father brought you to me to be cared for. The sight of you in your little black ribbons was a constant reproach. I was afraid to look into your eyes, for fear I should see in them what had killed your mother. One thing I determined, that you were not to be spoiled. I would bring you up as well as I could. I'd failed with your father. I would try a different method with you. I repeat, I acted in good faith. I did my best. Your father died suddenly, no matter how. Enough that 'twas disgracefully. Within a 12-month I was a widow. Behind my crape I humbly thanked Almighty God. When I came to settle up my estate I found myself practically impoverished. That is, everything had been so attached, encumbered, I could get no benefit from it. My income must be turned back to the estate to save it. My only salvation, yours, was to cut myself off from all but a pittance until every claim had been met, and I stood free and quit. That has been done. I owe no man anything. I have sacrificed much, but not my integrity, and not 1 acre, 1 security belonging to the property your great-grandfather left me, rescued from my husband. It is all intact, your inheritance." Catherine was on her feet in an instant. "Inheritance!" she blazed. "You've just told me what my inheritance is. Fraud, lies, treachery, everything that is base. What does money matter to a creature like me? I can never get away from what I am. As you say, the taint is too strong. Hush, I am speaking now, and I'm going to speak, and you've got to listen. For once in my life I'm going to have my say. I'm going to forget I'm young and you're old, and I'm going to let you know what I have been thinking, feeling, being all these years, when you've thought I was a tame thing you could order about and scold and ridicule to the top of your bent. I know now why I was a lonely, unloved child. I've always wondered before, for I tried to be good, even when I was too much of a baby to be anything else. I know now why you watched me out of the corners of your eyes, as if you were waiting for me to try to deceive you in some way. You were waiting for my inheritance to crop out. How could I ever have been anything but at my worst with you? How could I be clever when you insisted I was dull? How could I be myself when you condemned me, by your fears, to be my grandfather and my father? What you waited for came. Of course it would. I stole, I lied. I was a coward. The taint was too strong. But let me tell you this, it needn't have been so. I could have been saved if when I was a child. Oh, I can't bear it. I can't bear it." She shrank together into a wretched heap on the floor, her head bowed on her knees. Madame Crewe gazed at her, a strange shadow creeping over her face, as if to herself she murmured, "That is what your grandfather used to plead, and your father. Whenever they were discomforted, they always said they couldn't bear it. So they didn't bear it, and I and others had to bear it." The sound of her voice, low as it was, brought Catherine to her feet. All the pent-in passion of her life, breaking loose now, beat mercilessly down upon the defenceless old woman before her. In some unaccountable way the two seemed to have changed places. It was she who dominated, her grandmother who submitted. The lamp burned low, sending out a rank odour that filled the room. The clock struck out 3 deep bell notes. Catherine, shuddering, sobbing, felt herself caught up in the whirlwind strength of a new impulse. She turned her back on her grandmother. A moment, and the door of her own chamber shut her in. Madame Crewe's head fell forward upon her breast. The clock had just struck 5:30 when Martha groped her way downstairs. She had her work cut out for her, as she would have expressed it, and must start in promptly. She'd just kindled a new fire in the kitchen range and was about to set out for the hen house and cow barn when a step on the porch brought her up standing. In a second she had crossed the room, swung open the kitchen door. "Miss Catherine!" she exclaimed in the breathless undertone of one brought face to face with a dread-turned reality. Catherine seemed to understand without need of explanation. She shook her head. "No, grandmother's not sick. Grandmother is all right, but I'm going away. I've left home. I'll never go back, never. We had it out together last night, grandmother and I. Last night and all night. I'll never cross that door-sill again if I have to beg in the streets or starve." Martha quietly closed the door, led Catherine to a chair, then set the water kettle on the stove without asking a question, saying a word. "I've come straight to you, Mrs. Slawson," the girl continued breathlessly, "because you're my only friend in the place, the only one who knows anything about the kind of life I've led and would understand." "But I don't understand," Martha corrected her. "I thought, that is to say, I somehow or other got the idea the two of yous was going to get along better after this. I can't think how things could have got to this pass when, the last I heard, everything looked so promising." Catherine took her up quickly. "I don't know what you mean by promising. The day Mrs. Ronald was taken sick I told grandmother about what I'd done, you know, the pocket with the letters, and she treated me like a dog. Oh, she was cruel, sent me away out of her sight as if I'd been something hateful to her, which I am. She hasn't spoken to me since, until last night, except to give some order. I don't know how you can say you thought things looked promising." Martha measured out 2 heaping tablespoonsful of freshly ground coffee into the percolator and set it on the stove. "I saw your grandma yesterday, Miss Catherine," she explained. "Her and me had a long talk, and from what she dropped I got the impression she meant to turn over a new leaf towards you, if you'd give her the chance." "Did she say she meant to?" "No, not exactly say, but—" "Well, then, I guess you were mistaken, or perhaps she meant to try to do better by me, and when the time came she just couldn't, that's all. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but no matter what she meant, no matter what I did, the end of it was we had a terrible time, and I've come away for good." After an interval, during which Martha had quietly relieved Catherine of the bag she clutched, she set before her a cup of steaming, fragrant coffee. Catherine shook her head. "I couldn't touch it. I'm not hungry." "Drink it down, hungry or not," commanded Martha authoritatively. Catherine obeyed. "You must have been at the house late yesterday afternoon," she said between her absent sips, "for I wasn't there, and I'd been at home all day, except for an hour or so toward evening when I went to the Ronalds. When I came in, grandmother called me, and now I come to think of it, she did seem milder, kinder. She told me to take my dinner then, and after dinner to come to her. It always scares me when grandmother summons me to appear before her like a pensioner or a criminal. It's always been that way ever since I can remember. The sight of her sitting there, cold and distant as a marble image, always freezes me to ice. I can't help it. I know I'm a coward, but I can't help it. I couldn't eat my dinner for thinking what she had to say, so by the time I went up to her I was all of a tremble inside, though I probably didn't show it. Then she told me about her life, about my grandfather, my father. If you knew what I've sprung from, Mrs. Slosson, you'd turn me out of your house." "Rot," said Martha, asking pardon for the liberty. Catherine went on. "Think of being watched day after day, always under suspicion. Think of having someone always being in fear and trembling because the time will surely come when you'll show what you've sprung from. And of course it comes. I did the things my grandfather and my father had done before me. That was why when I told her about the pocket she sent me away from her. The thing she dreaded had happened." "It always does," said Martha. "So that's what I am," the girl went on shudderingly. "A coward and a liar and a thief. The child and the grandchild of cowards, thieves, and liars. There's no hope for me. I can never be anything else." Martha's hand upon her shoulder shook her, none too gently. "Say, stop that nonsense, Miss Catherine. Stop it right now, before you say another word. There ain't any truth in it, to begin with, and I say it's wicked to think such things. Just you answer me a couple of questions, will you?" Martha's unaccustomed severity startled Catherine out of her hysteria. She nodded acquiescence. "Why did you tell me first off when you took the pocket?" "Because I loathed myself so. I couldn't bear it alone." "Why did you clap the name of thief to yourself? Are you proud of it?" "It's the truth. I have to tell the truth." "Why have you?" "Because it's right to." "Then on your own say-so you ain't any of those things you said. Don't you see you ain't? A thief don't hate what he does, so he's afraid to be alone with hisself. A liar don't have to stick to the truth, does he? A coward won't stand up and face the music 'cause it's right to, not so you'd notice it, he won't. All this hanging on to your aunt's sister's shirt tails and apron strings for good or for bad makes me sick on my back. I'm tired seeing crooked sticks trying to pull glory down on themselves off what they call their family trees. Don't you fool yourself. It's every man for himself these days, thank God. It don't follow you're what your grandpa is, any more your grandma. You got a mind of your own, and a conscience of your own, and if you did, in a way of speaking, lose your grip on yourself and done what tempted you to do it once, ain't to say you'll ever do it again. It's just the very reason why you won't ever do it again." Catherine shook her head. "That may be true. All I can say is it doesn't seem true to me now. Anyway, I can't change my feeling about grandmother. I want never to see her again. She hates me, and I— "Now, easy. Go easy, Miss Catherine. What makes you think the old lady hates you?" "Everything she's ever done. She's never kissed me in her life, that I can remember." "Kissing ain't all there is to loving. What did your grandma want to save her money for?
What did she scrimp and screw for after being used to live in that lap of luxury all her days? I'm a ignorant woman, but it seems to me she could have paid up all was on and lived off in her capital and said to herself, hooray, a short life and a merry one. Let the grandchild I hate look out for herself. What do I care? Perhaps she don't mind saving and denying herself any more. She's got used to it, suggested Catherine. Maybe she likes it. I wouldn't be too sure, Martha admonished. Think it over. I have thought it over and over and over. Nothing will change me. I'll not go back, Mrs. Slosson. Where are you going? To Boston. What for to Boston? First, to tell Dr. Ballard just what and who I am. Grandmother thought it was lying for me to hold back that story, when I should have made a clean breast of it at once. She acts as if she had to protect Dr. Ballard against me. She acts as if he is the one who's dear to her and I'm the stranger. Well, I'll show her. I'll never marry him now if and after you got through throwing down Dr. Ballard, I'll go somewhere else, to another town, and earn my living. Doing what? I don't know yet, but the way will open. You bet it will. Good and big the way'll open. Martha echoed her words with scoffing emphasis. It'll make you dizzy looking at it, gaping at you. Catherine's pale cheeks flushed. I'm not a fool, Mrs. Slosson. There are some things I can do, as it is. I can learn to do more. Certainly, there's lots of lovely things you can do in this world if you don't charge anything for 'em. Catherine rose. I came to you, Mrs. Slosson, because I felt you were my friend. So I am. I came to you because I knew what you'd done for the Hinckley girl. I want you to do the same for me. There's a train leaves Burbank Junction for Boston at 11:33. Will you take me over there in your motor? No, ma'am. Catherine stared at her out of astonished eyes. No, ma'am, repeated Martha. When I took Ellen Hinckley to Burbank, it was out of harm's way. If I took you, it'd be into it. Ellen Hinckley was a poor, weak sister, which running away was all there was for her. You are strong as they make 'em, and staying's all there is for you. Ellen owed it to herself to leave her mother. You owe it to yourself to stand by yours. Then I'll go to Mr. Ronald. He'll take me when I tell him. Don't you believe it. And you won't tell him either, Miss Catherine. You're too proud, and he's too fair. It wouldn't take him a minute to tell you, stay by the poor little old lady till she's no need of you no more, which it won't be long now anyhow. It wouldn't take him a minute to tell you that, Miss Catherine, not for Madame Crewe's sake, but for yours. I'll never go back, the girl reiterated determinedly. Whatever I do, I'll never go back. If you won't take me to Burbank, I'll wait here at the station for the trolley. There'll be another train out sometime. I'll get to Boston somehow. Miss Catherine, Martha pleaded, but the girl stopped her with an impatient gesture. It's no use, Mrs. Slosson. I feel as if there were nothing but ugliness and horror in all the world. It's come out even in you. Martha turned her face away quickly as if she'd been struck. I've not gone back on you, Miss Catherine. Take my word for it, till you can see for yourself what I say's true. You think everything's ugly now. That's because you got knocked, same as if it was, flat on your back. You're just bowled clean over. You're looking at things upside down. But let me tell you something. There's been good in all the knocks I ever got in my life, if I had the sense to see. I don't believe it, said Catherine passionately. Martha smiled. Certainly you don't at the present moment, but you will in the course of time. Why, the hardest knock apart it'd land you right between the eyes. You'd see stars. Catherine turned quickly away, stooped to pick up her bag, and without another word passed to the door. Say, Miss Catherine, called Martha, I want to tell you something. Now listen. Dr. Ballard, he told me once. She was talking to empty air. Catherine had gone. Martha followed as far as the doorstep to look after the girlish figure marching so resolutely out into the cold grey of the early autumn morning. She stood watching it until it passed out of sight around the bend of the road that led to the village.
Then, with all her day's work still before her, Martha Slosson deliberately sat down to think. "Between the two of them they've made a mess of it for fair," she told herself. "But I'll give the old lady this credit. I do believe she started in wanting to do the right thing. Trouble with her is she waited too long, and in the meantime Miss Catherine's been bottling in her steam and getting bitterer and bitterer till all it took was the first word from the little madam to bust her biler and send the pieces flying. Miss Catherine said they talked all night. I bet 'twas her done the talking. I can just see her taking a bit between her teeth and letting rip for all she was worth, same Sam's wiping up the floor with Mrs. Peckett, which he'd never raised his hand to a soul in his life before and probably never will again. Just for the once, the both of 'em, him and her, had their fling, more power to 'em. In the meantime the fat's in the fire. If I'd a had the book learning I'd oughta, and not been the ignorant woman I am, I'd have been able to speak the wise word to Miss Catherine that would have cooled her off and calmed her down till she'd have her reason back and could see the right and wrong of it for herself. But I haven't, and she ain't, and while I'm sitting here thinking about it, she's making tracks for Boston and Dr. Ballard. Being a man, he'll welcome her with open arms. Being a girl, she'll forget all about her good intentions to throw him down the minute she claps eyes on him. And then when it's all over and time has fanned the first flush offen him, he'll get to thinking how she ain't the woman he thought her, because she left her grandma in the lurch, which he told me with his own lips he'd never ask her to do it. In fact, he wouldn't respect her if she did do it. And the poor old lady so sick and old and lonesome. And with one like Dr. Ballard, a girl'd want to think twice before she'd risk lowering herself to do what he couldn't respect. No, Dr. Ballard mustn't know Miss Catherine's left her grandma alone. He mustn't know it, even if she does it. But how is he going to not know it, I should like to know?" For a few moments Martha painfully pondered the problem without any sign of untangling its knotted thread. Then suddenly she rose and going to the foot of the stairway called up to Sam. "Say, Sam, come here a minute, will you? I wished you'd wake up Cora and tell her to get busy fixing the breakfast, and when you come down set Sammy feeding the hens and turning the cow out. I ain't able to do my chores because I got suddenly called away. I probably won't be back till dinner time or maybe night. Don't wait for me and don't be uneasy. I'll tell you about it later." She caught up her coat and hat, hanging on a hook on the entry closet door, and put them on while she was making her way across the grounds in the direction of the big house. She knew before she crossed the kitchen door sill that Mr. Ronald would not be up at this hour of the morning. Nevertheless, she got Tyrrell to take a message for her to his door. "Tell him I got something very important I want to say. Ask him will he let me telephone it up to him." Mr. Frank set down word. "Certainly." "I got a favour to ask of you, sir," Martha told him without reserve. "Let's hear it." "Something's happening out to old Lady Crew's. Miss Catherine, she come to me just now, all upset and wild like. Last night when I see the little madam, she showed as plain as could be she's not long for this world, and by now, what with the shock she's got, she's probably going fast. Will you telephone Dr. Ballard and ask him to come to her right off? He told me before he left if any of you folks here or her 'd really need him, I was to let him know, and he'd come if it took a leg." "But Martha," objected Mr. Frank, "that's the point. If we really need him, are you sure the case is so urgent? Recollect, Dr. Ballard is a busy man. His time is worth more than money, much more. There isn't one chance in 1,000 that he could leave to come here on the spur of the moment, even if I asked him." "He'd come," said Martha confidently, "and I don't want to ask him. I'd have no right to do it unless the need is extreme. Is the need extreme? Are you sure of it?" Martha hesitated but a moment. "Yes, sir, I'm sure," she answered. "Then I understand you to say that I am to call up Dr. Ballard, I am to tell him that Madame Crewe is in a critical condition, I am to ask him to come on at once. It is a matter of life or death. That is the message, Martha?" "Yes, sir." "You're positive? Life or death?" "Life and death," repeated Martha distinctly. "Then call up Central and ask for long distance. When you get it, give me the wire. Shall you wait for the answer?" "No, sir. I'm going straight to the little old lady's now. She needs me, and I know the doctor will come." End of chapter 16. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2024. Chapter 17 of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The little old lady's need of her was as distinct in Martha's consciousness as if it had come to her in the form of a verbal message through ordinary physical channels. Its insistent reiteration since the night before had drowned out the impression of Mrs. Pecket's mischievous tongue, even Catherine's poignant reproaches. Everything else fell into the background before that one soundless cry of appeal. For once in her life Martha hurried. Eunice Youngs met her at the kitchen porch, showing a scared face. "Oh, Mrs. Lawson," she drawled, with something in her voice and manner almost resembling animation. "Oh, Mrs. Lawson, if ever I was glad to see anybody." "What's the trouble?" "I dunno. When I went up to Miss Catherine's room about an hour ago with Madam's coffee, I knocked, and no one answered. Then I went to Madam's door and knocked, and no one answered. But the sitting-room door was open, so I peeked in and—" "Well?" Martha's impatience spurred her on.
Madam was sitting up in her chair, just like always, only she looked like she was dead."
Before the words were fairly out, Martha had brushed Eunice aside and was halfway up the back stairs. In the moment it took her to cover the distance between them and the sitting-room, her thoughts ran riot, but one sentence kept repeating itself unconsciously.
"Poor Miss Catherine! Poor Miss Catherine!"
Automatically she tapped on the sitting-room door, pushed it open, and entered. Madame Crewe was sitting in her chair as Eunice had described her, but as Martha came forward the drooping head lifted, ever so slightly. The heavy eyes gave out a faint spark. Without a word, Martha poured into a glass one of Dr. Ballard's stimulants, in the use of which she had been well instructed. She held the glass to Madame Crewe's lips, supporting her while she drank, then waiting until the lips showed a tinge of colour. "Good morning. Why don't you ask me how I slept?" Martha caught the laboured words with difficulty. She caught, what was even more difficult, the intention to preserve the old tone of caustic raillery. "I never do," she answered imperturbably, playing up with gallant spirit to the required pace. "I never do. Mornings when folks ask you how you slept, mostly it's just for the chance to let you know how they didn't." "Catherine?" "I see her before I come in here. She's kind of played out this morning. I guess we'd better let her rest a while, hadn't we?" Madame Crewe's eyes conveyed assent. Chatting lightly on, ignoring any reason for not doing so, Martha undressed the rigid little body and laid it tenderly in bed. Somehow she managed to prepare a breakfast which the madam patiently suffered herself to be fed, though Martha knew it was a hardship. "It'd astonish you how she's fighting," Mrs. Slawson told Miss Clare, whom Mr. Ronald brought out in the course of the early forenoon to make inquiries. "It'd astonish you. She won't give in. She falls asleep in spite of herself, but after a minute there she is awake again, for all the world as if the spirit in her wouldn't let itself be downed. I never see anybody living as fierce as her. She's doing it for all she's worth. Every minute full up, begrudging the time she has to lose for rest." "You were right about Dr. Ballard, Martha," Francis Ronald admitted. "He is coming. I'm going to Burbank to meet him and bring him back with me directly I've taken my wife home." Martha nodded. "I knew he'd do it. He's the kind you couldn't slip up on. Same's yourself, sir." When Martha returned to her patient, Madame Crewe had to be told where she'd been, had to be shown the flowers Mrs. Ronald had brought, informed of the messages she had left. Then, "Where's Catherine?" The question kept repeating itself, as if in spite of her. "Coming presently." Martha shied the point dexterously. "I tried last night. Square deal. Failed." "Oh, no, you didn't fail. You mustn't be in too much of a hurry. Miss Catherine'll see what you meant. Give her a chance to get the right squint at it.
You got to be patient with children. Time goes slow for them. Miss Catherine's a good child."
Madame Crewe raised her eyes and fixed them full on Martha.
"Slosson, you're a good woman."
It seemed to Catherine Crewe, trudging along the dreary stretch of road on her way to the station, that there was no use struggling any longer in a world where the combined forces were so obviously, so uncompromisingly against her. Her one hope had been Mrs. Slosson. Mrs. Slosson had failed her. As she foresaw it, there was nothing in her meeting with Dr. Ballard to promise better things. She had told him, once and for all, she would never marry him. He had taken her at her word and gone away. What she had to tell him now would only constitute another reason for her to hold to her decision, another ground for him to accept it with easy resignation. Filed past in slow procession through her brain all the haunting years, through which she had tried and had had nothing but disappointment, frustration for her pains. Dr. Ballard had assured her one could overmaster conditions. Not when the blood of weaklings ran in one's veins. Everything he or Mrs. Slosson had told her, that had seemed convincing at the time, was negatived now by her knowledge of what she was. Now she knew why she had never been able to compel life to give her what she demanded. It was because she was one of the unfit, predestined by 2 generations of degenerates not to survive. She could see nothing but animus as her grandmother's motive for telling her. The accumulated, smouldering resentment of years gathering force through this crowning act of injustice flamed up fiercely until it blinded her. When at last she reached the station, it was only to find she'd missed the car she should have taken. She must wait an hour for another. She almost smiled. The little incident was so of a piece with the rest of her experience. As she composed herself to sit out the hour in the chill desolateness of the deserted waiting room, her thoughts still harried her, but now she felt them less keenly. It was as if her wits were wrapped in cotton. At a touch on her shoulder she started up, trembling, dazed. She had not seen the station master until he actually stood before her. "Did you want to take the next trolley to Burbank?" "Yes," she answered, wondering why her eyes were so heavy, her head so dull. "Well, it'll be along in 5 minutes now. I thought you wanted to take the last one, but you didn't stir, and come to find out you were asleep. I hated to rouse you now, only I thought maybe I'd ought to." She had slept 2 hours. Speeding through the country, her head became clearer. Not for that were her thoughts less harassing. Another element had entered in to make them more so: indecision. Little by little, bit by bit, came back certain stray fragments of sentences she dimly recollected having heard Mrs. Slosson pronounce, sentences that, at the time, in her benumbed state, had left her cold, making no conscious impression. She remembered Martha's face when first she saw her at the porch door. What had she been afraid of? Martha Slosson, who was never afraid of anything? The answer that had sprung to her own lips was given without deliberation. It had just naturally come in response to Mrs. Slosson's look of dread. She had replied that her grandmother was all right. How had she known her grandmother was all right? She had not stopped to inform herself before she left the house. She had gone without a word, without a look. The last time she and her grandmother had come to grief trying to understand each other, the old woman had borne a brave front until the ordeal was over, then had quietly fainted away. What if she'd done the same thing now, when no one was there to come to the rescue? "By your own say so, you ain't any of those things. You got a mind of your own and a conscience of your own. You're strong as they make 'em. This hanging on to your ancestors for good or for bad makes me sick. Don't you fool yourself. It's every man for himself these days, thank God. Something beautiful in all your blows, if you only had sense to see. The hardest knock you ever got, you'd see stars." Once when she was a child, Catherine had been given a toy which, more than all of her others, had filled her with delight and wonderment. It was a large circular box, set on a pedestal revolving on a pin. Perpendicular slits were cut at regular intervals all around its lower wall, and within were coiled long coloured picture scrolls facing outward. When the box or drum revolved, the scene depicted suddenly sprang into motion. She could not have followed, had she tried, the subtle, involuted train of association that led her back to her experience with the long disremembered plaything.
But even as she thought of it, she saw herself as she had so often sat, a disappointed, bewildered child, staring at the stupid, tiresome lengths of crude, static prints, which her inexperienced hand had not learned to adjust so they would become significant, entertaining. Like a sudden flash of light came the suggestion that up to this she had sat just so, regarding life, seeing it in the flat, finding it dull, stale, unprofitable. What if it were possible to learn the trick of adjustment? What if it were possible to discover the dynamic pivot by which the great revolution would take place, the revolution that would make life interesting, give it meaning? Had anyone ever found either? Instantly she thought of two persons, the two, who more than any others she'd ever known had got the most good pleasure out of life. Daniel Ballard, Martha Slosson. Two very different personalities in widely different situations, yet with the same invincible courage, the same curious capacity for inspiring others with their own faith in all that is best. These two had the same wide vision, the same high purpose. They both had looked on life and found it good. Long before her car reached Burbank, Catherine had determined to go home. She heard with composure the junction starter's announcement that her car had gone out 3 minutes before. She must wait an hour if she wanted to take the next. In her present mood she was glad of the opportunity to try her new-found strength. Out of her depths of depression she had leaped, in one miraculous moment, to a height of exaltation such as she'd never known before. She was ready to fight the world in order to prove she could come out conqueror. "No, ma'am, there ain't any other way of getting back excepting the trolley, unless you take an automobile. But I'll tell you what, the Boston train'll be along presently. There'll be rigs here then, and motors come to meet it, and probably some of them will be going back your way. They'd give you a lift, I dare say, if you're in a great hurry and ask them." Catherine considered. To sit in the station tamely waiting for things to come her way was out of all line with her present impulse. She could not endure inaction. She had a flagellant's ecstatic eagerness to begin her own castigation. She would walk. The starter did not confide to her his private opinion of her plan when she indicated what she proposed to do by asking directions as to the way. "There's a goodish stretch out of here where the walking's easy, but you'd have to get beyond that before you'd be likely to come up with by a rig or a car going your way. You see, the trolley line and the motors both use the same road. Foot passengers ain't allowed to where there's so much travelling. It'd be dangerous. But once you get off the main beat going in the direction of your town, all you have to do is stick to the road and you'll get there." Looking after her as she started off, gallantly enough, his scepticism found vent in a long, low whistle and a muttered, "You'll get there, if you have luck." But Catherine felt no doubt of herself. It was only after she'd covered the goodish stretch and come out on the road where the walking was heavy that her elation dropped a trifle. Her bag began to prove itself subject to the law of gravitation. Still she plodded on resolutely. She had no hope that she would be able to outstrip the trolley, but at least she was not meekly submitting to overmastering forces as she'd done in the past, and if nothing better offered she would take the trolley when it should come along, and so accomplish her purpose in the end. She did not know how far she'd walked when her ears caught the sound of an approaching automobile. That way, at that point, was narrow, and for a moment she hesitated. Would it be better to step up on the bank or proceed, as she was doing, trusting to the chauffeur to guide and control his car so as not to run her down? She chose the first course, glad that she'd done so when, looking back the way she'd come, she saw what an immense machine it was bearing down upon her. Then all at once her heart gave a leap. It was the Ronalds' car. A minute, and the chauffeur had seen, recognized her. The car came to a halt. Next thing she knew, Frances Ronald had sprung from the limousine, taken her bag, given it to his driver, handed her into the car, and himself taken his place beside his man. It was only then that she realized he'd closed the door upon her and a companion. A man. She looked up. The car started into motion. She was in Daniel Ballard's arms, being held very close. She tried to wrench herself away. "No, no," she panted. "You don't understand. You don't know." Recapturing the hand she'd freed, he pressed it to his lips, smiling at her reassuringly.
I know everything. It's all right. What do you think I care?" "But you don't know," she insisted. "I was coming to tell you. I was on my way. And then I remembered how old she is, and weak and forlorn, and I'm going back to her to comfort her, but I've been on my way to you, to tell you, what I am and what I've done. I'm—" "Hush!" commanded Dr. Ballard gently. "Be still, and you'll find it's all right. She made it right before I left to go to Boston. She told me everything, what you'd told her, what I suppose she's told you. Everything. She asked me to wait until you'd found yourself. She said you were an idealist, up in the clouds, she put it. She feared you would draw a storm down on yourself and me if you were trusted with your own life at this juncture. She begged me not to press on you any more problems than you already had. She wanted you to profit by her mistakes, to have what she had missed, and to have it untarnished by regrets. 'Twas for that she tested you. 'Twas for that she denied herself necessaries, and in the end you might have plenty. She said she must make sure you did not set money above love as others had done before you. Talk about idealists! She managed it all very clumsily, but at least she tried to do right by you according to her lights. I told her 'twas wrong to tamper with human hearts. I told her she had no right to try to direct human destinies. But I'd better have held my tongue. The mischief was already done. She had tampered, she had tried. She was always hoping you would come to see she'd acted in good faith. You see it now, don't you, sweetheart? You'll show her you do when we get home, won't you? If it's not too late." "Too late?" The syllables rang out with cruel sharpness. "You don't know, then, that she's dying?" Catherine gave him a terrified look. "Oh, let us go fast, fast. Dan, darling, don't let it be too late." It was nearing sunset when the car drove into Crewsmere. Martha heard it, but the sound carried no comfort to her heart. At best it could only mean that Dr. Ballard had arrived, and Dr. Ballard was not Catherine. Catherine, for whom her grandmother had been vainly calling all through the day. "She'll be here presently," Martha had answered. "She's gone out. She'll come in pretty soon now. I expect her any minute." Once the little old woman had made a mighty effort, gathered her forces together, and brought out the question. "Has she left me? Gone to Boston?" Martha could not have escaped her searching eyes if she'd tried. She met them squarely and told her untruth as convincingly as if it had been the truth. In the depths of her soul she had the faith to believe it was the truth. "Only I'm bound to confess it don't look like it." "Leave you? Gone to Boston? Not on your life. Miss Catherine's a good child. Even if she kind of got bewizzled like and started off meaning to go, she wouldn't have went. She'd turned back and come home. You can take it from me, I know Miss Catherine." But the hands of the clock had slipped around, and Catherine had not come home. Dr. Driggs dropped in, like the rest of the neighbours, to inquire. He did not venture inside the sick room, but when Martha described the situation, and Madame Crew's hungry longing to keep up until she could see her grandchild, he left something to be administered that he thought might help along some, maybe. It did. After she'd taken it, the wonderful little soul revived amazingly. She beckoned Martha to her with a look, whispering out the difficult syllables as if on her last breath. "If Catherine shouldn't come—" "She will come, never fear," Martha reassured her. "I've left you a little keepsake, $1,000. It's down black and white, in letter to Catherine. Promise, take some and go with your Sam to New York, alone. Honeymoon." "Certainly," said Martha, humouring her soothingly, without the slightest suspicion she was listening to anything but the babbling of aged weakness. "Certainly, ma'am, and thank you kindly for the thought. Sam and me'll have the time of our lives." "See you do," ordered the little madam. The western sky was a blaze of glory when she spoke again. "I'll meet you, dearest Daniel, when the sun goes down." "What, ma'am?" inquired Martha, instantly on the alert. The lowered lids lifted. The lapsing mind leaped back to consciousness. "Catherine, she'll be here right off. She's on her way." An automobile drove up before the house. "Dr. Ballard's come all the way from Boston to see you, ma'am," Martha said. A moment, and the door opened. A girlish figure flew across the room. "Grandmother! Dear, dear grandmother!" Catherine knelt by the bedside, gathering up the little body in her loving arms. Dr. Ballard bent to lift the tiny wrist. There was a gentle sigh, a flicker of the eyelids. Madame Crewe looked up contentedly over Catherine's bowed head, and her eyes fixed themselves full on Martha. The look said, "Slosson, you're a good woman." End of chapter 17, and the end of Making Over Martha by Julie M. Lipman.